Humans and monsters once clashed, and the heroes sought to defeat the Demon King. Those were the tales of old. Now, the world had entered an age of peace, and raiding dungeons had turned into a form of entertainment. On that day, the protagonist lost his job. Adventurers and monsters created substitutes out of mana to battle one another. With no risk of death, dungeon raids had become popular entertainment across the land. Footage of these battles was broadcast everywhere. Heroes, demon kings, adventurers, and monsters were no longer legends or threats, but careers. Inside the Demon King's castle, on the 4th floor, a battle was unfolding. A dagger sliced through the air. The host's voice echoed through the broadcast as the crowd was guided to watch. Alvar, wielding a magic sword, unleashed a flurry of attacks. Werewolves fell one after another, 3, then more, until over 10 had been defeated. His strength was immense, but his attack pattern carried heavy risks. During the moments he left himself exposed, the paladin Lark shielded him, maintaining the rhythm of the battle. His defensive precision was the glue of their raid, as much a spectacle as their power. The protagonist reflected silently, knowing that even without hearing the commentators, this was what they must be saying. Lark's steadfast defense allowed another member of the party to step forward. With a calm nod, he entrusted the front line to Alv. The girl's voice rose, encouraging him, and then blinding light erupted. Explosions tore through the enemy ranks. The host announced her display of Godspeed. Only 3 in the world were known to wield such a power, and she was one of them. Her arrows traveled faster than the eye could follow, the proof of her might revealed only when enemies collapsed, pierced without warning. 8 enemies retired instantly, and the audience roared with applause. Meanwhile, Phoenix walked straight ahead, making his way toward the door that led to the next floor. Though battle raged all around him, his pace was calm, unhurried, as though the chaos did not concern him. His comrades' relentless first strikes had cleared the way, preventing the remaining werewolves from approaching. At last, he arrived before the boss that guarded the floor. The protagonist thought to himself that the enemy numbers had already been reduced greatly. Now, the only task left was to defeat the boss. Suddenly, a slash tore through the space beside him, striking an enemy. It was Alvar's blade. The protagonist was startled as Alvar mocked him, berating him for standing idle and questioning whether his hesitation was part of his strange black magic. Behind Alvar, another enemy collapsed, cut down. Alvar turned in surprise. Their female comrade reminded them that enemies still remained and urged them to stay focused. Alvar gave a sharp response and cast an annoyed glance toward the protagonist. The host's excited voice resounded as Phoenix arrived before the floor boss. The difference in stature between them was overwhelming. The floor boss loomed nearly 3 times the height of an ordinary werewolf. Its very presence radiated immense pressure. Yet Phoenix stood calm and unshaken before the massive creature. The werewolf chief roared as Phoenix drew his sword and received the beast's attack head-on. Their weapons collided with deafening sound. Claws scraped against steel, sparks flying, but then something cracked. Shock spread across the werewolf's face. Flames erupted across its body, engulfing the floor boss. Its howl echoed through the chamber as it writhed, thrashing in desperation, but it could not escape. Phoenix lunged forward, his blade cleaving through. The werewolf's cries deepened, torn between burning pain and the wounds inflicted. The protagonist and the party watched as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Phoenix landed back upon the ground, flames still flickering across the air, and the werewolf staggered before collapsing to the floor. The chamber erupted in cheers. The floor boss had retired. Once again, the flame hero Phoenix had felled his enemy with a single decisive strike. The 4th floor had been conquered. The host's voice praised the feat. Such dominance was to be expected from Phoenix and his party. The strength of a holy sword was deeply tied to the rank of the spirit within it. Phoenix's contracted spirit was none other than the fire spirit itself, said to be the very source of the world's heat. It was undoubtedly of the highest rank. The criteria to form a contract with such a spirit were unimaginably strict, and Phoenix was the first to succeed in over 130 years. The party advanced into the safe room. A sharp beep sounded as they used a tag to activate the exit. The host declared the raid complete for now, praising their victory and expressing anticipation for the party's challenge of the 5th floor. Yet as the excitement subsided, a murmur rose among the crowd. Doubts formed, centering on the black mage, Rem. His role, originally meant to provide support, seemed almost unnecessary under the current system. Many speculated that his continued presence in the party was due to favoritism. Some argued that removing him would make little difference. Replacing him with a white mage would not only cover support but also strengthen their offensive power. The crowd agreed in unison. Whispers spread that throughout the raid, Rem had barely moved a single step. Rem reflected silently, realizing that people were still saying the same things about him. Black Mage. The very word carried weight, and its meaning was often misunderstood. White magic referred to positive magic, spells that healed wounds, bolstered strength, or purified corruption. Black magic, in contrast, was comprised of negative effects, spells that reduced an enemy's speed, weakened their attack and defense, disrupted their concentration and judgment, poisoned their bodies to continually inflict damage, or shrouded their sight in darkness. White and black magic were entirely separate from offensive and defensive magic. Their effects were not meant to be spectacular. It was easy to understand why people regarded black magic with disdain, because, to the common eye, it was boring. White magic had visible, tangible results. Party members could immediately feel its effects when their pain faded, their strength returned, or their movements grew sharper. But black magic was aimed at enemies, and those within the party could not clearly tell what benefit they received. To them, it often seemed as if nothing had happened at all. In dungeon raids, now turned into entertainment for the masses, this lack of spectacle was even more glaring. There was nothing to show for Rem's efforts. Yet, throughout the battle, Rem had been working in silence. He had lowered the magic and physical power of every enemy, weakened their defenses, slowed their movements, clouded their judgment, and dimmed their sight. Every one of their actions had been shackled by his curses. But none of it appeared on the broadcast. While his comrades dazzled the audience with flashy moves, Rem stood in place, chanting incantations that no one could appreciate. To the crowd it looked like laziness. Worse, it looked unsettling. They would ask what that strange man was muttering about, or whisper that he was creepy. Rem knew this was what people said even now. He lifted his gaze in thought. Next time, they would challenge the 5th floor. The Demon King's castle, the legendary dungeon. To this day, it still held its record. No party had ever reached its deepest floor. Not one had ever stood before the Demon King. Though adventurers could use dungeon record stones to resume from the deepest floor they had cleared, still, not a single group had confronted the final ruler. Their party was composed of 4, Alver the warrior, Lark the paladin, Lily the hunter, and Rem, the black mage. Among the tens of thousands of official parties, they were ranked 4th in the world. Rankings were determined annually by the Adventurers Guild, based on both popularity and accomplishments. And yet, Rem knew what people thought, that his place among them was a mystery. An official party allowed a maximum of 5 members, including the hero. Their hero was Phoenix, the flame hero, the first in 130 years to form a contract with the fire spirit, the primal source of the world's heat. The world awaited him to break the legend of the impregnable Demon King's castle. He was also Rem's childhood friend. The record's stone glowed, signaling their transition out of the dungeon. Rem looked at Phoenix, and Phoenix met his eyes with a reassuring smile. Rem thought about how undeserving he must look standing at his side. The dull, overlooked black mage, overshadowed by brilliance. That day, as they emerged from the dungeon, Rem looked up. Clouds drifted across the night sky above. He had lost his job. Just before Rem was removed from the party, they were gathered at the guild. The hall was filled with chatter. Someone remarked that Rem was the one holding the party back. With Rem were his companions, the paladin Lark and the hunter Lily. The warrior Alver slammed his mug on the table, drawing attention. He turned his irritation toward Rem, insisting on his weakness. Phoenix rose from his seat and scolded Alver, but Alver dismissed him, saying he had warned Phoenix repeatedly. Lark, Lily and Alver had earned their place in the party through skill, but what had Rem done? Alver sneered that Rem had only secured his position because of his long-standing ties with Phoenix. Without that, no one would allow a dull black mage into a party. Lark laughed in agreement, but Alver struck the table again, saying it was no laughing matter. He demanded that Rem stop leeching off Phoenix. Phoenix objected, urging Alver to apologize for his disrespect. Alver pushed back, claiming Rem was indeed incompetent, then turned to the others for their opinions. Lark said there was no reason to defend Rem, looking directly at him with indifference. He claimed Rem's presence or absence made no difference. Alver pressed the point, wouldn't it be better to replace Rem with someone stronger? Lark shrugged in agreement. Lily finally spoke, saying she disliked Alver's vulgarity. Alver offered a mocking apology, then turned the question on her. What did she think of Rem? Lily, gazing steadily, said she did not believe Phoenix would include anyone in his party for personal reasons alone. But the truth was that black magic's effects were difficult to perceive, and their party fought best by swiftly overwhelming dungeons with raw offensive strength. Frankly, she preferred someone who could directly enhance their power rather than merely support it. Phoenix tried to put an end to the quarrel, but Alver rose again, triumphant. He moved close to Rem, draping an arm around him in a gesture that carried more mockery than camaraderie. Alver claimed he didn't hate Rem, then suggested a test. Rem should cast his black magic on him. If Rem's magic could prove its worth, Alver promised to apologize as many times as needed. Rem said nothing. His mind drifted back to his childhood, when someone had offered to make him a disciple on one condition, that he never complain even once, or else the teachings would end forever. He had confided this to Phoenix once, asking him to keep the secret of his master hidden. His master's words still echoed, did he not crave power? Phoenix slammed his fist onto the table, demanding Alvar stop immediately. He would not allow him to say another word. But before he could continue, Rem cut him off, saying he understood. Silence followed. Then Rem declared that he would quit. Phoenix froze, stunned by his words. Alvar grinned, praising the choice with mockery. He jeered that Phoenix should finally understand, Rem was nothing but a coward. How could someone like Rem ever be ranked 4th in the world? The thought made him laugh. Turning to the others, Alvar asked who they should bring in to replace the Black Mage. He laughed again and announced that Rem was quitting. Inside, Rem thought about how this had happened countless times before. Alvar had always singled him out for being a Black Mage. Adventurers relied on strength, but just as much, they relied on public opinion. A weak party couldn't clear dungeons, but one without appeal would never attract supporters. Adventurers, viewers, even comrades, people shunned those who weren't admired. Rem recalled his old dream, the one he had shared with Phoenix when they were children. The two of them, sitting together, watching adventurers on the screen with admiration. He had become one himself, but those dreams had never included days filled with humiliation like this. If the world around him, the role he was given, could not change, then the only one who had to change was himself. When Phoenix tried to run after him, Rem stopped him, telling him it was fine. The other party members watched Phoenix standing in front of him. Rem declared that he would surpass Phoenix with a different party. Leaving Phoenix behind in shock, Rem turned his back and walked away. Alvar called after him, claiming there wasn't a single party in the world that would ever take him in. But in Rem's heart, despite everything, he still saw Phoenix as his friend. From this point on, however, they would be rivals. Outside the guild, Rem found a quiet spot and sat down. His thoughts weighed heavily. It was the same cycle as always, but this time he had finally reached his limit. He knew that if he explained himself, he might have been able to stay. If he revealed his true power, no one could deny him, but that would also mean exposing the existence of his master. That was something neither his master nor he himself desired. Phoenix had kept the secret faithfully ever since they were young. But because of it, every time he covered for Rem, the confidence of the other members in Phoenix wavered. Seeing that always pained Rem deeply. He remembered his bold words, claiming he would surpass Phoenix with another party. Yet he knew the truth, only heroes could create parties. He was merely a Black Mage, accepted into Phoenix's party by exception. Now that he had left the party of someone as renowned as Phoenix, who else would ever take him? A sudden shout snapped him from his thoughts. A man's voice rang out. He didn't want that thing and told someone to leave him alone. Rem saw a child stammering an apology. The man beside the child bowed, apologizing to the customer who was yelling. The customer snarled back, demanding to know who in their right mind would ever buy such a thing. Rem's gaze shifted, settling on the child. Rem noticed that the child was a demi-human. The girl was crying, and the merchant tried to comfort her, saying the customer had probably just come from eating somewhere else. He told her that there were all sorts of people around at this hour and reassured her that she would do better tomorrow. A voice interrupted them. Rem, passing by the shop, asked if they were still open since he was a little hungry. The merchant welcomed him warmly. Rem crouched down in front of the child, asking if she was helping with the shop and what she recommended. When she mentioned the apples, he agreed to take one. The owner expressed his gratitude. The girl explained that the apple wasn't very pretty, but it should still taste delicious because of its lovely color. She admitted feeling bad because no one wanted to buy it. Even when she told people she had worked hard and that it was tasty, everyone turned her down. If Rem also didn't want it, then, before she could finish her words, Rem had already taken a bite. He affirmed that it was good, just as she had said. The girl asked if he meant it, and Rem reassured her that he was serious. He told her that she hadn't only considered the appearance but also the quality inside, calling her an amazing shop assistant. He asked if she would allow him to come back to the shop, to see what else she might recommend. The girl, moved to tears, said yes, she would really love that. The owner exclaimed with delight that the girl had gained herself a customer. Both he and the girl thanked Rem as he prepared to leave. Rem returned the thanks, apologizing for intruding so late. He thanked the girl again, puzzled when she suddenly hid behind the merchant. The owner laughed and explained that she was just shy. Rem accepted this and said farewell. As he turned to walk away, the little girl called after him, telling him her name was Cashew. Rem introduced himself in return, and Cashew thanked him for what he had done. She promised that she would eagerly wait for his next visit. Whether it came tomorrow or the day after, she would always be waiting. Cashew and the merchant waved to him with smiles. As he walked, Rem reflected. He never imagined anyone would need him. What he had done had been on a whim, yet it didn't feel wrong. Alvar's words echoed in his memory, that a Black Mage would never be needed by anyone. But now, seeing a child so small doing her best, Rem resolved that he too would have to give everything he had. He looked up at the night sky. His path would be long and arduous, and unless he reached the very top, no one would ever acknowledge his worth. That was what his master had told him. But he thought about the idea of someone who might truly need him. Still gazing at the starry night, he believed there was such a person somewhere. Meanwhile, within a castle, a girl sat watching a glowing screen. On it was Rem's face. She murmured his name, Black Mage Rem. Weeks had passed. Rem continued to be rejected. One party after another turned him away. Even when a party was seeking new members, the moment they learned he was a black mage, the answer was always the same: declined. It was total annihilation. He sank into despair, recalling the words he had hurled at Phoenix, that he would surpass him, that they were now rivals. He couldn't believe he had spoken so boldly when he hadn't even managed to join a single party since. He had once rejected the stable job his parents had worked so hard to arrange for him, choosing instead the path of an adventurer. Now, after all this time, there was no going back home. With nowhere else to turn, he went to a particular place. The light above flickered faintly, and before him was a board that read, "Matching help via the Adventurers Guild branch office." The service fee stung, but this was his last option. On the screen, he could see his profile displayed. His race listed as human, his job class as black mage. His heart pounded anxiously as he waited for the system to process the matching. Then, with a sudden flash, the result appeared: 0. Rem's face turned pale, as white as paper. He tried to steady himself with the thought of simply grabbing something to eat. At the market, a voice remarked that black mages had it rough. Rem admitted bitterly that no one would ever post a notice urgently recruiting a black mage, not even as a joke. The shopkeeper asked whether he could use any other kind of magic. Rem explained that it wasn't that he couldn't, but using spells outside his specialty felt unnatural. Besides, adventurer registration required a class that matched your oracle-given designation. That was the general rule. The shopkeeper nodded in understanding. Cashew, listening nearby, wagged her tail and said she thought black mages were cool. Her words touched Rem, and he thanked her sincerely. Hearing her say that made him glad. The shopkeeper joked that what really brought in customers wasn't him, but the charm of a cute little girl. Rem denied it, but inwardly realized he had indeed become a regular visitor at their stall. Cashew, despite being only 8 years old, wasn't just helping at the shop. She was working diligently, doing her part to support her family. Rem, it seemed, had been her very first customer. Since then, encouraged by Cashew, he often stopped by. Though not much time had passed since they met, the shopkeeper had already grown sympathetic toward Rem, concerned for him. One day, the shopkeeper confided that he, too, once wished to be something else, a tailor. But no matter how hard he practiced, he could never compete with those who possessed the appropriate job class. Rem thought about it. In their country, it was customary that, upon turning 10, one would go to the temple, where an oracle descended to reveal their proper job class. Some were destined for adventuring roles, others for trades vital to daily life: chef, merchant, blacksmith. No amount of training or begging could alter it. The class you received was a gift from the gods. For those who were granted the class they wished for, it was a blessing. For those who were not, it was a trial. But for Rem, who had dreamed of becoming a hero, the oracle's decree had felt closer to despair. Cashew glanced at Rem. He remarked that if hard work alone were rewarded, he would already have the job class he longed for. Cashew turned away to welcome another customer. Rem watched her carefully, noticing how happily she performed her duties. She seemed to radiate joy. He resolved aloud that, when all was said and done, he would do everything within his abilities. The shopkeeper agreed with him and added that, if things didn't work out, Rem was welcome to work alongside Cashew at the stall. Rem laughed lightly and thanked him for the offer. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside. A man had seized someone's belongings, a thief. Brandishing a small knife, the thief swung it threateningly, keeping people from approaching. Rem saw that the thief was heading straight toward them. Quickly, he asked the shopkeeper to stand in front of the thief, to block his path for just a moment. The shopkeeper, surprised, asked whether Rem had some kind of plan. Rem answered that he did, but he could only provide support. He reassured the man, promising he would not allow him to come to harm. The thief drew closer. Steeling himself, the shopkeeper told Rem to take care of Cashew, then stepped forward, placing himself in front of the advancing criminal. Rem quickly told Cashew to hide. Magic was permitted for daily use, but if one pushed it too far, they would be placed under surveillance. Because of this, he decided to use something different. The thief charged toward the shopkeeper, shouting threats, asking if he wanted to die. Rem focused intently, locking onto his target. The crowd panicked, the shopkeeper tensed, and Cashew concealed herself. Target locked. Just as the thief closed in on the shopkeeper, his body suddenly faltered. Confusion overtook him. His limbs grew heavy, his vision blurred, and breathing became painful. In that moment, a sharp swish cut through the air. The shopkeeper swung his arm, striking the thief with a punch. He seized the thief's wrist, smacked the knife loose, and followed with a powerful uppercut. The thief collapsed to the ground. Standing tall, the shopkeeper declared that the criminal had been punished. Rem thought to himself that it was enough, then shouted words of praise, marveling at how easily the shopkeeper had defeated a knife-wielding man. Cashew, peeking out, slowly made her way toward the door. To her shock, Rem was already behind her, whispering an apology. He quietly spoke something only she could hear. Meanwhile, the woman who had been robbed thanked the shopkeeper as he returned her bag. He brushed it off, saying he was only doing his duty as a citizen. Cashew then shouted to him, calling her manager cool. Surprised, the woman realized that this brave man was actually the manager of the shop. In gratitude, she promised to buy something. The shopkeeper thanked her sincerely. Hearing this, other bystanders also gathered to make purchases at the shop. In Rem's thoughts, he was relieved. People naturally wanted to repay the kindness of those who did good deeds. This was even truer when it was someone ordinary, a shopkeeper, who had bravely stood against a criminal. The shopkeeper gave Rem a thumbs up, and Rem returned the gesture. Others began to lift the fallen thief, urging him to get up and walk, helping to escort him away. Rem knew he had relied on black magic, but he also acknowledged how difficult it truly was to stand directly in front of someone armed with a knife. As an apology for leaving the actual subjugation to the shopkeeper, he felt it was enough to contribute to the shop in return. Later, Rem reflected that his skills had not diminished. He had continued to train even after leaving the party, because that was the promise he had made to his master. Rem never abandoned his dream of becoming a hero, even after the oracle revealed his job class. He threw himself desperately into training under his master. Looking back now, those days had been nothing short of hell. He had been left alone in the mountains among wild beasts, hurled from cliffs and ordered to climb back on his own, and beaten mercilessly by his master until he collapsed. He remembered how his tears would fall, splattering onto the ground. By casting black magic on himself and persisting through that brutal training, he learned firsthand how it weakened abilities and limited sight. Through his own body, he forced himself to understand the effects, sharpening his control until he could fine-tune every spell. So long as his magic was not obstructed, he could always achieve the exact result he desired. He also took great care to conceal his use of black magic so that onlookers would not notice. None of them would guess that the man before them was Rem, the black mage, once a member of the party ranked 4th in the world. But even if he tried to hide it, there were always those who could tell. Suddenly, a figure passed by, a woman with long hair, wearing a hat. She spoke, saying she had been watching him. Rem's eyes widened, and he turned to her, confused. She addressed him directly, Black Mage Rem. They stood facing each other. Rem wondered if she had truly realized what he was doing. The woman continued, praising him as splendid. Not only had he demonstrated flawless control over his mana, but he had also optimized and layered several black magic spells in mere seconds. She said she had been fascinated while watching. Rem froze. He was completely found out. Who was this woman? She smiled softly, blushing, and said she was his fan. Rem's confusion deepened. A fan? Not of Phoenix, but of Rem? The woman bowed, explaining that she had never dreamed she would witness his black magic in person. She admitted she had struggled to catch up to him and had almost lost him from sight. As Rem looked closer, he noticed a bat-like appendage. She was a vampire. She asked carefully if he disliked demi-humans. Rem said no, nothing like that. He was simply surprised. Calling out his name, the woman suddenly grabbed his hand, declaring with passion that his black magic was truly breathtaking. Her words poured out, earnest and unrestrained. Rem found her intensity unsettling, even creepy, yet she revealed that she had been searching for him ever since she heard he had resigned from Phoenix's party. She declared it utter foolishness that they had expelled him. Rem became acutely aware of how close she was, her face, her touch, and he blushed, uncertain how to react. She too flushed deeply, suddenly apologizing, saying that someone as lowly as her had no right to touch someone as wonderful as him. She admitted she had always wanted to meet him but had acted thoughtlessly. Turning away, she looked crushed, begging him not to scorn her shameful soul. In Rem's mind, he thought of all the insults he had endured throughout his life, yet now, out of nowhere, such a beautiful woman had declared herself his fan. Not only that, she had held his hand, and she even smelled sweet. He scolded himself, trying not to let his thoughts wander. As she began to walk away, Rem called out, telling her to wait. He didn't hate her, not at all. It was only that everything had happened so suddenly. He hadn't even asked for her name. The woman smiled gently, saying that Rem was truly kind-hearted. He was taken aback. She told him that he hadn't changed since that day. Rem blinked in confusion, asking if they had met before. She frantically shook her head, saying no, and urged him to forget what she had just said. But Rem couldn't shake the feeling. She wasn't an adventurer, was she? Aside from elves, Demi-humans rarely became adventurers, and for a vampire it was even more unusual. Still, somewhere deep inside, he felt as though he had seen her before. Mila introduced herself and, with a gentle tone, asked if she might invite Rem out to a meal to atone for her earlier rudeness. She admitted that she was well aware of how sudden her invitation was, but explained that she doubted she would ever again encounter in person an adventurer once ranked fourth in the world. If it was acceptable to him, she said she could prepare a place for him. Rem was left confused at first, then a ripple of panic ran through him as he wondered what he should do. Mila, sensing hesitation, asked softly if her proposal sounded unpleasant. Scratching his head, Rem assured her that it did not. As their talk continued, Rem reflected inwardly, would anyone refuse such a request? Mila, after all, stood out so much. She was undeniably beautiful, and next to her his plain self felt almost dull in comparison. Mila resumed speaking, saying she had let their conversation wander and failed to mention something important earlier. Rem was the finest black mage. Rem tried to deflect, calling that an exaggeration, but she insisted otherwise. Among the top 100 adventuring parties in the world, she explained, there were only 3 black mages at all, and Rem was the only one within the top 10. It was true, she continued, that black mages were often seen as lacking the flash and elegance of other classes. Yet the reason the Phoenix Party had achieved such great success was entirely thanks to Rem. Such feats could never have been accomplished with mediocre black magic. Only someone with complete mastery over the effects of his own spells, and the ability to wield mana with such precision, could have carried them that far. The morning sun cast its light before them. Mila responded that he worked harder than any normal person could ever imagine. Rem remembered the cutting words from before, it makes no difference whether you're there or not. They had really been saying they wanted someone who could directly add firepower rather than support. With quiet sincerity, Rem told Mila that this was the first time since he had become an adventurer that anyone had said such words to him. Though he knew Mila had called herself his fan, the depth of her knowledge about him left him shaken. Mila then pointed out that Phoenix's so-called one-hit victories over floor bosses were only possible because Rem had already crippled the enemies beforehand. His debuffs had paved the way for every victory. She muttered bitterly, questioning what kind of foolishness could lead to discarding a black mage of such high caliber. Rem called her name, and she flinched, apologizing as she brushed it off as something a friend had once said, laughing awkwardly. Rem, understanding, asked if she might pass along his gratitude to that friend when next they met. Just being seen in that way was enough to lift his heart. Mila agreed warmly, saying his feelings had surely already been conveyed. Then, turning with a graceful step, Mila led the way. Her heels clicked against the stone as she apologized for keeping him waiting. Soon they stood before a familiar landmark. Mila stopped and announced their arrival. Rem's eyes widened. Before him loomed the fabled Demon King's castle. Mila offered her deepest apologies if she had startled him. Repeating her name aloud, Rem demanded to know who she really was. Mila replied that she had known of his abilities for a long time. Today, having witnessed them with her own eyes, her conviction was complete. Looking straight at him, she declared that he was someone worthy of a far more fitting position, and of the respect denied him by others. Finally, she asked if he would lend them his strength. They entered the Demon King's castle, where darkness filled the air. A figure was seated on the throne. Mila announced her arrival with the black mage Rem. Silence followed for a moment until a voice called out, addressing her as Carmilla. Rem remembered then. Carmilla was the third-floor boss of the Demon King's castle. In the dungeon, she was known for commanding bats to suck the blood of her enemies, though in truth she controlled them with magic to attack. Her character was described as cruel, one who delighted in fermenting humans, but to Rem, Mila was nothing like the Carmilla of the dungeon's reputation. The one seated on the throne turned attention toward Rem, questioning his identity. Rem confirmed that he was indeed the Black Mage Rem. He recalled how the Demon King's castle was structured, each level a dungeon floor, with the true king only found at the lowest level. Until now, no one had ever reached that place. It seemed he was the first adventurer to face the current ruler of the castle. As the Demon King spoke, Rem hesitated. The voice sounded young. Then the throne's master introduced himself as the Demon King Lucy. Rem froze at the revelation. Lucy questioned his expression, asking if there was something Rem wished to say. Rem quickly realized the look on his face and answered that it was only because the Demon King was far younger than he had expected. Lucy laughed at that, teasing whether he did not appear like a true Demon King. Rem trembled inwardly, uncertain what truly defined such a being, unable to answer for himself. Lucy looked away, remarking that if Rem were insolent, he would have been cast aside immediately, but he seemed different. With the introductions concluded, Lucy moved straight to business. With a wave of his hand, he declared that the Black Mage Rem would be appointed as staff officer of the castle. The word stunned Rem. That position was essentially second in command of the Demon King's army. Could such a role really be entrusted to a human? Lucy noticed his surprise, remarking that Rem's expression made it clear this was the first he had heard of it. Turning to Carmilla, he asked whether she had informed him beforehand. Carmilla apologized, explaining that she believed it would be faster to bring him directly than waste time explaining. Lucy was taken aback, incredulous that Rem had arrived without knowing anything. His body shook as he shouted in exasperation, wondering if Carmilla's admiration for Rem meant that he expected to indulge in her bosom. Flustered, Rem denied it, startled and overwhelmed by the misunderstanding. The Demon King responded, questioning whether Rem truly had no desire to indulge, asking if he was not a healthy young man. Lucy slammed his fist against the chair, beginning to declare something about Carmilla's bosom. Before he could finish, Carmilla interrupted, smiling in a threatening way. Beads of sweat formed on Lucy's face. He coughed and redirected the conversation, insisting they had gone off topic. In Rem's mind, however, it was clear that Lucy himself was the one who had derailed it. Lucy continued, stating that the decision to make Rem his staff officer was Carmilla's wish. The revelation startled Rem. Lucy affirmed it again, then paused, adding that he too would not have noticed if he had not closely observed Rem, the Black Mage. Lucy asked which Demon King had trained him. The question caught Rem off guard, bringing back memories of his master. The Demon King remarked that Rem's state was impossible to achieve through mere self-learning. His abilities equaled that of a Black Mage who had trained tirelessly for 100 years, or perhaps even surpassed that. Though Rem had concealed it well, his skills were far beyond the limits of ordinary humans. Lucy pressed him once more for an answer. Rem remained silent. Lucy closed his eyes, acknowledging his refusal to speak. He said he understood and told him to forget it. What Rem referred to as black magic, Lucy explained, was merely a degraded form of what they once called sorcery. Long ago, the demon kings of the past had been beings who drove humanity into the depths of fear, unlike the heroes who stood to protect them. Even the vigilance of nations against those past demon kings had been on an entirely different level. Given that, it was clear things would become troublesome if Rem were to speak. Rem remained a loyal disciple to his master and could not betray that bond. He offered his apology. Lucy replied once again, assuring him that it was fine. Lucy pressed further, asking just one more question, whether Rem's master shared the same hair color as himself, and whether he too possessed horns. When Rem remained silent, Lucy understood that those, too, were questions he could not answer. Lucy then revealed that he had inherited the title of Demon King. He asked what Rem thought of a grandfather who abandoned his grandchild and retired. His smile carried an edge of frustration. Upon hearing the word grandfather, Rem realized that the current Demon King must be the grandchild of his master. Lucy confirmed it, remarking that both his grandfather and Rem's master had relinquished the Demon King's throne. How could they not recognize the advantages of such a position? He found it lamentable, though this encounter was also fortuitous. Lucy admitted he would never have expected that he and Rem shared such a connection. Rem thought to himself that this all but confirmed his master truly had been a Demon King. Lucy murmured, marveling that a human had managed to survive his grandfather's training. Turning to Carmilla, he acknowledged that her assessment had been correct. Rem was the genuine article. Carmilla modestly replied that Lucy was flattering her, claiming that was the extent of her ability. Rem wondered inwardly if Lucy was referring to his master's rigorous training. Lucy then said he had originally intended to test Rem's character, but there was no longer any need. He asked Rem, as his newly appointed staff officer, to raise the Demon King's castle to the highest level. Rem quickly interjected, asking him to wait. Though he had chosen to come there, he thought to himself that there was no way a mere adventurer like him, until now, could possibly oppose the heroes. Carmilla called out to him gently, saying she would never force him, but she would be delighted to have the chance to work alongside him. Lucy then asked to speak as well. He questioned why Rem had chosen the path of adventurer, pointing out that for a black mage, it was an especially thorny road. Rem replied that it was because he had always wanted to be a hero. He had admired them since long ago. He apologized for suddenly confessing that now. Lucy dismissed it lightly, saying he did not care. Carmilla noted she had heard that such dreams were common among human children, and asked Rem why he thought that was so. Rem paused, reflecting. The answer was simple, because heroes were cool. A gallant figure standing firm against monsters, he clenched his fist, remembering his own thoughts. He had wanted to fight directly, to defeat enemies in spectacular fashion, to wield a shining sword or unleash flames and power from his eyes. Lucy smiled, asking if it was prestige and admiration he sought. Rem admitted it. He had imagined people in town noticing him, showering him with praise for his deeds. He had dreamed of gripping a sword, sweating in battle, plunging deep into dungeons, and living a life filled with constant excitement. But as he thought back on it now, he realized it was nothing more than a childish dream, an idealized future where only the rewards existed, with none of the costs. Carmilla asked Rem what he believed a hero truly was. To her, Rem was the greatest black mage, but that alone was not the reason she respected him. He was someone who saved others in their time of need without expecting any reward. He was kind enough to admire others as well, acting not for prestige, but for the sake of integrity. The title of hero had originally been meant for such a person. Job classes merely indicated one's aptitude, they did not define the entirety of who a person was. This naturally applied to heroes as well. She questioned whether Rem still wished to become a hero, or if he only clung to that desire so long as he remained an adventurer. Adventurers were the ones who raided dungeons, and the ones who stood against them were monsters. The role of monsters was most often filled by demi-humans, while adventurers were typically humans, though there were exceptions such as elves. That was why Rem had always admired heroes without ever questioning it. Never once had he thought of becoming a monster himself. Rem then asked if there would be any change if he were to become a monster. Carmilla explained that, unlike adventurers, monsters often concealed their true identities. The person known as Rem would not receive any prestige under such circumstances. It might be a very different image of a hero than the one he had once envisioned. She admitted she did not know the details of his situation, but it was clear that Rem had no intention of openly revealing his true power. Yet if he were to operate as a monster with his identity hidden, he would finally be free to unleash his strength to the fullest. Within the Demon King's castle, he could display his true abilities without any concern for how others might see him. Rem murmured to himself, wondering if a black mage like him could truly take on the role of a monster within the Demon King's army. Carmilla continued, explaining that his power was certainly different in a visual sense. To an audience watching a raid, the true effect of his black magic might not be clearly conveyed. Yet every monster who had fought against him knew with certainty that he had been the reason for their defeat and understood how devastating his black magic really was. She stepped forward and added that because they knew the threat he posed as an enemy, they also knew how powerful and dependable he would be as an ally. If the feats of adventurers served to excite and uplift humans, then demi-humans too required an idol among monsters. Though she herself did not share Rem's admiration for heroes, that did not mean she wished to become a monster merely to be hunted like prey. Within the Impregnable Demon King's castle, monsters had ceaselessly crushed the assaults of heroes and repelled them. In doing so, they had perhaps become a beacon of hope to those demi-humans who had once hesitated to accept the path of becoming monsters. And those who chose that path might even grow into beings capable of standing on equal ground with adventurers. Rem realized then, that was the very reason he had admired heroes. Carmilla declared that monsters and adventurers were equals. If one side completely overpowered the other, dungeon raids would not even exist. It was precisely because of powerful monsters that viewers kept their eyes fixed on the battles. Rem replied that he had never regarded monsters as mere prey. Carmilla lowered her gaze and said that was exactly why she had chosen to approach him. The strong, kind-hearted Rem, would he not become their hero? Rem fell silent for a moment, but then, with firm resolve, he answered that he would. The Demon King cleared his throat, declaring that it seemed the matter was settled. By royal decree of Demon Lord Lucy, he officially appointed the Black Mage Rem as the staff officer of his castle. That day, after being cast aside by the world's fourth-ranked party, Rem found a new place for himself. He was now employed in the Demon King's castle, his position that of staff officer, his class that of Black Mage. His new goal was to become the hero who would lead the monsters, even if one day it meant standing against his best friend. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Phoenix's party waited. Phoenix called out to his companions, and Lily looked at him as he told them to move forward. Within Rem's mind, there was no hesitation in his decision. Rem noticed a faint clattering around him as he took a seat in one of the chairs. A black shadow moved across and settled onto another chair. Lucy, as if suddenly recalling something, snapped her fingers and apologized, saying she would now introduce him to the big four of the Demon King's castle, Agars, Furcus. In that moment, Rem realized that Carmilla herself was also one of the big four. But when had they appeared? Or perhaps, had they been present from the very beginning? Lucy explained that she had refrained from gathering them openly, thinking Rem might be overwhelmed if surrounded by a crowd. Unfortunately, one of them had to be absent, but she expected Rem to work well with his new comrades. For him, such cooperation should be an easy task, no? Rem's thoughts turned inward. Black magic. The Demon King was not merely a title, but a job class. It was something that usually manifested only among demons. Demons in the past had been ruled by a group of powerful and influential peers. No matter how skilled a warrior or magician might be, only those possessing true charisma would ever be acknowledged as king. At least, that was what Rem had always heard. To monsters, the Demon King was what heroes were to humans. That was black magic before, and it had been a highly advanced power as well. Lucy stated that Rem's specific duties would be explained at a later time. For the moment, Mila would act as his assistant. Rem was startled. Mila was one of the big four, and yet she would serve as his assistant? He struggled to believe it. Lucy clarified. Rem should understand that the staff officer was the direct subordinate of the Demon King. That meant his position stood above even the Big Four. He should not feel bound or constrained by the situation. Lucy reassured him that he need not worry. He had the potential to become the greatest floor boss in the world. A mere world-ranked fourth party was nothing compared to him. Lucy laughed. But in Rem's mind, what troubled him most was not his ability, but the fact that others did not seem to think so highly of him. Just then, someone stepped forward and bowed before him. The man offered his apologies for the late introduction and took the opportunity to formally congratulate Rem on his appointment as staff officer. He revealed himself as one of the Big Four, Agars, the Devil of Time. The two exchanged greetings. Carmilla, with a mocking tone, remarked that she hadn't even noticed Agars's presence until now. Agars responded that he had not used any black magic on her. Carmilla suggested instead that Agars had simply been skeptical of Rem's true strength. Agars admitted that, unlike Carmilla, he had never directly experienced the black magic of the new staff officer. The average black magic produced effects that were considered trivial, merely dulling abilities by a few degrees and inflicting only minor discomfort rather than any decisive damage. The success rate of casting confusion was low, and even then, it could not be stably maintained over time. Even if someone did manage to cast it, powerful individuals could break free from its effects through their own strength. Given this, it was only natural for Agars to harbor doubts, especially since Rem's personal circumstances had not been detailed in the official reports. Still, another report made it clear that the staff officer's strength far exceeded that of the average black mage. From that perspective, Agars could understand why Carmilla had been so taken with Rem ever since the time he raided the Demon King's castle. Carmilla acknowledged this but quickly snapped back, questioning how Agars could so casually state something that touched on a maiden's private information. She called it disgusting. Lucy stepped in, apologizing to her, admitting that he had discussed the matter with Agars. Carmilla turned to Lucy with irritation, and Lucy, unnerved, quickly apologized again. Agars then declared that, first and foremost, since the Demon King himself had acknowledged Rem, he would accept and obey. But he also rebuked Carmilla, demanding how she dared glare at the Demon King so disrespectfully. Rem observed quietly, noting that Agars was treating him rather kindly, despite the fact that he was human. Even though Rem was just a black mage who had been cast out of his adventuring party, he had now suddenly become Agars's superior. On top of that, Agars seemed like a good person as he treated the Demon King, who was younger than him, with genuine respect. Agars remarked that the glares from the Demon King were the greatest gift one could receive, but warned that the reverse must never be allowed. Rem paused at this, finding something odd about the phrasing. Carmilla immediately cut in, telling Agars to be silent, calling him a Lullicon devil, and warning him to avoid doing anything that might lead to his arrest, since a scandal would be troublesome. Agars fired back, calling her a fool, and proclaiming that he was a protector of youth. To him, nothing was more superior than the young, but they must never be touched. That, he said, was the true belief of a protector. He asked that Carmilla not lump him together with fools who imposed their desires on angels. Carmilla retorted, mocking him by pointing out that he rejoiced when the young insulted him, stepped on him, or glared at him. She warned the Demon King to be cautious, and advised Lucy never to respond if Agars were ever to ask him for massages in strange places. Agars shouted in protest, saying he would never make such a criminal demand. The Demon King looked visibly disgusted, and Agars whined, pleading for him not to look at him with such scornful eyes. Instead, he asked if Lucy could gaze upon him with more intensity. Carmilla, exasperated, questioned if it wasn't about time Agars was arrested. Rem found himself at a loss for words. Carmilla then turned back to him with a smile, reassuring him that not all monsters were perverts like Agars. She insisted that she was merely a pure-hearted fan. Covering her room with posters of him, secretly collecting candid photographs taken of him from the internet, commenting on live streams, or claiming that editors were useless while praising Rem's greatness, these were all things she swore she would never, ever do. Agars shouted back that there was nothing pure-hearted about Carmilla, accusing her of being a stalker no matter how she tried to spin it. Rem attempted to interject, though his words came out hesitant and stuttered. He admitted that he still hadn't been told much about his position and asked if it would be acceptable to hear more details directly from the Demon King. He addressed both Carmilla and Agars with the request. Both immediately apologized. Behind them, Lucy laughed, saying it was well-spoken, and exactly what he expected from his staff officer, Rem. Lucy began calling out, "No, Lemagedon." Rem froze, confused, "Lamy what? Lemagedon?" Lucy smiled, saying he had been mulling over the matter for some time. It was tradition, after all, for the reigning Demon King to decide the dungeon name of a newcomer. Rem realized what he meant. So his dungeon name was to be Lemagedon? Lucy's eyes gleamed as he declared it had a fine sound to it. Yes, a perfect name for the one destined to lead the monsters. He was certain the others would come to love it, and he smiled with pride at his choice. Rem offered his thanks, though inwardly he thought the name was basically just his own with a twist, but if they got along with it, so be it. His mind drifted back to the larger system in place. When dungeon raiding was transformed into public entertainment, various safeguards were established to protect lives. Strict rules and regulations were put into effect. Dungeon names, record stones, registration avatars, and exit abilities were all part of this framework. If heroes and their parties were the light, the people admired and wished to see act heroically, then monsters were the shadow, the foes they desired to see defeated. Though it was presented as a performance, behind each character was a real person. The demi-humans who took on the roles of monsters could not reveal their true identities, so stage names, dungeon names, were arranged for them. The audience thrilled at the sight of heroes forced into retreat or repelled in defeat. Yet, in the end, their hearts still wanted to see the heroes win. That was simply human nature. The danger of this was that, on the day after their beloved adventurer fell to an orc, some might turn their anger toward an unrelated orc they met elsewhere. Because of this, demi-humans who played villains constantly lived under risk. Now, Rem sat at the table with Lucy and the Big Four. His gaze wandered toward a knight-like figure seated among them who had yet to say a word. Carmilla noticed his attention and broke the silence. She explained that the little one had simply fallen asleep and asked him not to mind. Rem thought it odd. Asleep? Little one? With one absent and one asleep, the Big Four were not at all as he had imagined them to be. Carmilla turned back to him and said they had covered the general explanation, asking if he had any questions so far. Rem recapped. His dungeon name was Lemagitton, and he would require an avatar to conceal his identity. Lucy interjected, saying it seemed Rem harbored some reservations about the name. But Lucy himself liked it, and on that matter, he would not yield. Rem thought to himself, so that settled it. Carmilla remarked that it would be a waste to conceal Rem with a mask for his avatar. Lucy countered, questioning what waste there was, since Rem's face was not much to look at. Carmilla's glare fell on the Demon King, and Lucy, suddenly nervous, tried to smooth things over by saying beauty was in the eye of the beholder. He insisted he had not meant to call Rem unattractive. Agars rose and rebuked Carmilla, warning that this was her second offense. While it was right to rejoice in and yield to the authority of the Demon King, the reverse must never occur. Rem, flustered by the tension, hurriedly told Carmilla that he would entrust the design of his avatar to her as well. He reasoned that improving one's complexion or changing a hairstyle was acceptable, but altering one's appearance beyond recognition was forbidden. Adding horns alone would not break the rules. Even demi-human adventurers had once hidden their distinctive ears and tails in such a way. His thoughts drifted to the past. Lily once quarreled with Alvar over whether she should hide her ears. Elves were hardly distinguishable from humans, generally beautiful, and had become increasingly popular in recent years. The number of elven adventurers had grown, though there remained viewers who wished to see only humans fight. That was likely Alvar's concern. In the end, Phoenix and Rem sided with Lily, leaving her appearance unaltered. Rem recalled Lily's words. The effects of black magic were imperceptible, and their party strategy was to swiftly overwhelm dungeons through superior offense. She preferred companions who could directly exploit openings rather than those who merely supported. He remembered how she had glanced at him then, only to avert her eyes downward. Lost in thought, he was brought back by Carmilla, who noticed his distraction and asked what troubled him. He dismissed it as nothing. Lucy, however, studied him quietly before speaking again. The Demon King turned the subject to Rem's primary task as staff officer. Rem braced himself, wondering what such a duty even entailed. Suddenly, Lucy tossed something toward him and told him to take it. Rem caught it and opened his palm to find a ring, seemingly fashioned from animal bones. He wondered what it was. Lucy explained that it was a magical tool, one that allowed Rem to summon those with whom he had formed contracts. At the mention of magic tools, Rem recalled how such items, imbued with strange powers, were the creations of an instinctive race. Alvar's sword had been one such tool, said to be a gift from his grandfather. Lucy instructed him, pour mana into the ring simultaneously with the one he wished to contract with, then exchange verbal vows to complete the pact. In simple terms, it was a summoning item. Rem was struck with awe. Lucy confirmed his reaction but warned that the ring could hold no more than 72 contracts. Rem thought that was still a great many. Lucy went on, telling him he would use it to summon monsters and drive away adventurers. He pressed further, asking if Rem could now employ his black magic. Rem affirmed in his mind. Many monsters were black mages, but it was unprecedented for an adventurer to cross sides. Such an act would broaden the spectrum of strategies and allow a wide array of beings to participate. At the very least, it could inspire hope across many different races. Lucy explained that, regarding the ring, Rem would be restricted to forming contracts only with his subordinates for the time being. No matter how brilliant a strategy might be, it could not be executed properly without good relations among the rest of the crew. Thus, Rem's very first task as staff officer was to make friends with everyone. Lucy reassured him that he would not be thrown into a sudden battle. Rem thought to himself that a magic tool was surely valuable in this day and age. Even though he was being treated as a staff officer, this was not something that could be handed over lightly. He wondered if it had something to do with his being the disciple of the Demon King's grandfather. Lucy went on to say that he expected much from him in this role. Clenching his fist, Rem expressed his gratitude and told Lucy he would take great care of the ring. Lucy then said they would stop for the day, as all of this was new and Rem was probably exhausted. Rem denied it, saying he was not, and thanked the Demon King again. Lucy addressed everyone and, with a snap of his fingers, announced that they would hold a welcome party for Rem in the near future. Lucy called for Agars, who immediately answered, saying that he would handle the venue arrangements. He would reserve a shop stocked with all of the king's favorite sweets, and therefore he requested the honor of sitting by Lucy's side during the occasion. Lucy flatly refused, saying he did not know what Agars intended to do. Agars protested, insisting he would never attempt such things, and trembled as he lamented being met with suspicion despite his loyalty. Suddenly, he slammed the table and thanked Lucy fervently. The others stared at him with strange looks, while the knight continued to sleep. After they left the room, Carmilla called out to Rem and offered to escort him outside. As they walked together, she told him that she would deliver his registration card another day. Rem thanked her, and she replied that he was welcome. She added that, more importantly, she had shown him her embarrassing side repeatedly that day. Rem told her that he had never been complimented like that before, so he was truly happy. Thanks to her, he had remembered much, such as why he once adored heroes, something he had forgotten. Carmilla said she was glad he did not think of her as a disgusting woman. In his mind, Rem thought that she was indeed a peculiar one. Carmilla then told him that he was truly a kind person. Rem replied that he did not think so. Carmilla then asked how far he would allow her to go. Rem was confused by her words. Carmilla clarified, saying that in other words, she wished to be his first and asked if he would allow it. Rem asked her what she was talking about. Flustered, Carmilla admitted that she had not explained herself properly and apologized. What she had meant was in reference to the ring Rem had received. As a matter of fact, the order of contracts would also be recorded upon it. Rem asked for further clarification. Carmilla explained that, for example, if he were to form a contract with her, her name would be listed, and she would be known as his first contractor. Likewise, she would be recognized as his first monster. Rem understood. Carmilla fidgeted and confessed that she truly was his fan. She reminded him that she had suggested inviting him to join the Demon King's army and that she had accompanied him that day. She also explained that she would be serving as his assistant for some time, sitting beside him to explain his duties. Rem, unsure of what to say, remained silent as he looked at her. Carmilla stuttered as she tried to continue speaking. In his thoughts, Rem acknowledged her strength, her slightly mischievous side, and her kindness. Though he had only met her that very day, he knew she had gathered a great deal of courage to say all this. More importantly, if Carmilla had not found him, he would not be standing there now. With that thought, he placed his hands on her shoulders and said that he would like to ask her to be the first monster he formed a contract with. Carmilla blushed deeply and asked if he truly meant it. Carmilla released her hand and apologized. She admitted that even though she had asked Rem to join the Demon King's army and make a contract, she had been prepared for him to decline. She continued to stutter as she tried to speak, finally managing to say that she wanted to suck it. Flustered, she dismissed her own words and told him to ignore what she had said. Rem thought about the word suck. Since Carmilla was a vampire, did she mean blood? He recalled that a vampire's desire for blood could awaken and drive other urges as well. But why would it be now of all times? Carmilla repeated that it was nothing. Rem asked if he could safely assume then that Carmilla would form a contract with him. She said yes, but asked if he was truly certain, since his first was something very important. Rem replied that he had already been planning to ask her first anyway. Carmilla asked if that was true, and when he confirmed it, she was left speechless. Rem tried to recall what Lucy had instructed him about contracts, but Carmilla interrupted, asking him to lend her the ring. She put it on, then looked down at their hands. Touching his hand with hers, she declared that she would answer Mr. Rem's call whenever he summoned her, transcending space, and that she made her oath to him. After releasing his hand, she kissed it, her lips brushing against both the ring and his skin. Rem was startled, then realized what it meant. Looking at Carmilla, he understood. Miss Mila was his first contractor. Carmilla licked her lips and chuckled, saying she had enjoyed his first time, and that she would come whenever he called her, no matter where he was. Rem asked her not to tease him too much. She replied that it was only his mana, so there was no problem, right? Silence followed, and Rem's face grew red. Carmilla chuckled again and apologized, saying he must still be disgusted by an unfamiliar woman flirting with him. Rem denied it, but couldn't finish his words as he looked at her. Carmilla teased him again, saying it was still too early for them to be meeting in each other's rooms at night, before quickly adding that she was only joking. She then held his hands, and when he asked what it was for, she told him that she would be in his care from now on, both as a member of the Demon King's castle and as his contractor. Rem returned the gesture, holding her hands as well, and said the same, that he would be in her care too. Carmilla added that she didn't mind if he kept calling her Mila, but asked that he use her dungeon name while at work. Rem agreed. Softly, Carmilla whispered that if he were to call her to his room in the middle of the night, she would come. Flustered, Rem watched as she walked away. In his mind, he told himself not to get the wrong idea. Even if she was his fan, the contract they made was because they were comrades. Nothing more. Just that. Only that. It was time to begin his duties as staff officer. His first task was to befriend everyone in the Demon King's castle and form contracts. There were many people there, but that did not change what he had to do. He resolved to carry out his role diligently and sincerely. He believed that surely there would be others who shared the same views as Miss Mila. And so, Rem's days as a staff officer began. On his second day as staff officer, Rem pondered whether or not to visit Cashew. This day marked his first official duty inside the Demon King's castle. Lucy had instructed him that his first task as a staff officer was to build friendships with everyone. Though doubtful whether such bonds could truly be formed, Rem had already resolved in his heart. He would become a hero not for humans but for monsters. Though his dream could not be fulfilled in his former party, he believed he could achieve a new one within the Demon King's castle. Rem continued walking until he arrived at the shopkeeper's store, where he was warmly received by Mr. Blitz. Cashew's ears twitched, and with a cheerful smile, she welcomed Rem as well. The shopkeeper expressed his gratitude for the help Rem had provided the day before, praising the remarkable power of black magic. Though Rem deflected the praise by complimenting Blitz instead, Blitz seemed pleased by the exchange. Rem, however, asked Blitz not to speak much of him to others. Blitz admitted that he had already anticipated such a request, dismissing what had happened the previous day as a small matter. He assured Rem that people would soon forget it, and confirmed that he had told no one. Cashew, too, had kept quiet, but she loudly insisted that it had all been Blitz's doing and that Rem had done nothing at all. Rem chuckled and thanked her, also thanking Blitz for his thoughtfulness. Blitz waved it off, insisting instead that he was the one who should be grateful, for thanks to Rem, he and Cashew had sold out their entire stock. Blitz handed Rem a pouch, claiming it was his fair share of the earnings. Rem initially refused, but Blitz pressed him to accept it. Hearing Blitz express his gratitude to Rem left Cashew startled. She immediately rummaged through their goods, snatched up an apple, and offered it to Rem as her own way of thanking him. Surprised, Rem knelt to accept it, expressing his happiness at the gesture. He then recalled that he wanted to distribute some fruits at his new workplace and requested as many as the contents of the pouch could purchase. Cashew readily agreed. Blitz asked whether Rem had secured new employment. Rem admitted he had, but hesitated before elaborating further. Blitz, mistaking the situation, cheerfully declared it to be good news and wondered which party had accepted him, adding that he would make it a favorite so he could always follow Rem's progress. Inwardly, Rem reflected on how he lacked a dungeon account and more importantly, that he could not reveal the truth, that he had left the adventurers and joined the side of monsters while still gathering comrades. Nevertheless, he was genuinely happy about Blitz's supportive words. He explained that it was only a temporary arrangement for now and promised to tell Blitz more once matters were settled. Blitz accepted his answer. Cashew then called to him, asking if he minded strangely shaped fruits, since only those were left. She looked downcast as she presented them, but Rem reassured her that appearances were meaningless, what truly mattered was the taste inside. Since Cashew's choices were always delicious, he trusted they would be fine. At that moment, a voice suddenly offered to carry Rem's bags. Startled, he turned to find Carmilla standing there in casual clothes. Both Rem and Cashew froze in confusion at her sudden appearance. Carmilla fixed her gaze on Rem and Cashew, trembling at the thought that the pervert and Rem might be involved. She imagined Agar's questioning Rem if he, too, was a kindred spirit. Rem, shocked, quickly denied it, urging her not to misunderstand. Carmilla brushed it off as a joke and shifted her focus, offering a greeting to the young fruit seller. Cashew responded, but her eyes wandered toward Carmilla's enormous chest. With determination, she declared that she was not little and would soon grow bigger herself. Rem, startled, wondered whether she was referring to her height. Carmilla then, without preamble, apologized for the suddenness of her question and asked if Cashew would consider working together with them at their place. Rem was caught off guard. Was she suggesting a secretary for him? Carmilla clarified, saying Cashew would become Rem's personal assistant. Cashew's eyes widened as she looked at the paper Carmilla held out, showing the amount of pay being offered. Blitz, astonished, encouraged Cashew by pointing out what an incredible offer it was. Still, he was surprised, wondering how Rem came to know such a beautiful woman. Carmilla explained that Rem had helped her once before, and that had been the start of their relationship. Blitz replied knowingly, saying he could imagine it, which drew a chuckle from Carmilla. Rem, however, was unsettled, wondering what past she was referring to. Could she mean his entry into the Demon King's army? Blitz, reassured by Carmilla's acquaintance with Rem, suggested she was probably trustworthy, though he asked about the safety of the job. Carmilla answered with certainty that she could guarantee its safety, though ultimately, the decision lay in Cashew's hands. She encouraged Cashew to consult with her manager and family, offering to personally explain the details to them if necessary. Cashew, still unsure, asked why Carmilla would choose her specifically. Carmilla looked directly at her and, with an apology, revealed that she had overheard Cashew's earlier conversation with Rem. Rem's thoughts immediately returned to what Carmilla must have meant. Carmilla elaborated, explaining that if Cashew were to join them, she could help lighten the burden on her mother, even if only slightly. More importantly, Rem had many responsibilities ahead in his new position, and Carmilla believed it would be a great support for him to have an assistant who was already close to him. Cashew's tail wagged with joy, and she smiled at the thought. Blitz reassured her further, saying that if she were going to be with Rem, there would be nothing to worry about. Yet Cashew hesitated, afraid that her presence might only cause trouble for Rem. Inwardly, Rem felt a sinking dread, but outwardly he quickly insisted otherwise, affirming that having Cashew by his side gave him energy and motivation. With her there, he felt certain he could do an even better job. Still, in his mind he wrestled with the concern, was it truly safe to bring such a small child into the Demon King's castle? Yet, as a secretary she would not be required to defend the place, only to handle clerical duties. He turned his gaze toward Carmilla, then called out to Cashew. Rem told Cashew that she did not need to push herself, but Cashew firmly declared that she wanted to do it and would help him by becoming his secretary. She turned to Blitz for approval, and he agreed, saying it would be a step up for her, and he would not stop her. With a tap on Rem's back, Blitz entrusted Cashew to him. Rem accepted, and Carmilla declared the matter settled. Blitz then lifted a box of fruits, saying that to celebrate both Rem's and Cashew's new jobs, he would give them a Blitz special as a present. Rem expressed his gratitude. Carmilla added that she would send her subordinates later to pick it up, to which Blitz agreed, also offering to take care of Rem's bag. Carmilla smiled at Cashew and announced that they should go greet her mother. Together, they walked through the crowded streets until Cashew rushed forward and hugged her mother. Carmilla made a small bow to the woman and began speaking with her. Cashew's mother worked in a second-hand clothing shop. Cashew's family consisted of her mother, herself, an elder sister, and 2 younger siblings. Her father was absent, leaving the mother to raise 4 children alone. Rem reflected on how much harder such a life must be than he could ever imagine. It was precisely why Carmilla had said that Cashew's burden could be eased by working with him. Yet, even after hearing the generous salary, Cashew's mother initially refused, objecting to the idea of her daughter working at the Demon King's castle. That alone showed the depth of her care and concern for Cashew. But in the end, faced with her daughter's determination, she relented. The mother bowed to Rem, saying she had already heard of him from Cashew. Cashew explained that Rem had been her very first customer. Rem thought about it, so Cashew truly had not spoken of him beyond that. He told the mother he understood. She then admitted her daughter was inexperienced but entrusted her to his care. Rem assured her that he would take responsibility and watch over her. Cashew waved goodbye as they departed. They made their way through the forest. Rem asked Cashew once again if she was truly comfortable with this. Was she not surprised to discover that he was no longer an adventurer, but now worked in the Demon King's castle? Cashew's face lit up as she replied, "Not at all. Becoming a staff officer sounded like a tremendous promotion for him." Rem chuckled and thanked her. Cashew admitted she had never come this way before and pointed in delight at a butterfly. Carmilla glanced at Rem, noting that he seemed uneasy. Rem then asked her how much of yesterday's conversation she had overheard. Her eyes gleamed as she admitted, everything from the beginning. Rem accepted it with a resigned nod, then asked if she was inviting Cashew to the Demon King's castle solely because Cashew was his acquaintance. Carmilla explained it was partly true, but also that Rem, as a staff officer, required assistance. It was regrettable that she could not remain his aide forever, so she had to find him a secretary. With determination, she clenched her fist. Rem muttered to himself that Cashew was still a child. At once, Carmilla seized him by the shoulders and shouted his name, leaving him utterly confused. Carmilla asked Rem what he thought he needed at this time, but before he could answer, she spoke for him. What he needed was a supporter. Rem was taken aback, questioning her words, but Carmilla affirmed them. Although Rem might be fully aware of the extent of his own power, he seemed to expect others not to regard him highly. For that reason, she declared that she and Cashew would be his supporters from now on. Rem stared at her in bewilderment. Carmilla went on, saying that both she and Cashew understood him well. In magic and in spirit alike, Rem was strong. He was an amazing person. Witnessing someone of such greatness hide themselves away or go unrecognized was something Carmilla could not tolerate. To her, Rem was an extraordinary black mage. Rem could find no words in reply. At last, he managed to call her name, thanking her, and vowed that he would do his best. Carmilla cleared her throat and shifted the subject. The ring granted Rem the ability to make contracts, but monsters by nature worked directly under their respective floor bosses. Thus, in order to gain comrades, Rem would need permission not only from the monster themselves but also from their superior. She told him to use her slaves or her subordinates however he wished. The word, slaves, caught his attention, and he made a mental note of it. Carmilla urged that they set out in search of comrades who could be trusted and who, like she and Cashew, truly understood him. The thought of such comrades brought Rem back to his past. Before his job class had been revealed, he was well liked by the village children. He had many friends besides Phoenix. But when his class was finally revealed, everything changed. Everyone around him expressed their disappointment. He had always proclaimed he would be a hero, but to be a black mage of all things? To the others, it was laughable. They mocked him, saying he had no future, that it was pathetic. One by one, they abandoned him, insisting nothing good could ever come from a black mage, and that he could never be a hero. Only Phoenix remained. Phoenix had stood by him, declaring that together they could reach the top, that they would become the greatest heroes of all. Rem thought of Phoenix now. He had gained new companions. Their paths had diverged, one had become an adventurer, the other had joined the side of monsters. But as the staff officer of the Demon King's castle, Rem resolved that he would face Phoenix with all his strength once he had gathered the greatest comrades he could truly rely on. At the entrance of the Demon King's castle, stood receptionists who handled raid participants. Beneath the surface, the dungeon spread outward, and surrounding it were countless facilities designed for the castle's inhabitants, a vast public bath for employees, a cafeteria, a blacksmith's workshop, and even a small theater for entertainment. Among these many establishments, Carmilla chose to lead Rem toward the athletic field, a place intended for training and gathering strength. It was there she told him she wished for him to meet the lycanthropes, a group of werewolves. To form connections he would first need to approach their leader, the floor boss Marcosius. Yet she warned that Marcosius was known for his fervent nature. The name sparked Rem's memory, Marcosius, the very werewolf he had faced on the 4th floor not long ago. He wondered whether such a being would accept him, someone who had once stood among adventurers as their enemy. Werewolves, after all, were originally human, a race capable of shifting freely between human and half-wolf forms. Perhaps Carmilla believed that because of this, they would be more inclined to understand and accept him. It was clear she was considering every angle for his sake. And Rem knew he would need to work hard to gain acknowledgement, to earn trust, to turn others into true comrades. Carmilla pointed to a heavy door, explaining its function as identical to that of a dungeon record stone, one that could set destinations. She urged Rem to designate the second athletic field as his target, saying she would head ahead. A thunderous boom followed, startling Cashew into awe. Rem gathered himself and prepared to follow, leaving the matter in his secretary's hands. When asked the destination, Cashew answered with clarity, the second athletic field. With the destination set, Rem marveled at the vastness of the grounds before him. Carrying Cashew at his side, with Carmilla trailing behind, he heard the pounding rhythm of countless footsteps. The sound grew stronger until the werewolves themselves surged into view, dashing past with relentless energy. One, serving as coach, barked instructions to the rest, declaring that even if the dreadful black magic slowed their speed to half, it would mean nothing if they simply doubled their original pace. A piercing howl erupted through the air. Carmilla cleared her throat, and the leading werewolf finally noticed them. At once, Rem looked up, and towering over them was the shadow of Marcosius. As impressive as ever. There was a reason he was known as the 4th floor boss of the Demon King's castle, the chief of all werewolves. Marcosius' piercing gaze fell upon him, and Rem swallowed hard under the weight of it. A smirk curled across the werewolf's face, and he addressed the black mage before him with an amused excitement. He tapped Rem's shoulder, laughing with anticipation, exhilarated at the prospect of what lay ahead. Rem steadied himself and introduced his name, Lemagedon. The title was met with interest, and Marcosius repeated it, noting that this would be the name Rem would soon grow accustomed to within the dungeon. Marcosius smiled, declaring his anticipation for working alongside Lemagedon. For a moment, Rem was struck with surprise. Marcosius was welcoming him so openly? At once he realized, this must have been exactly what Carmilla had foreseen. Relief washed through him. Marcosius appeared kind-hearted, good-natured, a presence that radiated strength without malice. The towering werewolf, who had been carrying Cashew, passed the girl gently into Rem's arms. He admitted that their previous encounter had been a complete defeat for him. Rem tried to deflect the praise, affirming the strength of Marcosius and his subordinates. But Marcosius slumped slightly, insisting that it had been Rem and the flame hero who had shone most brightly in that battle. Rem muttered that the flame hero's power was simply overwhelming. At that, Marcosius roared in protest, his voice booming with indignation. Instinctively, Rem shielded Cashew behind him. The werewolf's golden eyes narrowed, yet his words that followed carried no malice. He asserted that victory had not belonged to the flame hero alone, but also to the finely tuned black magic that Rem wielded. Never before had Marcosius witnessed such refined mastery of that art. Rem trembled under the weight of such recognition. Marcosius then tilted his head, curious, and asked how much training Rem had endured to reach such strength at so young an age. As an alpha male, he admired it deeply. He spoke with sincerity. Rem and the flame hero were both impressive in his eyes. Rem's thoughts swirled. Marcosius had not only been observing Phoenix during their battle, but him as well. As expected of a floor boss, his perception was sharp, his judgment unclouded. Then Marcosius' tone grew heavier. One matter still lingered in his mind. When he had stood against the flame hero, Rem had lifted the black magic bindings from him. But why would he relinquish such an advantage? Rem explained his reasoning. Phoenix had wished for a one-on-one duel, and Marcosius had stood there, awaiting it with patience. Though Marcosius could have cut down the others by striking at Rem, he had chosen not to. It would have been distasteful for Rem to deny him that duel, and so he withdrew his interference. Marcosius absorbed his words and, as an alpha male, expressed his appreciation. But he pressed further. What if the flame hero had faltered and fallen? Rem did not waver. He confessed that he could never believe in such an outcome. Phoenix would not lose in single combat. The question had never been whether Phoenix would win or lose. Instead, it had been about whether Rem could honor Marcosius' resolve and respond to his desire for a fair fight. Marcosius stood stunned. Cashew trembled behind Rem, wide-eyed at the weight of the werewolf's presence. But then Marcosius erupted into booming laughter, full of life and approval. He declared his fondness for Rem's outlook, his unshakable faith in his comrade's victory, and his willingness to respect the pride of his enemy. Then, with gravity, Marcosius explained the nature of dungeon law. Aside from special circumstances, defeated monsters could not appear on floors other than their own. But such rules did not apply to those summoned by Rem. From what he had heard, Rem intended to gather 72 comrades. If that was the case, Marcosius wished to be counted among them, offering himself as a candidate. He asked if Rem's true intent was to repel the flame hero's party from the castle. Slowly, Marcosius' body shifted, fur retreating and form condensing, until he stood in his human guise. With sharp eyes fixed on Rem, he admitted his desire to face the flame hero's party once again, to test himself against them in a rematch. Yet even more than that, it was Rem himself who intrigued him, whose strength and spirit drew his admiration. And then, the chief of the werewolves extended his hand and his vow. He asked Rem if he would forge a contract with him, Marcosius. Marcosius had already assumed his human form when he extended his hand. Rem reached out in turn, placing his hand firmly into Marcosius' grasp, accepting the bond. Their hands clasped together, sealing an unspoken pact. A hearty laugh rose from Marcosius' chest as he declared their newfound brotherhood. He turned to Carmilla with gratitude, but she, with grace, returned the thanks. The werewolf swore an oath. Whenever summoned, he would answer Rem's call and lend his strength without hesitation. He admitted that the future remained uncertain. He could not yet say which floor would be entrusted to him, nor which comrades he would ultimately command. Yet Rem was free to call upon his brothers as well. All around, the gathering of werewolves erupted into chatter, their voices swelling as they approached to witness the bond being forged. Rem offered his thanks, though his mind was already turning toward the future. He considered the likelihood that he would be entrusted with the 10th floor, the final line of defense before the 11th, where the Demon King awaited. He felt it with certainty. Phoenix would reach him there. For that eventual day, he would need to amass allies, to sharpen his forces, and to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. Marcosius, standing tall at his side, informed him of Phoenix's advance. The Flame Heroes party would reach the 5th floor in 2 days' time. A new companion had joined their ranks, and it would be essential to watch them carefully. Rem resolved to observe the coming battle from the command room, determined to dissect their movements and strategies in detail. The meeting came to its close. Rem bowed respectfully. Marcosius, in turn, waved him off with a booming laugh. To him, Rem was both terrifying as an enemy and steadfastly reliable as a comrade. He welcomed Rem to visit freely, Cashew as well. Cashew brightened at the thought but fumbled adorably over the werewolf's name, struggling to pronounce it. Rem quietly noted to himself that it was a difficult name for her tongue. 2 days later, the host's voice resounded across the dungeon, announcing the flame hero Phoenix and his party's entry into the Demon King's castle to challenge the 5th floor. Anticipation swelled. What kind of battle would they display today? As if on cue, the heroes advanced toward the great door. The moment they touched it, light flared, illuminating the chamber beyond. A vast hall spread before them, lined with maids. One stepped forward with practiced grace, bowing and offering a greeting of welcome. Alvar, stunned, faltered at the scene, while the rest of the party's reactions spilled audibly into Rem's command room. From his vantage point, Rem analyzed the situation. He quietly remarked that this battle would prove difficult for Phoenix's party. That day, when he had first solidified his pact with Marcoja's, Rem had also taken the opportunity to meet with many other denizens of the castle. He extended greetings, negotiations, and offers, forming contracts with several of them. Among them were the mighty floor boss of the first level, the guard dog of Hell Nibirius, along with its subordinate, the invisible slaughterer Glaciolabilus. From the second floor came the great general who commanded the souls of the departed, Simes, and at his side stood his adjutant, the darkness-stained hunter Larich. Each one a powerful and trustworthy ally, all sworn into Rem's growing ranks. The Demon King's castle was home to nothing but formidable monsters. And so, the question lingered heavily in the air: how would the newly strengthened party of the Flame Hero Phoenix rise to face them? Phoenix's party confronted the monster maids. Phoenix narrowed his eyes at the one leading them. The group questioned whether they had really reached the 5th floor of the Demon King's castle, but it seemed that they had. The dining table was lined with food, but Phoenix sensed something strange. One maid approached Alvar, brushing her hand along his arm as she admired his weapon and asked to touch it. More maids gathered around him, surrounding him as he flustered under their attention. Phoenix's sharp eyes caught the truth. Beneath the horns, tails, and wings, these women were succubi. He realized their charm was at work. Phoenix urged his allies to maintain control, but already Lily was wavering, and Alvar dropped his sword as the maids pressed themselves against him. Phoenix understood the danger. A succubus's power was to siphon mana, draining their prey. As a hero, his resistance protected him, but for others, such power could cripple their avatars. Alvar was already lost to the seduction, his body wrapped in their embrace, their laughter ringing in his ears. At that moment, a voice called to Phoenix. A girl stepped forward, declaring that he should leave this to her. It was Bella, the newcomer. She seized the chance to prove herself. Steel flashed as Bella drew her sword. With a single motion, the succubi were turned into glittering crystal. She calmly sheathed her blade while the others looked around in astonishment. Phoenix acknowledged her overwhelming power, and Bella admitted she had restrained herself by limiting the mana infused in her strikes. She then checked on Alvar, who groaned as though waking from a heavy hangover. Bella was the ice hero, contractor of a subordinate of the water spirit. Lily, ashamed of her own weakness, lowered her head and apologized to both Phoenix and Bella. Bella reassured her, saying it was simply a poor matchup for them. Meanwhile, Lark muttered that their performance must have been a nightmare for the broadcast station, likely cutting out everyone except Bella in the final edit. The Impregnable Demon King's castle was said to be the citadel of demons, overflowing with monsters. From the very first floor, they had already faced unusual foes, yet never had Phoenix expected to encounter succubi here. Without the support of a white mage, Lark noted, everyone aside from the hero would have been wiped out. Gimmick dungeons were rare, but when one was entered, they became especially troublesome. Shattered remains littered the floor. Phoenix declared that from here on, Bella and he would take charge. Bella stepped forward, volunteering to lead the front, and suggested that Phoenix issue the instructions. Phoenix agreed, entrusting her with that role. As he looked at Bella, he found himself thinking how dependable she was. She was only 13 years old, yet already possessed the qualities of a true hero. Bella led at the front while they passed by the crystallized maids, searching for the door. Without warning, the crystals cracked. To Bella's shock, one shattered apart. A maid burst forth and drove her hand straight into Bella's stomach. Blood sprayed out as Bella gasped, collapsing into Phoenix's arms. Trembling, she raised her finger to point at something. The others followed her direction and saw a curtain. Lily recognized the pattern. It marked the door to the safe room. Lark complained at the timing, questioning if they were leaving so soon after arriving. But Phoenix understood what it meant. The 5th floor began immediately with a battle against the floor boss. The maid sneered at them, mocking Bella's choice. Reducing the mana in her strikes, she said, only weakened their force. All around, the crystallized maids began to stir and slide out from the ice, reforming. Phoenix steadied himself, the swarm of monsters now upon them. The maids rushed forward, but Alvar stepped in, raising his shield to block them. He shouted that Bella's icicles had thinned their numbers, making the charm more manageable. While Alvar held off the rest, Phoenix advanced toward something else. His gaze fixed on the one maid standing apart from the others. He muttered under his breath, realizing that he was about to fight the floor boss right away. That maid smirked, confirming his suspicion. She taunted him, reminding him that he was known for defeating floor bosses in a single strike. If the ice girl had not interfered, he would have used his flames already, but then he wouldn't have been able to end things in his favorite way. Her grin widened. Phoenix answered that had he chosen, he would have reduced the maid and her entire flock to ashes in an instant. The maid muttered that he was not very cute. Phoenix countered that a hero should be someone worthy of admiration. The maid declared her hatred for him. Phoenix, however, said he found her to be a likable and excellent monster. He proclaimed himself as the flame hero, Phoenix, and vowed to defeat her in order to press onward. The maid introduced herself as the devil of love, Citri, and with venom repeated her hatred for him. Something suddenly burst as the other maids surged toward Alvar. An explosion shook the chamber. Through the smoke, Phoenix appeared kneeling, declaring that they never lose their battles. Later, the Phoenix party gathered in the guild. Bella raised her glass with a cheerful cheers, but the others sat in silence, leaving her alone with her toast. Phoenix clinked his drink against hers, and the rest of the group, watching them, followed by raising their mugs and glasses, echoing, cheers. Together they drank, with Phoenix taking a firm sip. Having triumphed over the floor boss, the devil of love Citri, and cleared the 5th floor, they advanced to the 6th. The enemies awaiting them were shark-like monsters. Lily unleashed her power upon them, but their speed was overwhelming, her attacks unable to land. Alvar cursed at their evasiveness, shouting at the fish-like creatures to stop moving and swinging his sword in irritation as he fought them off. Lark braced himself against their strikes, but each blow was crushingly heavy. Phoenix blocked another attack before surging forward toward the monsters. He dashed straight into the heart of their formation, weaving past the weapons aimed at him. A great splash followed. Phoenix was suddenly in the water, shouting to his allies to get down. From the depths, a massive shark lunged upward, its jaws opening wide before Lark. Phoenix rushed toward him, but Lark cried out that he could not evade in time. The shark bit down on Lark, swallowing him whole. Lily, still calling out to him, did not notice the danger until Alvar shouted a warning. There was something behind her. One of the fish-like monsters was thrusting its trident at her. That raid ended with their conquest of the 6th floor, thanks largely to Bella's efforts, yet Lily could not call it a flawless victory. Lark had been devoured by the beast of the sea, Fornius, and Lily was forced to retire. They managed to clear the floor only because they defeated the boss, the ruler of oceans, Viper. But the truth was obvious. The 3 who remained could no longer fight as they once had. Frustrated, Alvar cursed, asking if anyone else found it strange. Their party had grown stronger, yet this was the result. At that point, Rem finally gained the courage to quit. Lily confronted Alvar, saying that his attitude needed fixing. Alvar shot back angrily, accusing her of siding with Rem too late. Did she not owe him? Yet back when it mattered, she said nothing. Lily admitted she was grateful for what Rem had done, but she would not stoop so low as to lie just to support him. Alvar sneered at her words, mocking her nobility. Lark muttered irritably, finding Alvar's behavior unbearable. Alvar lashed out, snapping that he was not even talking to the gloomy bastard. He accused Lark of slacking off during the raid despite their many mistakes. Lark's temper flared, demanding what Alvar meant by that. What about him? Alvar's own control over his prized magic sword had been a disaster. Enraged, Alvar shouted back, demanding what Lark had just said. Bella tried to calm them, asking them not to fight. But Alvar insisted that something was definitely wrong. They should have been doing better, so why wasn't the new party working? He admitted Bella had done well and was sure she would grow into a wonderful hero. Then suspicion poisoned his words. What if that jobless Rem had cast black magic on them? It sounded like exactly the kind of thing Rem would do. He cursed Rem as a troublesome bastard. Suddenly, a mug slammed down on the table. Phoenix called Alvar's name sharply and seized him by the front. Alvar winced as Phoenix shouted at him, demanding how many times he had to repeat himself. Bella and Lark's eyes widened at the intensity. Alvar grew nervous under his leader's grip. Phoenix roared that Alvar never liked Rem. He was probably glad when Rem left. So why could he not let it go? If Rem was no longer their comrade, then to Phoenix he was simply a close friend. And did Alvar think Phoenix was the kind of man who would laugh while his friend was ridiculed? He shoved Alvar back down into his chair. Phoenix told them all that it was the same for the other 3 as well. He would not demand that they pretend to be friends, but he would never allow them to mock their comrades. Lark, after a pause, admitted that Phoenix was right. Yet he also explained that he understood Alvar's feelings. They liked Phoenix and wanted to take him to the very top, but now they were stagnant. It was undeniable that Rem had lacked ability, but if Phoenix favored him only because he was his best friend, then how could the others be expected to accept it? Phoenix clenched his teeth. In the end, it always circled back to that. His own attitude was also at fault. Yet no matter the reason, he could not reveal Rem's true strength. The 3 of them could never have known the benefits of Rem's presence. Looking down, he admitted that he had been watching everyone from the very beginning, which was why he had believed Rem to be a necessary member. He did not expect them to share his view. All he asked was that they stop dwelling on the past and instead speak of the future. A hand rose. It was Bella. She said that if they were to talk about the future, she had a suggestion. As expected of the Demon King's castle, both the 5th and 6th floors had presented formidable enemies. Matchups also played a role. Yet even accounting for that, the movements of the three had undeniably lost their former brilliance. Why was that? She asked. Lark faltered, unable to answer. Bella continued. She admitted she had never met Mr. Rem, and thus her words were speculation. But was it not possible that Rem had been a far more excellent black mage than anyone had believed? Phoenix froze in shock. Lark and Alvar rejected the idea outright. Bella, however, only smiled. Compared to the past footage she had seen, she pointed out, Alvar and Lily's accuracy had both declined. Lily hesitated before admitting it was true. Bella then turned to Lark, asking if he did not feel that defending had become more difficult. Lark grudgingly admitted that he did. Phoenix thought to himself, had Bella realized that their weakened performance was the result of losing Rem's magic? That she could reach such a conclusion simply from analyzing their old videos and fighting alongside them a few times? Bella did not cling to the narrow mindset of adventurers. She possessed an open mind. Still doubtful, Lark muttered, Rem's magic? Really? Lily pressed the question further. Was Bella suggesting that, moving forward, they must fight under the reality that they no longer had Rem's excellent black magic to support them? Bella replied that naturally they must, though she understood their hesitation. She herself had been under the impression that Rem was powerless, yet he had been supporting them all along? Alvar scratched his head, uneasy. Now that Bella mentioned it, their decline had indeed begun after Rem's departure. Lark asked aloud whether Rem had really contributed that much. Phoenix answered firmly. Regardless of the truth, Rem was no longer part of their party. He acknowledged that each of them possessed great strength. That was why they would take Bella's suggestion into account and reform their strategy. The 5 of them would clear the Demon King's castle. They never lost their battles. Phoenix asked them if they knew why. The reason was simple, because the hero always wins in the end. Citri clung to Lucy, sobbing as she apologized for her loss. Lucy reassured her, reminding her that she had at least defeated one of their opponents. Gently patting the sniffling Citri, Lucy added that Citri had brought down a hero, and that alone was an accomplishment to be proud of. They sat together at the table. Lucy turned to Rem, telling him that tomorrow would mark his first battle, and asked how he had fared in gathering comrades. Rem replied that he had managed thanks to everyone present, expressing deep gratitude for all they had done for him. Lucy then declared that this was Rem's welcoming party. Those most interested in him had gathered for the occasion, though, she noted, at least one seemed to be there only for the free meal. Indeed, the sound of someone munching noisily could be heard. The banquet, held at a restaurant often frequented by members of the Demon King's army, brought together monsters of many different races. Rem felt joy at being welcomed in such a manner and was thankful for the opportunity. This gathering, he thought, was a far quicker way to make himself known than going around and introducing himself little by little. Just as Miss Lucy had said, this was a perfect chance to grow closer to the army. Citri, still recovering from her loss, spoke of Phoenix. That boy, she said, was a strange one. Tall, handsome, and contracted with a high-ranking spirit, Phoenix held the rank of 4th in the world, yet he still showed respect to monsters. If the gods themselves had decreed to create the strongest avatar, and Phoenix was the result, she would believe it. Hearing his best friend praised in such a way warmed Rem's heart. He knew Phoenix had not started as the strongest, but looking at him now, it was understandable that others would see him that way. In the end, Phoenix had defeated Citri in a single blow, clearing the 5th floor in record time and forcing her into retirement. Step by step, Phoenix was advancing toward Rem, who waited for him on the 10th floor. At the table, Cashew beamed with excitement, marveling at the food laid before them. A voice called out to Rem, inviting him to take some food as well. Carmilla held a spoon toward Rem with a gentle smile, telling him to open wide. Rem panicked, insisting that he could eat on his own. Carmilla's expression faltered, her composure crumbling. She swayed slightly, murmuring that she understood. Someone like her doing such a thing would only trouble him. Apologizing, she promised it would never happen again. Rem, flustered, quickly said he would eat. Carmilla's smile returned, bright and relieved, as she called it wonderful. Rem could barely hide his embarrassment. Cashew, watching, gasped in shock before swallowing hard. She seized a fork, speared a sweet dessert, and offered it to Rem herself. Agar sneered, calling her a fake succubus. He declared that the Demon King was about to dine on her pudding and that she should not interfere. Citri retorted that Agars could simply feed Lucy instead and told him to be quiet already. Agars shot back that it was improper for a subordinate to cling to her superior after failing in her duties. Citri countered that they were off duty now. Turning to Lucy with a whine, Citri said that being told their relationship was improper made her heart race for some reason. Lucy flatly replied that she felt nothing. Citri laughed softly, saying Lucy was still too young. Rem noticed that Citri was smiling, but it seemed forced. He was certain her defeat still lingered in her thoughts. Agars continued, mocking Citri as a fake succubus. Citri protested, telling him to stop calling her that, saying it hurt her feelings. She then turned to Lucy, complaining that Agars was bullying her. Lucy told him to stop, reminding him that she had already said comrades should be addressed by their names. Citri pointed at Lucy, catching Agars's attention, before suddenly redirecting her finger toward Rem. She said that if he wanted to criticize her for being improper, then why didn't he look at the boy who was receiving such attention from the newly appointed Millie and his little secretary? At that moment, Carmilla and Cashew were assisting Rem with his food. Carmilla glared at Citri, telling her not to interrupt because they were in the middle of something good. Citri pouted, complaining that Millie only behaved differently around Rem. Carmilla had known Citri for far longer, so she should show kindness to her as well. Carmilla responded that she was speaking to Citri right now even while she was with Rem. Was that not proof of her kindness? She explained that she did so because she treasured Citri. Citri's cheeks flushed red, her heart skipping a beat as she asked in disbelief if Carmilla truly did. Carmilla affirmed it, saying she loved her. Citri was a good girl, and so she should continue to be the obedient child she was. Citri turned toward Lucy eagerly, asking if she had heard what Carmilla said, that she was a good girl. Lucy answered simply, confirming that Citri was indeed a good girl. The four generals appeared to be on good terms. Agars, having heard something about Cashew from someone else, noticed her with Rem. With a certain conviction, he remarked that it seemed the officer shared the same beliefs as him. Rem hurried to explain, but Agars dismissed the attempt, insisting there was no need for Rem to hide anything. Grasping Rem's hand firmly, Agars shook it and, while still misunderstanding him, proceeded to form a contract with him despite Rem's correction. Rem considered the possibility of Agars saying something to Cashew, but since Agars was one of the Big Four personally appointed by the Demon King, he likely drew clear lines between matters. For that reason, Rem decided to let the misunderstanding remain. Later, Rem encountered the one who had been sleeping within the Black Knight's armor during their first meeting. He learned that her dungeon name was Furcass. At the buffet, he noticed Furcass fixated on his plate. Without hesitation, he handed the food over to her, and she devoured it instantly. Under the condition of receiving 1 meal per support, Rem and Furcass formed a contract. The celebration was filled with noise and cheer. Seeking a bit of quiet, Rem stepped away from the crowd and found Citri lingering in the hallway. Citri questioned him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat that boy. Rem assumed she meant Phoenix. He answered that he could, with the help of everyone beside him. Citri pressed further, wondering if he was truly fine with it, since in doing so, he would be standing in the way of his best friend's path to becoming number 1. Rem responded that such a thought had nothing to do with it. To hold back just because Phoenix was his best friend would be nothing but an insult to him. For that reason, he would fight with all his strength, sincerely and without restraint. Citri gave a subdued reply, acknowledging his resolve. She told him they would speak again another time, and that if she was satisfied, she would form a contract with him. No, she corrected herself, when that time came, they would form a contract. With that, she left him with a brief farewell. When Rem returned to the bustling celebration, everyone was still lost in chatter and gossip. Among the crowd, Cashew appeared. Rem spotted her and told her it was about time to head home. Cashew agreed, addressing him respectfully as staff officer. Curious, Rem asked if she had enjoyed herself. Cashew's face lit up as she said she had, happily declaring that she had made many friends. A voice from nearby remarked that Cashew was proving herself to be quite the reliable secretary. Lucy approached Rem and asked whether he had managed to speak with everyone. Rem confirmed that he had, and acknowledged that it was thanks to her. Pleased, Lucy said she looked forward to their battle the following day. Rem answered that he would give it his best. That evening, as the gathering dispersed, Rem and Cashew waved goodbye. Cashew clung to his back as he carried her, while Carmilla and Lucy returned the farewell with their own waves. Together, Rem and Cashew walked quietly along the path home. Sleepily, Cashew called out to him, declaring that she would become a monster in the future. It was what she wanted, and she had just made that decision. Rem listened, acknowledged her words, and continued on his way. In his thoughts, he reminded himself that Cashew was only 8 years old. Children only received their job classes at 10. It was far too early to set a future in stone. After all, when he himself was young, he had dreamed of becoming a hero. Even after discovering he was a black mage, he could never quite let that dream go. So how could someone like him, who still carried such a lingering dream, tell her what was right or wrong for her own future? Instead, he resolved to support Cashew's wish and hoped she would be able to see it through. Cashew then told him she wanted to ask a favor. As he walked, Rem encouraged her to tell him. She explained that until she became an adult, until she was capable of helping him, she wanted him to stop making contracts with the ring numbered 71. The request struck Rem, for it was the opposite of Mila's, who had wished to be his first contracted monster. Cashew hesitantly asked if it was unacceptable. Rem laughed softly and told her no, it was fine. It was simply another thing to look forward to in life. Cashew pressed again, asking if he truly meant it. Rem assured her he did. Hearing that, Cashew promised she would work hard, and then declared that she herself would form a contract with him. Rem affirmed that she would indeed. Before long, he heard her light breathing turn to soft snores. She had fallen asleep on his back. Rem thought to himself that tomorrow would be his first battle. The leaves around him rustled faintly in the night breeze as he lifted his gaze to the dark sky above. Inside the staff link room, the steady rhythm of beeping controls echoed. The door opened, and a figure with only one horn entered. It was Lucy. She approached and asked if Rem was satisfied, explaining that she had crafted it according to his request. Rem answered affirmatively, removing his mask with a click, and told her that he had wanted something like this ever since he chose the path of a monster. He thanked her sincerely. Lucy observed that Rem was indeed a peculiar one. She was about to bring up the matter of a demon with a single horn, but before she could, Rem acknowledged that he already knew. Lucy fixed her gaze on him, deducing that her grandfather must have told him already. She also suspected that Rem had put in a request for a dungeon name. Rem gave a quiet laugh and admitted that he was aware the Demon King would be the one to decide that. Lucy brushed it off, remarking that her grandfather himself had once been the Demon King. She instructed him not to reveal his name yet, insisting that today he should remain only a mysterious, robed figure. Rem accepted her words. Lucy reminded him that this would be his first time serving as a defender, and said she would expect much of him. Rem, in turn, expressed his gratitude for being given the role, vowing not to disappoint her. Hearing that, Lucy smiled, remarking that his words were reassuring. Rem then gripped his record stone and declared his departure. The stone glowed, and in an instant, his body vanished. When his vision cleared, Rem was standing on the first floor of the Demon King's castle. Before him, a beast approached, its great wings stretched wide. It was Glaciolabalus. Rem smiled at the creature, acknowledging that they would be working together to defend this floor, and that they would give it their all. Known as the Invisible Slaughterer, Glaciolabalus possessed a formidable ability. It could render any target completely invisible. In his mind, Rem shortened its long name to simply Glass. For this battle, he intended to use that invisibility to its fullest. Today's intruders were a party ranked 249th. They were already advancing toward the deepest area of the first floor, where the boss awaited. Rem had once traversed that same floor with Phoenix's party, so he could anticipate the adventurer's experience, but this time he stood on the side of defense, and the approach would be altogether different. The castle of the Demon King could not afford to be underestimated. The opposing party consisted of heroes, warriors, paladins, and hunters. Among them were a boy and girl serving as warriors. The hero of the group wielded electric magic, signifying a contract with a subordinate of the Wind Spirit. Rem concluded that this was the adventurer known as the Thunder Hero. Their advance was met by a black dog that appeared before them. The hero sneered, mocking the so-called Impregnable fortress. To him, it already seemed easy prey. A party member countered, reminding him that this was only the first floor. Another girl commented cheerfully, saying she was glad the doggies bore such wicked faces, otherwise, she admitted, she would have found it difficult to strike them down. One member of the party remarked that Phoenix's group had already cleared the floor. Since they had arrived late to the scene, the only way to surpass them now would be either to finish the floor faster or to take down the roaming monsters in a more impressive fashion. Another chimed in, agreeing that if their recorded video showed nothing remarkable, they would be mocked and their reputation would crumble. A third retorted sharply, calling the others fools. Without a troublesome black mage weighing them down, they would naturally shine brighter. Another companion agreed with that sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, Rem had been listening from behind. He thought to himself that shitbag mage was rather cruel. The voice of the hero reminded him of Alvar. Turning to Glass, he urged it forward. He was mindful that invisibility would break if an enemy drew too near, and while magic itself was unaffected by it, remaining visible to all, this made it an ideal complement to black magic, which was already invisible and undetectable by nature. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Rem felt a pang of pity for the black ghost dogs, but they were necessary sacrifices to lull the adventurers into a false sense of security. With a subtle sweep of his hand, he revealed himself before the party's eyes. Their expressions betrayed confusion. Rem mused on what they might be thinking as they suddenly found themselves facing a black-robed, humanoid monster flanked by a pack of ghostly hounds. The Thunder Hero questioned aloud whether this was a demon, pointing out that the guard dogs of this realm were supposed to be the ones standing in their way. One of the girls noted that such a demon would have appeared in the recording of Phoenix's battle against the 4th-ranked party. The Thunder Hero considered this and muttered about the possibility of a humanoid demon that Phoenix's party had not encountered. With another wave of his hand, Rem caused the black dogs to shift and waver, unsettling the party. The paladin cautioned that the demon was clearly baiting them, and one of the girls quickly agreed. Rem silently acknowledged the paladin's insight. Still, the adventurers had already realized that simply clearing the floor as Phoenix had done would gain them nothing. Yet here, before them, seemed to be an irresistible chance. If he chose to vanish and harass them from a distance, it would frustrate them even further. The Thunder Hero, unwilling to waste the opportunity, declared his intent to fight and charged forward, urging his party to strike quickly before their foe disappeared. To Rem, this was no surprise. Heroes were chosen ones, possessing strength far beyond ordinary humans. The notion of losing to any monster that was not the Demon King would never cross their minds. This particular hero's dissatisfaction with a mere 249th rank was plain to see, and Rem understood it well. The hero's companions followed close behind, all converging on him. Raising his hand, Rem extended his finger and pointed toward them. There was a heavy thud, and the paladin came to a halt mid-run. His movements faltered, his body no longer responding as he intended. Alarmed, he informed his companions that something was wrong. His limbs felt sluggish and uncooperative. His eyes caught sight of the black ghost dogs, and in the next instant, they lunged at him in unison. The hunter girl glanced around in panic, asking what should be done, whether they ought to help him. But the Thunder Hero dismissed the concern, declaring that the paladin could handle it alone. He was, after all, a paladin, more than capable of fending off 5 or 6 ghost dogs at once. The others hesitated but reluctantly agreed to leave him behind. Urged on by the Thunder Hero, they pressed forward. Meanwhile, the paladin swung his sword with effort, striking down the hounds that leapt at him. Yet each movement was heavy, labored, his frustration spilling into curses. His body simply would not obey him. From afar, Rem watched, determined not to reveal his true identity as Lemagedon. It would be troublesome for word to spread that a powerful black mage had appeared here. But he had already devised a way around that. The paladin, panting, tried to make sense of what was happening. Why couldn't he move freely? Was it possible that among these black dogs, some possessed black magic? Perhaps the ones under the command of this robed demon were not ordinary. But the sheer intensity of the debuffs was beyond what 1 or 2 monsters could inflict. His situation was dire. If there truly was one capable of wielding black magic, then eliminating it should be his top priority. But he couldn't distinguish which one it might be. From a distance, Rem observed with satisfaction. The plan was working. Normally, the paladin would have dispatched the ghost dogs without difficulty. Yet now, convinced that black magic was hidden among them, he had begun fighting against an enemy that didn't exist, an invisible foe. The paladin, struggling as the hounds tore into him, cried out that this had not been shown in the recording of the 4th-ranked party's raid. Realization struck him, and he shouted a warning to his allies. It was a trap. All the dogs could use black magic, and their true aim was to separate the party. His words rang out even as his form staggered under their assault. Then, without warning, his body vanished from the field. The Thunder Hero's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed furiously that the paladin had already been forced to retire. The warrior girl grimaced, remarking that even though he had warned them of the trap, they had already walked into it. The Thunder Hero, irritated and unwilling to slow down, dashed ahead. Rem noted his behavior with interest. So the hero had no intention of saving his comrades? Phoenix's party had always advanced together, their strength built on unity. But this group fractured exactly as he had intended, splitting apart under pressure. Once again, Rem let himself fade into invisibility. The Thunder Hero bellowed into the shadows, demanding that the demon reveal himself, vowing to kill him. Rem chose that moment to appear, raising his hand. A black dog materialized before the hero. Without hesitation, the hero cleaved it apart with a swift strike, snarling that such pitiful tricks were an insult. He sneered at the hounds, claiming he would slaughter them all. Driving his sword into the ground, he unleashed his magic. Lightning erupted outward, crackling across the field, searing the ghostly beasts. The black dogs retired one after another, while the survivors scattered and fled. And then, without warning, glass materialized behind the Thunder Hero. Rem had already studied this party's methods for clearing dungeons, and everything unfolding now was precisely as he had anticipated. The hero had abandoned his allies to pursue Rem, recklessly expending vast amounts of mana on large-scale magic against an enemy that wasn't even there. Such magic drew directly from one's own reserves, and no hero could continue unleashing power of that magnitude indefinitely. Then, just as planned, the hero faltered. His footing slipped, his balance wavered. Rem seized the opportunity, casting black magic to cloud and blind his vision. He wondered, with a faint mockery in his thoughts, how the taste of a so-called worthless black mage's curse would sit with him now. The hero strained to force open his eyes, but before he could fully react, glass loomed before him, jaws gaping wide. In a single, vicious motion, glass bit down on him and flung his body high into the air. The hero was hurled skyward and vanished into the distance. The black ghost dogs, gathered nearby, raised their heads to watch. From what remained of the hero's party, 2 exhausted members panted heavily. One gasped that she had reached her limit, while the other's disbelief gave way to despair. The sound of countless paws thundered across the ground, and the dogs surged forward in a pack, overwhelming the last 2 adventurers and tearing into them with merciless bites. Rem, standing amidst the aftermath, declared that the battle was finished. He addressed the monsters with gratitude, praising their efforts. Invisibility magic, he reflected, was an incredible tool. The black dogs swarmed around him afterward, tails wagging, their tongues eagerly licking at his face in a frenzy of affection. He laughed softly, urging them to calm down. Still, his thoughts turned to those who had been lost in the fight. He would need to properly reward the ghost dogs who had fallen when he returned. Stroking one of them, he promised that any who wished for it would receive a gentle pat on the head. Thus ended his very first assignment, a victory achieved. Rem murmured to himself that it had gone rather well. Glancing at his reflection, he thought of the clothes he wore and felt a quiet gratitude toward Cashew's mother for helping him choose them. His life as staff officer in the Demon King's army, at least so far, seemed to be proceeding smoothly. From that first battle onward, Rem's days grew busier. Several times each day, he went out to repel invading parties. When not summoned to the front lines, he busied himself with reconfiguring the layout of the 10th floor, the place where he, under the guise of Miemai-chan, would eventually hold his ground. Alongside Cashew, he continued overseeing the allocation and coordination of personnel borrowed from the other floors. Meanwhile, Phoenix's party pressed forward on their own raid. They had already conquered the 7th floor, the domain of sky and trials, and passed through the 8th floor, the domain of martial arts. A confrontation between Rem and them drew steadily closer. But today he chose to set thoughts of duty aside. This day belonged to something else entirely. It was his day off, and he had arranged to meet with someone important. Someone who had been a steady source of help since the beginning. His steps carried him into the park, where he glanced at the sky and the path around him. Checking the time, he realized he had arrived a full 30 minutes early. Perhaps too early? But to his surprise, the one he had come to see was already there. On a quiet bench sat Mila, alone. She waited with a gentle smile upon her face. It was already time when someone arrived in front of Carmilla. A strange man noticed her sitting there all morning and approached. He raised his liquor bottle, suggesting she drink with him. Carmilla politely refused, but the man insisted, offering to treat her. When she asked him to leave her alone, his mood turned sour. Agitated, he kicked the bench, cursed at her, and called her names as his liquor crashed to the ground. He shouted that he had been acting nice, so she had no right to act arrogant. Just as he was about to strike her, someone caught his hand. Rem. Rem twisted the man's wrist, forcing him into a crouch. The man demanded to know who he was but faltered from the pain as Rem tightened his hold. Admitting fault, he cursed and ran away once released. Carmilla muttered something faintly, again. Rem paused, wondering if she had truly said that. He noticed the broken shards of glass, picked them up, and asked if she was unharmed. Carmilla crouched down as well, thanking him. As Rem looked at the drunkard's mess, his thoughts drifted back to when Carmilla had once said she was helped by him in the past, the very beginning of their connection. He wondered again where exactly he had first met her. His thoughts were interrupted when Carmilla suggested they leave, and he agreed. To her, spending her day off together with him was like a dream. To him, it felt the same. He wanted to express his gratitude to her for everything. Carmilla teased that she hoped to be thoroughly spoiled by him that day. And so, they spent the day strolling together. They ate treats and shared meals under the clear sky, wandering through streets and down stairways. As they roamed, Rem felt an odd sense of familiarity, as though he had been in that place before. Carmilla called out to him, admitting she was a little tired, and asked if they could rest. His heart pounded at the thought, rest? His mind leapt to the idea of her needing to suck blood, but before he could speak further, Carmilla looked startled. She warned him not to say such things, insisting she was not a shallow woman who preyed on others for blood. Rem reassured her that he never thought of her that way. Then, leaning close, Carmilla whispered in his ear, telling him it was good he thought so. She urged him to decide what they should do, or what he would do to her, and squeezed his hand gently. Suddenly, a slip of paper fell to the ground. Rem picked it up and pointed out that she had dropped something. Written on it was, Citri's, how even a maiden can make a virgin fall for her course. Carmilla turned flustered, insisting it was not what it seemed. She explained that Citri had sneaked it into her clothes without permission and that she had no intention of using it. Clenching the paper, she muttered what a mess it was. Rem, deep in thought, wondered why she tried so hard, so desperately, to please him and make him like her. He tried to console her, assuring her it was fine, though inside he felt he finally understood. At last, Rem granted Carmilla permission to suck his blood. They paid for a room. Sitting together on the bed, Rem addressed Carmilla, startling her. He asked if they had met before. Carmilla lowered her gaze, asking if he had remembered. Rem admitted that he had and apologized for having forgotten. Carmilla smiled and told him it was fine. For someone like Rem, saving others must have been second nature, so he wouldn't remember every single person. She thought he was amazing. Rem recalled the incident clearly, a drunk man and a beautiful vampire. It had been 2 years ago, hadn't it? Carmilla confirmed that it was. 2 years earlier, she had met Rem. At that time, she was working as a vampire in a dungeon located in another town. Her job class was Blood User, a class that only manifested among vampires. It allowed her to freely control both her own blood and the blood she had taken from others. Yet Carmilla had not known what to do with such a class. Because of her limited options for employment, she became a monster. Once she started, however, she resolved to show results. She honed her abilities, her confidence growing with her skill. At the pace she had been improving, she would have quickly reached the position of a floor boss, and eventually, even a dungeon master. But reality had not been so kind. Someone less skilled than her was given the appointment. When she asked why, she was told that audiences did not want to see a woman injured, so the adventurers opposed it. She recognized this for what it was, sexual discrimination. Though she could understand the reasoning, it did not lessen the sadness or the frustration. One day, she received a private invitation to dine with her superior. When she declined, she was reassigned the very next day. Her new position was at the very end of a complicated maze on a dungeon floor, in a dead end where no one ever passed through. The crushing frustration was unbearable, but there was nothing she could do. It was then that she spotted Phoenix's party, and among them, Rem. She recognized him at once. Rem, the Black Mage. His place in the 13th ranked party was due to his close friendship with a flame hero. Carmilla had deliberately walked and brushed against him. As they bumped shoulders, she whispered a remark about how fortunate it was for a 14th ranked Black Mage to have a hero as a friend. She continued walking without turning back, despite Rem calling out to her. Her steps were unsteady. He asked if she was all right and if she had anyone with her. Carmilla thought to herself, why wasn't he angry? She ignored him and walked out. A man called out to her, asking if she was okay. He commented that she didn't look well and suggested she take a break somewhere. Carmilla brushed past him, but as he called again, someone suddenly covered her mouth. She was dragged into a dark alley. Slumped against the ground, nearly unconscious, Carmilla could hear the voices of 2 men. One said it looked like they had scored big. The other remarked that she couldn't move, chiding that a pretty lady like her shouldn't be wandering to the toilet alone in such a drunken state. Her shirt was torn open. In her haze, Carmilla thought bitterly. Why was the world like this? No matter how hard she worked, it was meaningless. Nothing good ever came of it. In the end, to everyone, she was nothing more than a woman. The man holding her down shouted at her to stop struggling and called for the lookout to help instead of standing guard. But the lookout suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Confusion filled the first man. What was happening? The other panicked, saying he couldn't see. Something was wrong, something felt off. Rem appeared and swung his leg, kicking the first man. The man was sent crashing to the ground. The second man demanded to know who Rem was, but his question was met with a punch to the face. He flew back and landed hard on his back, immediately knocked unconscious. Turning to Carmilla, Rem's eyes fell on her bruises. He removed his coat and draped it over her, apologizing for not having come sooner. He told her to take the coat, assuring her that she was safe now. Carmilla asked why he had saved her. She reminded him that she had said something terrible to him before. Rem explained that he had seen the 3 men follow her after she left the bar and thought something might happen. Carmilla pressed again, saying that was not the answer she wanted. Rem muttered in surprise, realizing she was asking something else. He admitted that he simply could not abandon her. Carmilla responded that people normally abandon a woman who says such cruel things. Rem smiled. He admitted that there were certainly people who insulted him, and he would not deny that such words wounded him. However, he believed Carmilla was different. He knew this because he had long grown accustomed to hearing such things. Rem asked if she truly hated him, or if perhaps she had only been irritated by something else. He reflected that people burdened by hatred or pain often vented their frustrations on those closest to them, family or friends. Yet there were also those who could not bring themselves to do so, people with too much pride who refused to reveal their weaknesses. But repressing such emotions was like poison to the body, destined to one day erupt. He suggested that if she could not confide in those around her, Perhaps she could share such feelings with a complete stranger instead. Tears welled in Carmilla's eyes and began to fall. She apologized, saying she regretted the harsh words she had spoken to him, even though he had done nothing wrong. Rem reassured her that it was fine and told her he forgave her. Carmilla then questioned why someone as powerful as Rem remained silent when insulted. When people refuse to acknowledge others for reasons as senseless as being a black mage, being a woman, or being young, did he not think that was wrong? Rem quietly admitted that he did. Rem answered that he had chosen to step into this system of bias himself. Giving up would have been the easy path, but Carmilla had continued to endure precisely because she had not given up. So he asked her why she had persisted. Then, answering his own question, he explained that for him, it was because he had a dream, one he wanted to work hard for and achieve. He said that those who give up in the face of challenges were admirable in their own way, but for Carmilla, since she felt the limits of what she could accomplish, perhaps it was better to change her methods. It was fine to avoid things she disliked. That would not be running away, but rather evading. With her character, he was certain she would discover her next challenge. He added that this was only speculation, and he apologized. Carmilla wept and thanked him once more. Back in the present, where they sat on the bed, Rem remarked that from that time on, Carmilla had become his fan, hadn't she? Carmilla replied that he must find it disgusting, that he had only saved her once, and yet she. But Rem interrupted her, saying no, he did not feel that way. In fact, he felt repaid. Carmilla was confused. Rem explained that he had once aspired to be a hero, but no matter how hard he tried, the dream had always seemed too far from his reach. Being a black mage, he constantly thought his efforts were meaningless, that no matter what he did, it would still be impossible. But when he had saved Carmilla, and now, 2 years later, she had in turn saved him, he realized that his efforts had not been in vain. He had done the right thing, and he was repaid in a way he had never expected. Thanks to Carmilla, he was able to work at the Demon King's castle and had gained a new dream, of becoming a hero for monsters. For that, he thanked her and told her he was forever indebted. Carmilla was deeply moved. She blushed, softly repeating Rem's name over and over. She touched him, asking why he was so kind-hearted. Then she pushed him back onto the bed, asking if he was truly all right with it, if she could pierce his body, sinking her fangs deep into him. Rem smiled and accepted. Carmilla bit into his neck. The sun rose and light shone through the windows. They had continued speaking until morning. Lying side by side on the bed, still fully clothed, Carmilla asked if Rem knew that people who slept together without engaging in physical acts were called sleeping friends. Personally, she said she would like to replace the word sleeping with girl, but she would leave the decision of altering their relationship to him. Rem asked if he was truly the one to decide. Carmilla confirmed, saying yes, it was the gentleman who decided. Rem pointed out that he thought Carmilla hated having people characterized by their gender. Carmilla admitted that she did, but that Rem was the exception. Only he was special. She asked if that was wrong. They faced each other, only an inch apart. Rem closed his eyes and answered that it was not. That evening, they went to the shop where their drinks were served. Mr. Blitz lifted his mug and toasted to Rem's new job. Rem and Carmilla raised their mugs as well, their voices joining in cheer as the mugs clinked together. Mr. Blitz exhaled deeply and remarked that no one would have thought Rem's new job would turn out to be that. Rem admitted that he had been doing better than he himself had expected. Carmilla interjected, insisting it was even more than that. Mr. Rem was their savior, their hero. Mr. Blitz nodded, saying he had indeed watched the Thunder Heroes dungeon raid. Rem admitted it had been his first time standing on the defensive. Mr. Blitz recalled how Rem had spread his magic over everyone, comparing it to the earlier snatching incident, and remarked how stunned he had been to see it even affect a hero. Carmilla agreed, saying it had been truly stunning. Rem had to stifle a laugh. Carmilla noticed and became upset that he laughed at her words. Rem explained that it was only because hearing her say such a thing was refreshing. Carmilla mumbled that it was rude, but Rem apologized. She then said she forgave him. Mr. Blitz grinned, observing that the two of them seemed quite close. Carmilla admitted her surprise that he had noticed, but confirmed that it was true, they were close. Rem added that Carmilla had allowed it to be so. Mr. Blitz commented that it was a good thing. Rem was easy to get along with, but he knew that Rem often kept his distance from others. It had even taken him some time to call Mr. Blitz by name. Rem apologized, but Mr. Blitz waved it off, saying he wasn't upset in the least, and told Rem to just be himself around him. Rem agreed. At that moment, someone approached and asked if he could interrupt for a bit. The newcomer muttered in recognition, it really was Rem. Rem turned in surprise, recognizing the man as Mr. Ariel. It was the storm hero, Ariel. He and Phoenix were the only two current contractors of the 4 great spirits in their generation. Ariel greeted Rem, remarking that it had been a long time and asking how he had been. In Rem's mind, he noted that Ariel was the leader of the world's #1 ranked party. Ariel explained that he had actually been looking for Rem, and that it had not been easy to track him down. Rem was startled that it was specifically for him. At the same time, he noticed the stir around them. People in the shop had recognized Ariel, the famed #1. Inwardly, Rem thought this was bad. He quickly cast his black magic, Confusion. The gazes of the onlookers grew blank for a moment, and soon they returned to their own business, ignoring the matter. Rem thought to himself that it had been close. The uproar caused by the sudden presence of the renowned storm hero would have been nothing but trouble. It was instinctive for Rem to cast black magic on anyone who entered his line of sight. After leaving Phoenix Party, he was pursued by reporters eager for an interview, yet none of them managed to find him. This was because he spread confusion faintly around himself, enough to ensure he went unnoticed. However, individuals like Mr. Ariel possessed a degree of resistance against such magic. In short, Rem believed that Ariel had realized he was hiding his whereabouts through confusion and therefore searched for someone constantly surrounded by magical energy. Ariel shook Rem's hand, offering his belated introduction. He introduced himself properly. Mr. Blitz inquired if Ariel was Rem's friend, then eagerly stated that he himself was a big fan of Ariel. Ariel acknowledged it without hesitation. Mr. Blitz expressed his happiness to be Rem's friend before cheerfully leaving them to their conversation. Ariel chuckled at Mr. Blitz's charming personality, remarking that Rem must have had some pleasant encounters in the city. Rem agreed. Ariel's attention then shifted to Carmilla. He noted that she was a vampire, which Carmilla confirmed. Ariel murmured that she was a lovely young lady and reasoned that if she was actively hiding her demi-human traits to spend time with Rem, it meant she valued their time together greatly. From his earlier observations, he wondered if the two might be lovers. Carmilla blushed, claiming their relationship exceeded that of both friends and lovers. Rem grew flustered, protesting that only wife would come after those two categories. Ariel laughed, admitting that he had worried upon hearing Rem had left Phoenix Party, but now thought that concern unnecessary after seeing him enjoying drinks with such wonderful companions. Rem expressed his gratitude for Ariel's concern. Ariel then turned toward Mr. Blitz and Carmilla, asking if he could borrow Rem for a private word. They looked at Rem before stepping aside. Ariel told Rem that he had heard rumors of him searching for a new party, and if that were true, he should consider joining them. The statement left both Mr. Blitz and Carmilla in shock. Panacea, a 32-year-old woman with the ill-favored job class of White Mage, treated only slightly better than Black Mage, had nevertheless proven her worth by demonstrating her abilities in the world's top-ranked party. Yet after giving birth to her third child, she wished to finally settle down. Ariel explained this and confirmed that they were searching for her replacement. Rem asked if it was to be a permanent position, and Ariel affirmed it, stressing that it would not be temporary. The realization stunned Rem. He was being offered an official position in the world's top-ranked party. Overwhelmed, he questioned why Ariel would choose him of all people. Ariel responded that it should not be so strange. Rem was a black mage who had once been part of the fourth-ranked party in the world, and just moments ago Ariel had personally witnessed his black magic in action. Beyond that, Ariel could sense the vast potential in his abilities, almost limitless. Ariel then asked if Rem had ever heard of the demon Lord Lucifer. Though he could not reveal that Lucifer had been his master, Ariel recounted his early days in raid battles. As a newcomer, he had once joined a dungeon raid alongside several other parties. The moment he laid eyes on Lucifer, his body trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer difference in level. And when he first encountered Rem, he felt that same tremor, if only for a fleeting moment. Rem thought to himself that Ariel was truly sharp. Not only had Ariel correctly pointed out the master-disciple relationship, but he had also properly deduced it from sensing the lingering presence of his master within Rem. As expected from someone ranked first in the world, Ariel had easily uncovered the secret that Rem had been hiding. Ariel then stated that they welcomed Rem to join, giving him 7 days to think it over. Mr. Blitz, giddy with excitement, exclaimed how great it was that Rem had received such an offer, ranked first in the world, first. Carmilla blushed, remarking that it seemed there was someone in the adventuring circle who had recognized Rem's exceptional talent. She congratulated him, adding that although the time they spent together had been brief, it felt like a dream to her, something she would never forget. Rem glanced at Carmilla and asked if she thought he would accept Ariel's offer. Carmilla, slightly confused, pointed out that he was originally an adventurer. Was his goal not to become #1? Rem, however, had to conceal his face as the monster Lemagittan, a life far different from his childhood dream of becoming a hero. Yet the new dream Carmilla had given him was not something secondary. Rem took Carmilla's hand, excused themselves from Mr. Blitz, and the two of them hurried after Ariel, calling for him to wait. Ariel lowered his hood and asked if Rem had already made his decision, relieved to hear so. But before Ariel could continue, Rem interrupted, expressing his deep honor at receiving the offer but firmly stating that he wished to decline. Ariel was stunned and asked if he might hear the reason. Rem replied that his desire was to become #1 himself, not simply to be given the place by joining those who already held the top rank. Shock flickered across Ariel's eyes, then he smiled, calling Rem manly. He admitted it was true, the summit was something one must climb toward, not something to be pulled up to. He remarked that his proposal had been tasteless. Rem bowed his head, insisting otherwise, saying that he was overjoyed simply to know there was an adventurer out there who recognized his talent. Ariel acknowledged this but pointed out that Rem had already found where he belonged, hadn't he? Rem smiled in affirmation. Ariel then said he looked forward to seeing how Rem would reach #1, for to achieve it he would have to surpass them. Rem declared that when that time came he would win. Ariel waved a hand as he walked away, remarking that it was wonderful and that it seemed he could not retire just yet. Rem smiled. Several days after the sudden visit from Ariel, Rem went out for a stroll through the city with Cashew. Though he knew there was still a mountain of work left in organizing his contracted monsters for the upcoming battle against Phoenix's party, he felt it necessary to take a break every now and then. Cashew's eyes lit up when she spotted a glass storefront and said she wanted to check it out. Rem agreed, and Cashew asked if it was really alright. Together they entered Scylla's design office, the place responsible for designing the avatars of the monsters employed by the Demon King's castle. Cashew, in excitement, exclaimed that one day she would get to have her very own avatar designed there. A woman suddenly appeared, remarking in surprise at the sight of the young secretary she had heard so much about. She asked what Cashew could do for her but immediately followed up by saying Cashew need not explain, since she already accepted her and would think up an outfit that suited her. Cashew trembled and hid behind Rem. The woman, her tentacles slapping against the floor, reassured her that there was no need to be frightened. She explained that ever since hearing about Cashew, she had been imagining what kind of clothes would suit her. After all, she was a genius designer. The woman continued, saying she had also heard from Carmilla and had even prepared something in advance. She then asked Cashew if she wanted to try it on. Rem turned to Cashew, asking her what she wanted to do. Cashew gave a small nod. The woman, delighted, declared it settled and led her to the changing room. As he looked around, Rem thought about how they had come for clothes rather than avatars, yet there were still so many elaborate designs on display. Suddenly, he heard the woman gasp. Cashew asked if she was alright, and the woman replied that she was simply overwhelmed by the sheer adorableness before her eyes. Cashew looked confused, pointing out that she was a strong monster. The woman chuckled and affirmed that Cashew certainly looked strong, but how she acted was just as important as the outfit. She murmured something to Cashew before the curtain finally drew open. Rem was left dumbfounded. Cashew stood before him in an animal outfit, letting out a roar and threatening to bite and tear him to pieces, all while her tail wagged energetically. The woman had already collapsed to the floor, mumbling to herself that there was nothing wrong with her judgment. Rem, unable to stop himself, thought Cashew was simply too cute. Afterward, when they stepped back outside, Rem asked Cashew if she had enjoyed herself. Cashew answered that she had. Rem suggested they visit a cafe next time to enjoy some sweets together, which made Cashew light up with excitement. He reflected that thanks to Cashew, he had been able to enjoy the day, forgetting all of his worries for a while. Several more days passed. Phoenix's party cleared the 9th floor and prepared to advance to the 10th floor the next day. That night, in his inn, Rem stared at his phone. Tomorrow at last they would face each other. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. Wondering who it could be, he unlocked it. The hinges creaked as the door opened, and to his surprise, standing there was Phoenix. With a grin, Phoenix remarked that it was a rather cold greeting Rem. Rem reasoned with Phoenix, asking him to imagine being in his position. He had never told Phoenix where he was staying, yet Phoenix had managed to find his inn. Phoenix admitted that it did seem a little frightening, but insisted that this was simply how things were when it came to Rem. He explained that he had heard about it from Mr. Ariel. Phoenix remarked that Rem could have at least told him if he had settled into a new job. Before saying anything else, Rem pressed him on how exactly he had found him. Phoenix revealed that he had gone around the bar where Rem had met Ariel and checked all the nearby inns for mana reactions. Realizing it had been mana detection, Rem asked if Phoenix was a stalker. Phoenix replied that he needed to talk to him, and besides, if their positions had been reversed, he was sure Rem would have been just as worried. Rem relented, admitting fault, though he noted it was still difficult to meet Phoenix after everything that had happened. He opened his door. Phoenix looked as though he was about to start blaming himself, but Rem brushed it aside, saying they should go somewhere to drink and talk there. Phoenix agreed but asked if Rem was sure. Rem answered that he truly didn't care, or rather, that it should be him asking Phoenix that, since perhaps they shouldn't drink with Phoenix having a raid tomorrow. Phoenix said it was fine. A hero wouldn't lose to alcohol. Rem thought to himself that everything about Phoenix was extraordinary, then told him they would just keep it to a meal that night. Later, at the bar, their drinks were served. Rem asked if Phoenix had made sure to shake off any reporters. Phoenix replied that he had, but more importantly, asked if Rem was alright. Rem asked what he meant. Phoenix had been acting strangely since the beginning. He stuttered and confessed that he had been worried Rem might be angry. Rem asked if this was about the stalking. He admitted it was creepy but told Phoenix not to worry about it. Phoenix shook his head. He wasn't talking about that. He meant their party. Rem understood at once. The incident still weighed heavily on Phoenix's mind. He had not been the one who forced Rem out. On the contrary, he had tried to persuade him to stay. Rem called him a fool. If he were truly angry about that, then he would have already been angry when he found out Phoenix had become a hero. Phoenix smiled, agreeing that it was true. Rem was that kind of person. He apologized for doubting him. Rem told him it was fine and that, in fact, Phoenix would be treating them that night since it wasn't Rem's payday yet. Phoenix agreed readily. That reminded him of something, and he asked if Rem had found a lover. Rem nearly choked on his drink. Phoenix urged him, saying they were friends, and asked him to introduce her next time. Rem cursed Ariel in his mind for talking too much. He told Phoenix that, first of all, she was not his lover, she was his friend for the time being. More importantly, he pressed Phoenix again. What was it that he had wanted to talk about? Phoenix confirmed with a gulp of his drink that there was something he wanted to settle, the matter of what had happened the other day. He asked why Rem had decided to leave on his own. Alvar, Lark, Lily, and Bella were all his precious comrades. Turning to Rem, Phoenix reminded him of the promise they had made back when they were children, when they first set out together. Rem recalled it too. As best friends, the two of them had formed a party and begun their journey as adventurers. Phoenix had declared that they would reach the very top together, and Rem had agreed. Leaving the party without telling Phoenix first could only be seen as a betrayal of that vow. Rem explained that it had been impossible for him to remain. To the audience, the Black Mage was nothing but dead weight. If he had not been forced to conceal his powers even from his own comrades, he would never have done so. At the very least, Alvar and the others would have been able to see what he could truly do. Phoenix countered that, regardless, they had managed to climb as high as the 4th rank, and they only needed a little more to go further. But Rem replied that this was precisely the issue. Because they had stalled at 4th, Alvar's frustration had finally erupted. Phoenix was struck silent. Rem continued, pointing out that if their achievements and Phoenix's popularity as a hero were not enough to push them higher, then naturally the question would arise, what was holding them back from 3rd? And when Alvar asked himself that question, it was only natural that Rem's place in the party would come to mind. Phoenix objected, saying it was because of Rem's presence that they had risen so quickly to 4th in the first place. Rem dismissed this, saying it had not been solely because of him. Besides, Bella, the newcomer, seemed rather remarkable herself. Phoenix asked if Rem had watched their raid. Rem admitted that he had, unable to take his eyes off the screen. Phoenix then said that in that case, Rem already knew. Bella had improved their screen presence, yes, but, Phoenix clenched his fist, this whole situation might actually have been his fault. He explained that Alvar and the others were first-class adventurers, but unlike heroes, they did not possess overwhelming growth potential, nor had they been trained by the Demon King like Rem. In truth, they were much the same as Rem himself, and he knew they had limits to what their effort could achieve. They had probably grown in their youth, but during that time, they were still inexperienced. Wanting to reach the top alongside Phoenix as quickly as possible, Rem had concealed his own power, using it instead to make his comrades appear stronger than they were. In turn, this had allowed them to display abilities far beyond their own natural limits. Step by step, they should have been steadily growing, but because of his black magic, their development had been stunted. Phoenix admitted he was equally at fault, negligent for letting it happen. Rem responded that he thought their movements had shifted somewhat since the 7th floor. Phoenix agreed, it was thanks to Bella. As Phoenix explained further, Rem realized that Bella must have noticed his black magic and asked if Alvar had recognized it as well. But deep down, Rem could not imagine Alvar ever doing so. Phoenix explained to Rem that Lark and Lily had changed their view of him. He was certain that Alvar also knew, but Rem already understood Alvar's nature. Rem admitted as much, though he expressed his concern. Bella was sharp. Phoenix reassured him that he had managed to cover it up as something else. Rem was relieved at that. Black magic that was too powerful inevitably reminded people of sorcery, and sorcery had once inflicted immense suffering on humanity. Even now, it was regarded as a dangerously forbidden power. Simply being suspected of being a sorcerer could bring serious trouble. If the authorities began to watch Rem, rumors would quickly spread, and that would only cause problems for the party. This was the reason he had wished to conceal his strength. Phoenix set his glass down and called out to Rem, but Rem stopped him, telling him not to say any more. Phoenix already knew why Rem had not consulted with him first. If Alvar and the others had tried to drive him out, Phoenix would have rejected the idea outright and told them that if Rem had to go, then they should all go instead. That would have been pointless, and Rem had not wanted to put him in that position. After all, Who would ever support a hero who prioritized his childhood friend above all else and cast out the rest of his comrades? Phoenix acknowledged his point but pressed him further. Was Rem saying that their dream had been impossible from the very start? Rem thought to himself that, of course, Phoenix would end up drawing that conclusion. But now, at least, he had an answer. He told Phoenix that he still intended to become a hero. Phoenix was taken aback. Hadn't Rem turned down Ariel's invitation? Rem reminded him that his dream had never been about being welcomed into the first-ranked party. Phoenix then asked if Rem had found a new party. Rem said it was a little different from that. Phoenix urged him to explain more clearly. Did he mean that he would become a hero in his own right, and that Phoenix need not worry? Was that it? Rem told him that he had found some comrades. Phoenix fell silent. He muttered a quiet acknowledgement. Rem pressed on, saying that was why they would now be rivals, competing against each other. Phoenix seemed confused, so Rem asked if he remembered when he had invited him to be his comrade. A flashback followed to their childhood. Young Rem had said, "The hero always wins in the end." So, if that were reversed, then whoever won in the end must be the hero, right? If Phoenix stumbled, then Rem would overtake him. Did he understand? Returning to the present, Rem asked Phoenix if he remembered. Phoenix said that he did. Rem told him that they would see who truly stood at the top as the hero, and warned him not to hold back just because they were friends. Phoenix smiled. Phoenix declared that he would be waiting for Rem at the very top. Rem teased him, recalling how he had just been complaining a moment earlier. Phoenix explained that his grievance was not only that Rem had left without telling him first, but also that he had cut off all contact. He had only been lamenting the cruelty of his best friend. Rem reminded him that he had already apologized for that. Phoenix countered that Rem had even gone so far as to take his new friend and lover out for drinks. Rem urged him not to pout and suggested they share a drink together. Phoenix agreed, though he asked why all of a sudden. Rem answered simply that he felt like it. The bartender placed their drinks on the counter. Rem raised his mug toward Phoenix, who lifted his own, and their mugs clinked together as they declared themselves rival heroes. Later, the two walked under the moonlight. Phoenix mentioned that tomorrow their party would be heading to the 10th floor. Rem confirmed it. After a pause, Phoenix said he wanted Rem to watch them win. Rem assured him he would. Phoenix declared that he would be aiming for the first rank ahead of Rem. Rem wondered aloud about that. Phoenix asked if Rem thought he would lose. Rem replied that Phoenix would see tomorrow. Phoenix vowed he would win, because that was what it meant to be a hero, something Rem himself had once taught him. With that, he pulled his cloak over his shoulders. Rem, grinning, mentioned that he would soon be moving to a different inn, warning Phoenix not to come looking for him again. Phoenix responded that it was fine, as long as Rem did not vanish without a word. Rem promised that when the time came, he would tell Phoenix everything about his work face to face. Phoenix reminded him not to forget that he also had to introduce him to his beloved. Rem groaned and told him to drop it, while Phoenix beamed with satisfaction. Exchanging smiles, Phoenix stepped back and said his farewell. Rem thought to himself that tomorrow they would meet again, but this time as an adventurer and a monster. They would face each other as best friends, but also as the human hero and the monster hero. The Phoenix party stood before the dungeon door, with reporters gathered around them. The reporters addressed Phoenix, remarking that he was finally about to raid the 10th floor and asking how he felt about everything up to that point. Phoenix answered that the Demon King's castle was an extremely difficult dungeon to clear, pointing out that many new adventurers could be wiped out by just a single door. One reporter acknowledged this, then added that they had seen countless no-name parties drop out from the 5th floor onward. Thinking aloud, the reporter noted that Phoenix's party had finally cleared the 5th floor after removing the Black Mage Rem. At that, Phoenix twitched. The reporter continued, stating that he had heard Phoenix and Rem had been close friends since childhood, and asked whether Phoenix believed that his friend had in fact been impeding their progress. Phoenix thought to himself that there was supposed to have been an agreement with the reporters not to bring up Rem. He had intentionally kept silent about his feelings on Rem's withdrawal, and thus nothing had ever been publicly revealed. He clenched his fist. No one would be pleased if he said Rem had been a valuable member. What they wanted was for him to say he had been right to cast Rem aside. But as if he would ever say that. Then someone spoke up. Bella stepped forward slowly, saying she believed that Mr. Rem was a highly skilled black mage. Phoenix was surprised. The reporter, confused, asked if Bella was not the one who replaced Rem. After all, the party had wanted a more powerful member, and Bella had certainly boosted their offensive strength. Bella smiled sweetly and said that if that was how the reporter felt, then he must be blind to talent. The reporter was taken aback. Bella went on, saying that if her addition to the party had offered any benefit in terms of strength, it would have to be their screen presence. In her opinion, the party structure had been more balanced before. The reporter countered, questioning whether Rem was really a skilled black mage, since rumors claimed that even his comrades had considered him useless from the very beginning. Bella asked if the reporter based his stories on rumors, then reminded him that Mr. Ariel, the storm hero, had praised Mr. Rem, and that was no rumor. The reporter was stunned, asking in disbelief if she meant the number one himself. He claimed he had never heard that. The reporter quickly turned to Alvar, asking if he had not declared in a previous interview that he himself had pushed Rem to leave, and that it had been the right decision. Scratching his head, Alvar asked if this was not supposed to be an interview about their challenge of the 10th floor. How long were they going to keep talking about someone who was not even there? They should hurry up and do their job instead. The reporters were shocked as Alvar grabbed the microphone, intimidating the one who held it. As that reporter faltered in shock, the others surged forward, clamoring with new questions about the upcoming battles. The scene filled with chatter. At that moment, Phoenix walked slowly toward the first reporter. Alarmed, the reporter asked what Phoenix wanted, quickly clarifying that the question about Rem had not been his decision but an order from higher-ups. Phoenix answered that he did not care about that. He glared at the man and told him to be more careful in the future. The reporter collapsed to the ground in fear. Bella reminded Phoenix that she understood his affection for his childhood friend, but urged him not to use his mana to intimidate ordinary people. Phoenix insisted he had not threatened the reporter, only issued a warning, yet Bella pointed out that it was less about what he said than how he said it. Phoenix observed that Bella had adapted well to the party, a fact that pleased him as their leader. Bella, speaking out of concern, teased whether he missed having Rem at his side. Phoenix rebuffed the tease while she laughed. Lily and Lark cautioned that they could not rely solely on Bella and that everyone needed to pull their weight. Lark added that the upcoming floor would be difficult, and everyone would hate having to restart after coming so far. Bella replied that with this party they would surely win, earning smiles from Lark and Lily. Alvar vowed that no matter what came at them he would cut it down and they would not lose. Phoenix declared their intent to clear the 10th floor and led them into the Demon King's castle. They entered a long hallway, and beneath the stairs a man in black sat waiting. Rem occupied that spot, aware that Phoenix's party would arrive to raid them at any moment and watching as they gripped their weapons. He told himself that everyone there already knew the party's strength, for they had been defeated by them on the way. As staff officer of the Demon King's army, he forced himself to adopt a dignified tone, an attitude forged during his training with the Demon King. The creatures at his side were the dungeon monsters who had fallen to Phoenix's party earlier. They knew the hero's capabilities well. That did not make them weak. They had chosen to stand before Rem again for a purpose, not to add to their defeats, but to achieve victory together. Marcosius, Nibirius, and Glaciolabelas all affirmed their resolve, ready to tear the intruders' throats out and fight for Rem's side. Simiais, the great general and controller of departed souls, expressed his desire to add the ice hero to his collection, confident that with the staff officer's guidance his wish would be realized. Larage, the dark-stained hunter, declared that the elf who had deflected every one of her arrows before would have her spirit broken this time. Beside them stood the executioner Furcas and the vampire queen Carmilla. Rem commended their resolve. No matter how many defeats they had suffered, as long as their spirits remained unbroken, they had never truly lost. Today they would fight again. He demanded only one thing of them, that they obey his commands, and in doing so, they would grasp victory. A thunderous battle cry erupted. Marcosius howled, swearing allegiance to their staff officer and vowing to secure triumph. Rem smiled. Carmilla approached slowly, knelt before him, and pledged that they would follow his orders and deliver certain victory in the name of Sir Lemagitton. Rem placed his mask upon his face. With a commanding voice, he ordered his comrades to their positions. A magic circle glowed, and Phoenix's party materialized on the floor. They began to advance. With a flick of his hand, Rem addressed them. They had come, and they had done well to reach the 10th floor of this castle teeming with monsters. Behind his words, he reassured himself that the mask's voice-changing enchantment would conceal his identity. The floor's structure mirrored that of the 5th, which meant there would be no delay. An immediate clash with the floor boss awaited them. The long corridor had only 2 doors, one through which the adventurers had entered, and one behind Rem and his forces that they were sworn to protect. On the earlier floors, Rem had relied on gradually layering his black magic while leaving the monsters of the floor to whittle down and defeat the adventurers. But this time, his strategy would be different. He would stand alongside the comrades who wished to fight the Phoenix party, and together they would strive to bring them down. It was selfish, he knew, but he also understood his duty, to lead those who followed him to victory. Rem declared himself the staff officer of the Demon King's army, the one-horned sorcerer, Lemagitton. Phoenix stepped forward in turn, announcing himself as the Flame Hero, raising his blade to cut down Lemagitton and press onward to the Demon King. Lemagitton lifted his hand, declaring that Phoenix's wish would not come true, for all who had come here would perish. His black magic spread, binding the movements of the party. Struggling against its weight, the adventurers faltered. Yet Phoenix suddenly stopped, a smirk playing at his lips. Then he burst into laughter, his voice echoing down the hallway. Even as he tried to calm himself, the mirth would not leave him. Bella's worried voice broke the air as she called to her leader. Phoenix's eyes sharpened. He murmured his realization, the truth falling into place. He gestured with his hand, gripping his sword, drawing it from its sheath. Pressing the blade in his palm, he raised his gaze forward with unwavering determination. They would have to go all out. If the fight dragged on, they would only fall further into disadvantage. Rem smiled behind the mask. The flame hero had realized it. Lemagedon was his best friend. Lemagedon raised his voice. Since they had come this far, he would be their opponent. Flame hero. He would face him. Carmilla and Furcas stood waiting, while the other monsters were prepared in formation. Phoenix, party entered the floor. Alver remarked on their arrival, while Lark identified them as part of the dungeon's Big Four. He recalled that they had been defeated once before, but if several of them appeared together, it would become troublesome. Rem reflected on the mechanics of dungeons. The placement of the Big Four varied between them. They could be stationed on any floor, but if they appeared elsewhere, it was limited to a single time. In principle, aside from these executives, elite monsters comparable to floor bosses were not permitted on other levels. The only exception was if they were summoned without directly entering the floor. He remembered sending his comrades back to the link room after his earlier speech. The ring he possessed remained unknown to Phoenix, party, so he intended to let them assume this floor could be cleared under normal circumstances. Lily studied Furcas and judged the Black Knight as particularly troublesome since her arrows could not pierce his armor. Bella reasoned that if they wanted to conclude the battle swiftly, the most effective approach was to target the floor boss. Lark agreed, stating he would not mind leaving Furcas behind in that case. Lily rejected the idea, convinced that such recklessness had caused a certain party to be wiped out in the past. Bella connected this to the Thunder Hero, suggesting the party's downfall. Given the nature of the debuffs and the black magic involved, she doubted a single black mage was responsible. It was reasonable to assume multiple black mages could be hidden, as was the case on the first floor. They advanced to stand before Carmilla and Furcas. Alver jeered that there was nothing entertaining for spectators if black magic dominated the fight. Bella countered that while such reasoning might apply to an individual opponent, against a group the situation changed, and she was sure Alver understood that. Rem considered this, acknowledging that Bella seemed to recognize his abilities, even if she had not yet realized that Lemagedon and Rem were the same person. Alver then asserted that Rem possessed one advantage over Bella. He did not constantly complain. Bella replied that this must have meant Rem was an exceptionally patient man. Alver scoffed dismissively. The sound of heavy stomping echoed as Furcas charged forward. The party tensed in alarm. Phoenix swung his sword, meeting Furca's strike head-on. The clash resounded sharply. In the next moment, Furca's spear was severed in half. Gripping what remained of his weapon tightly, Furcas glared furiously at Phoenix. Furcas and Phoenix faced one another, each measuring the other's movements. Phoenix remained on guard as Furcas charged forward again. He intercepted Furca's weapon with a precise counter, forcing the Black Knight to step back before swinging his weapon once more. Furcas launched a flurry of rapid strikes, pressing Phoenix relentlessly. Phoenix evaded with sharp movements, weaving past each blow. A heavy impact resounded through the chamber as Phoenix swung his sword with force, surging forward and cutting across Furca's armor. He immediately followed with another strike that tore into Furca's arm. The knight staggered backward, skidding along the ground as he clutched at the wound, his glare fixed with fury on Phoenix. The other monsters began to advance. Bella raised her hand, signaling Phoenix to shift aside. A sharp swish echoed as she moved her hand, conjuring crystal to encase the oncoming creatures. Behind her, Lily drew her bow and released arrows that struck through the dragons. Bella remarked with cold pity toward the armored dragonkin, then instructed Lily to keep eliminating them while they still had distance on their side. Lily acknowledged, admitting that executing supersonic archery would be difficult under these circumstances, but she could continue firing normally. Carmilla then stepped forward. A smile touched her lips as she declared her contempt, denouncing the adventurers for daring to bare their fangs at Lord Lemagedon. With a single motion, she cut her wrist with her nail, chanting as the blood spiraled into the air around her. Lark muttered his unease, lamenting that he could not endure the sadistic nature of the vampire, and noting the oppressive weight of the black magic filling the air. Alver called out for time, demanding they hold on for only a few seconds so he could finish the fight. Phoenix turned his gaze toward Carmilla. To the side, both Furcas and Carmilla stood together, prepared for what was to come. Alver tightened his grip on his weapon, declaring his resolve. No matter how much his speed was reduced, no matter how weakened his attacks became, black magic held no sway over weapons. With a sharp motion, he slashed and released his blade, sending it flying straight past Carmilla and Furcas. Its true target was Lemagedon. Rem immediately recognized the tactic. Indeed, even if he suppressed Alver's abilities, the weapon itself remained unaffected. A magic sword moved in accordance with its wielder's will, and black magic could not influence inanimate objects. The enchanted blade closed in on him with lethal intent. Yet within Rem's mind, there was no surprise. He knew Alvar better than anyone. After all, how many years had they fought side by side? Alvar cried out, demanding that Lemagittan die while still seated. But at the final instant, Lemagittan shifted, evading the strike. Shock rippled through the party. None of them had anticipated such a move. Lemagittan seized the blade in his grip, remarking on its craftsmanship and questioning whether Alvar truly intended to keep holding it. Alvar cursed, struggling to retain control of the weapon as it was being drawn away from him. Rem, however, understood the flow of battle. The trajectory of Alvar's magic sword, its movements, and its eventual return were predetermined at the moment of release. In this case, Alvar had set its course to pierce Rem's head before returning to his own hand. But if the weapon were restrained before completing its arc, what then? With force, Rem yanked the blade. A heavy thud followed as Alvar cursed again, spitting defiance as he fought against the pull. Lark shouted in alarm as Alvar was dragged inexorably toward Lemagittan. Still, Alvar refused to let go. At that moment, Carmilla conjured a sword of blood, its crimson edge gleaming with malice. Alvar, still clinging to his weapon, skidded closer, unable to break free of the pull. Carmilla raised her bloody blade high and brought it down in a merciless stroke. The slash tore through Alvar's arms. He crashed to the ground with a pained grunt, his limbs severed, his body sprawled in agony. Above him, Carmilla smiled, her expression one of cruel satisfaction. Lemagittan held Alvar's sword firmly, studying its form with care. Carmilla assured him that Alvar would taste death, though only after she had indulged in her cruel amusement. Alvar groaned in pain, spitting curses at her. Lark attempted to rush forward, but Alvar shouted for him to stay back, insisting it was pointless. Rem reflected that Alvar was no fool. He knew he was expendable. A man on the verge of retirement could not expect to be saved by his comrades. Yet Alvar had not thought everything through to the very end. Still, for most people, this much would have been enough. Carmilla taunted Alvar, questioning whether he truly understood his situation. Without his treasured magic sword, he was nothing more than a foul-mouthed barbarian. She suggested it would not be shameful if he wept and clung to his companions now. Struggling, Alvar forced himself up, retorting that she spoke boldly for someone who had already been defeated. With just his legs, he claimed, he could deal with her kind. Carmilla denied his words. She had not lost, she declared, she would claim victory now. With a flick of her hand, a swarm of bats burst forth, surging toward Alvar. He screamed in defiance, denouncing her as a monster and shouting that she had no right to speak like their hero. Lemagittan interjected, telling Carmilla not to end Alvar yet. Carmilla consented, obeying his will. Rem thought back on the nature of magic tools. When an avatar was summoned, such tools reappeared alongside them. If the user was defeated, the tools dissipated into particles, scattering like their equipment. But so long as the avatar remained alive, others could wield the tools. Alvar had bragged about this for years, so he was deeply familiar with how it worked. Rem planned to take advantage of this knowledge. He would wield the sword as though imitating Alvar's technique, letting the others believe he had learned its use through observation rather than his own skill. As Lemagittan raised the weapon, Bella's eyes widened. She warned the party that this was dangerous. Lemagittan intended to use Alvar's magic sword. Alvar cursed in despair. Behind him, Carmilla advanced slowly, savoring the moment. She swung her bloody blade, slicing into his abdomen. Blood flowed as she told him to engrave into his mind the greatness of Lemagittan, for he had been utterly defeated by such a distinguished sorcerer. Alvar staggered, muttering furiously not to be mocked. Still seated at a distance, Lemagittan commanded the blade. Alvar's sword glowed, light erupting from it as the weapon elongated with a loud resonance. The radiant brilliance filled the floor. Alvar turned toward the dazzling glow, his face twisted with disbelief. He whispered hoarsely, "My sword," before cursing again, gritting his teeth in anguish. Lily cried out, urging Bella to prepare their defenses. Bella analyzed the situation, noting that the demon had read Alvar's movements perfectly. Lemagittan must know their party inside and out, which meant the magic sword could change direction at any moment. Lily insisted Bella deploy her power broadly, but Bella cut her off sharply, explaining that if she did so, she would need to pour mana into the effort. In that state, she would be unable to freeze anything. Lily shouted again, demanding that all the monsters be cut off. Rem observed quietly, realizing that Lily had caught on to the same idea as he had. If they could erect an ice wall between themselves and the enemy, they would be protected. But that also meant something more. His gaze fell on Alvar, still being torn into by Carmilla's bats, while the party's attention lingered on him. In Rem's thoughts, if they abandoned Alvar, the remaining four could focus on defending against the magic sword. But adventurers were defined as champions of righteousness. They could not abandon a comrade, no matter how grim the situation. Even a party ranked 4th in the nation had viewers who would not forgive such an act. Phoenix shouted in urgency, reminding everyone this was Alver they were dealing with, and they had to hurry. Bella answered her leader at once, raising her sword and declaring her understanding. With a swift motion, she swung her weapon. Ice crackled outward, climbing across the floor and pillars. Metallic clanging echoed as the magic spread, finally shaping into a vast defensive wall. Lemageten unleashed the magic sword against the barrier. The blade struck the ice wall, halting as it collided with the frozen barricade. Rem had foreseen this outcome. His true aim had always been to force Bella into using her magic. At that moment, the sword shifted, transforming into a whip. With a pole, Lemageten snapped it back into his hand, gripping it firmly. Yet he knew this was not enough. Raising his ring to his lips, he whispered a summoning, Marcosius and Nabris. An explosion burst forth, and the two demons emerged. Marcosius commended the decision to summon him, addressing Lemageten as staff officer. Nabris asked for orders. Lemageten gave them plainly, destroy the wall. Both answered in unison, affirming their task. Together, they hurled their strength against the ice, shattering it blow by blow. As the walls began to crumble under the assault, Lemageten lifted his hand again, murmuring another incantation. Glaciolabelas, Simes, Larich. From the depths of shadow, 3 more figures manifested, their forms taking shape before the battlefield. Glaciolabelas remarked to Lemageten on the impressive mana he commanded, enough to summon 5 of them consecutively. Larich followed, stating that such power was precisely what made him worthy of being their staff officer, before asking for his orders. Lemageten instructed them to proceed as planned and cloak themselves in invisibility. Glacia glanced toward Larich in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the ice wall groaned under the relentless assault. Marcosius hammered at it with his fists, reporting that he was nearly through. Nabris applied his own power, melting the structure away. Lemageten reminded them to maintain their synchronization. Then he lifted Alver's sword, gripping it tightly, raising it near his face before swishing it forward, setting his will into motion. The sound of metal clashing, clinking, and clanging rang out as Furcas and Phoenix continued their duel. Within Phoenix's mind, unease stirred. The Black Knight Furcas displayed remarkable skill, yet there was little aggression behind his strikes. Was his true purpose to defend and delay rather than to defeat? Again, Furcas blocked Phoenix's sword cleanly. Phoenix thought aloud that he had believed Furcas sought an honorable duel, but it seemed the knight was merely buying time. Furcas answered that he was only abiding by their contract, 1 meal per support. Phoenix faltered, confused by the remark, before questioning whether Lemageten was truly a leader worthy of trust. Furcas affirmed without hesitation that their staff officer would lead his comrades to victory. With a sudden motion, he swung his weapon, colliding with Phoenix's blade once more, the two forces locked in stalemate. Inwardly, Phoenix realized with bitter frustration that the monsters truly valued Rem's contributions. They had achieved what he himself had failed to do. He muttered that it was admirable, yet in the end, victory would belong to his own party. But his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something alarming. The mana reactions beyond the ice wall had multiplied. Their intensity suggested beings equal to floor bosses, 5 of them. He immediately warned his companions to be on guard. Beyond the wall, 5 more monsters awaited, each on par with a floor boss. Lark reeled in disbelief, Lily echoed his shock, unable to fathom it when 2 of the big 4 were already present. Bella added grimly that the wall was on the verge of collapse. Lark, stricken with doubt, wondered aloud what they could possibly do. Perhaps they could contend with 6 such enemies, but 8 was beyond impossible. Phoenix stood silent, his mind racing. Ordinarily, one floor contained a single floor boss, along with a monster of comparable strength, usually a wandering monster or an adjutant. That was the standard. With exceptions like the Big 4, Furcas and his adjutants, there could be, at most, 6 monsters equal to floor bosses. Yet 8 now stood assembled. Phoenix reasoned aloud that if no rules had been broken, then the explanation could only be summoning magic. The party reeled at the realization. Bella questioned how such a feat was possible, as summoning even one such being would drain a vast reserve of mana. If that demon had truly summoned 5 floor boss class monsters, his power rivaled the Demon King himself. In Phoenix's heart, he knew the truth. For someone like Rem, the man who had never missed a single day of mana training since the age of 10, it was indeed possible. Alver shouted at Phoenix, urging him not to worry about him and instead to unleash his magic. Phoenix looked toward Alver, but in his thoughts, he knew he could not. His large-scale spells would consume everything in the vicinity, comrades included. The ice wall shuddered violently. Bella cried out as the structure began to collapse. Cracks spread wide, and at last Marcosius broke through with brute force, the frozen barrier shattering apart. Nabris emerged alongside him. Phoenix's expression darkened with unease as both demons advanced, stepping firmly before the party. Marcosius announced himself, requesting a match against the flame hero. Nabris followed, promising that his flames and fangs would ensure Phoenix's end this time. Their words hung heavy in the silence that followed. Lark broke it, asking where the other three were. At that moment, the air trembled with a low rumble. Alvar's sword suddenly shot forward, released in an instant. Phoenix's eyes widened in alarm, crying out that the magic sword was loose. It whistled past him, its target revealed as Lark. Lark raised his shield without hesitation, declaring that he would protect the others no matter what. But the whipsword twisted unnaturally, slipping past the defense. It coiled and struck him directly in the chest. Rem moved his hand in a subtle gesture. Phoenix froze in shock as realization struck, while the rest of the party was too late to respond. Lark stammered in disbelief, insisting that such behavior was impossible. His body flickered, and in the next moment he vanished, leaving only Phoenix staring at the empty space where he had stood. Alvar's eyes followed helplessly, unable to intervene. Lemagedon turned toward Carmilla, telling her she need not toy with Alvar any further. Carmilla assented readily. She taunted the warrior, thanking him. His magic sword had given them the strength to bring down the paladin Lark. A swarm of bats engulfed Alvar. He cursed, shouting at them to remember this betrayal. Carmilla waved her hand with mocking dismissal, replying she had already forgotten. His screams echoed as the bats tore into him. On the battlefield, Furcas and Phoenix stood apart, weapons at the ready, locked once more in opposition. Bella's voice rang out, calling to Phoenix. She declared with certainty that she now understood. The one called Lemagedon was indeed the Black Mage Rem. Phoenix glanced at Bella, realizing from her eyes that she had uncovered Rem's true identity. Bella asked for permission to go, but Phoenix remained silent. Before them stood Carmilla, Nabris, and Marcosius, three of Lemagedon's companions against the three of Phoenix's remaining party. Both sides stood fixed in place, neither willing to break formation. In Phoenix's mind, Rem's movements were those of someone intimately familiar with their party's tactics. Given that, it seemed only reasonable to send Bella, the one Rem should know the least about. Bella pressed Phoenix, asking if he truly would not stop her simply because he wanted to. Phoenix thought to himself that it wasn't so simple. He did want to, but he couldn't allow himself to make a selfish decision rooted in his own feelings. Yet even so, he felt strongly that Rem had already foreseen they would choose to send Bella. Phoenix told her he would hold the line against the three before them and promptly end Lemagedon. Bella asked him to protect Lily and handle the nearby enemies. It was straightforward enough. Phoenix believed in Bella's strength and so gave her the command to go. Bella accepted and rushed forward. As she passed Furcas, she realized with surprise that he didn't attempt to stop her. None of the enemies barred her path. Phoenix felt the confirmation of his suspicion. Rem had predicted this move all along. The enemy trio advanced toward him instead. Phoenix steeled himself. Before him loomed Marcosius, who declared that their staff officer had granted them the chance for a rematch. Nabris added that if they were taking turns, it was only natural that he should go first. Phoenix asked if they truly did not intend to come at him all at once. Marcosius replied that there were certainly faster ways they could have used to finish the adventurers, but everything here was arranged by the staff officer to grant them a dream. Phoenix reflected on that, thinking Rem seemed to be a considerate superior. He felt glad for him as a friend, but at the same time he thought the monsters were underestimating him. They assumed there was some faster way to defeat the flame hero, when in truth, the outcome was far from settled. He tightened his grip on his glowing sword and declared that he would play along, letting any of them come forward. Meanwhile, Bella advanced further into the chamber. Her eyes fell on the throne, and found it empty. Lemagedon was not seated there. The realization struck her instantly. This was Glaciolabella's trickery. She shouted for everyone to stay on guard, warning them of invisible foes. Phoenix and Lily both caught her warning. Bella muttered to herself that this was proving far more troublesome than she had expected. At that moment, Rem sat concealed by the stairs, his form made invisible. In his thoughts, he acknowledged Bella's composure. She had not only pressed forward but had also remembered to warn her allies of possible danger. She hadn't even been present when they fought Glass before, meaning she must have studied carefully. Miss Bella was proving to be an exceptional adventurer. Perhaps she had already pieced together his true identity. Bella lifted her sword, vowing not to allow an ambush. Her blade shimmered, releasing a burst of ice particles that spread throughout the room. Watching her, Rem realized that Glass's magic had made him invisible, but not intangible. He could not be seen, but that did not mean he could pass through matter freely. With her technique, Bella would be able to sense movement around her. Then, something stirred against the floor. Bella caught it. A shape emerged from nothingness, an undead figure materializing before her eyes. Bella's expression hardened in shock. Rem observed the scene, thinking to himself that the figure Bella had just confronted was not him at all, but an undead, Mr. Siamese, controlling the avatar of a mage adventurer he had once defeated. Bella, breathing hard, thought that there was no end to the enemies. In that case, she resolved to unleash her magic power. She raised her hand to the sky, and the enemies before her crystallized into ice. Panting, she shouted toward the unseen Lemmigeton, demanding why he was not attacking her, and whether he did not even consider her an enemy. Rem, still cloaked in invisibility, thought otherwise. He did not view Bella that way. To treat her as he had treated Alvar and Lark would be insulting. But he also had no intention of doing anything to her at all. If he had to give a reason, it was simply because he wanted Phoenix to fight him at his peak. Though he had already consumed much mana, he knew Phoenix was in the same condition. And besides, someone else was waiting to face Bella. Siamese appeared, declaring that his eyes had always been fixed upon her, though he was not the staff officer she sought. Bella instantly recognized him as the undead manipulator. Siamese admitted it, adding that it was a pity they had not fought when she ventured onto the second floor. Yet now, thanks to the staff officer's arrangement, the chance had been granted to him. He desired the soul of the ice hero. Rem thought to himself that every one of them carried their own reasons for fighting. Bella retorted, realizing that Siamese intended to add her avatar to his collection, and firmly refused. Siamese told her she could resist as much as she liked, but sword skills alone would not decide the victor. Bella lamented bitterly, recognizing how dire the situation was. If what he said was true, then everything unfolded according to the staff officer's design, both ally and enemy dancing in his palm. Siamese reassured her that he would not rely on his departed souls, nor would he use black magic. Bella asked if this was because he wanted to keep his pride unsullied, but he ignored the question and announced the beginning of their duel. Their swords clashed. Steel rang out sharply as Bella slid her blade forward, releasing a burst of glittering ice crystals that streaked toward Siamese. He leapt clear. The ice spread across the ground, crackling until it froze solid before Lemmigeton's position. Rem silently evaluated her. Was this the full extent of Bella's mana? It seemed so. The reserves she had restored after raising the massive ice wall were already nearly gone. Bella's talent was undeniable, but it had only been 3 years since she discovered her job class. The ability to generate mana and the ability to store it within the body were two entirely separate things. She lacked the capacity to recklessly cast large-scale spells. Everything was proceeding as he had intended, isolating her, exhausting her magic, then leaving her to duel Siamese one-on-one. Siamese, both undead manipulator and knight, accepted the fight on his own terms. Once their battle began, no one else would interfere, and Rem would honor his wish by refraining from using black magic. Bella swung her sword, but Siamese's vigilant eyes tracked her perfectly. He evaded, leaving her stunned. With a murmur of admiration, he countered, thrusting his blade into her. Bella staggered, her voice trembling as she vowed that the next time she came, she would surely destroy this body. Siamese calmly sheathed his sword and replied that in that case, he would only add her once more to his collection. Bella's soul was torn free, drawn out of her body as she convulsed. Her form twisted, and she was remade into an undead. Siamese smiled with satisfaction. How delightful! Lemmigeton praised Siamese for his performance. Siamese humbly replied that it had only been possible thanks to the guidance of the staff officer. Lemmigeton corrected him, telling him to give his gratitude and praise to Glaciolabelas instead. Siamese agreed without protest. His eyes lingered on Bella's newly fallen form, now transformed into an undead. He asked if he might have the flame hero's soul as well. Lemmigeton stared at him in silence for a moment before replying that he thought they had already dropped that topic. Siamese quickly apologized. Lemmigeton said it was fine and that he did not mind if Siamese wanted to fight Phoenix in a private duel. Siamese hesitated, pointing out that all the departed souls he had painstakingly gathered would be annihilated in such a battle. Lemmigeton advised him to simply fight Phoenix one-on-one then. After some thought, Siamese asked if he might at least collect the souls of those slain by the ice hero. Lemmigeton allowed it. Rem's gaze fell on the crystallized undead scattered across the battlefield. He knew what it meant to Mr. Siamese. Phoenix was the one who had destroyed every avatar Siamese had ever gathered. It was no surprise that Siamese would prefer to face Phoenix as a knight rather than as an undead manipulator. But others still remained on the field. In the distance, a bough clattered to the ground. Lily had already switched to her dagger, slashing at the enemies rushing toward her. The black dogs came relentlessly, and she met them again and again with rapid swipes. Panting, she staggered as a thud landed against her body. Even so, she declared aloud that as long as she could anticipate the attacks, she could withstand them. Lemmigeton gestured with his hand. Elves had naturally higher resistance to magic and greater control over their mana than humans. That was likely the only reason Lily could endure even a restrained form of his black magic. He increased the weight of the restraining magic. Lily's body strained harder, panting heavily, but she still forced her dagger into motion. Then a gleam streaked toward her. The blade sliced her side before she even realized it. She looked up and saw someone standing before her, knocking another arrow to the string. It was Lark. Lily immediately recognized her. Lark introduced herself formally. She remarked that fighting under the effects of black magic must be agonizing, unable to unleash her full strength while her enemy wielded theirs without hindrance. She expressed her joy that Lily could now understand what they had once suffered. Lily asked if Rem's black magic was really at that level. Lark denied it, saying it was far worse. The staff officer was deliberately holding back so that Lily could continue to fight. Lily narrowed her eyes, realizing Lark still bore a grudge over her arrow being shot down. Lark's gaze followed the bow lying on the floor. Lily remarked on it, and Lark snapped back, calling it a weak insult but saying she would play along nonetheless. Lark told Lily to pick up her bow. Lily bent down and reached for it, her eyes flicking to the black dogs nearby. Lemagedon waved his hand again, and Lark noticed. The monsters in the Demon King's castle would always work together to secure victory, though many of them preferred straightforward battles. Lily suddenly realized the black magic suppressing her had been released. Lark declared that the fight would begin. She charged forward. Lily swiftly knocked an arrow and invoked her Godspeed magic. Arrows streaked toward Lark, but she dodged with fluid precision. Lily was shocked. Lark had already predicted her trajectory. Sliding low across the ground, Lark drew her bow and loosed her own arrow. It pierced Lily's neck. Blood spurted as her body crumpled to her knees. Lark told her coldly that without the help of the great black mage, all Lily had was her speed. She advised Lily to refine her accuracy and study tactics more deeply. Lily's face remained fierce, but her gaze lowered. Then her body dissolved into nothing. Rem thought to himself that only Phoenix remained. Phoenix's lips moved, murmuring Lily's name. Nabarus unleashed another torrent of flame, and Phoenix raised his sword to block it. He remembered Lily's words, telling him not to protect her. Inside his mind, it was silent. Would he speak with resolve? He knew the monsters were stepping forward one by one to fight him. That meant others would have been free to target Lily while he was distracted. Had he divided his focus to shield her, he might have suffered more injuries than expected. Helping each other was the essence of comradeship. But Lily had judged differently, that their best chance of victory lay in fighting separately. Phoenix had agreed with her. With no one near him, he would not have to hold back the full power of his flames. Nabarus sneered, calling out to the flame hero, taunting that he was the only one left and would be consumed by their hellfire. As they waited for their turns, Marcosius suddenly noticed something. Carmilla, Rem and the others all saw it too. Phoenix stood amidst the inferno of Nabarus' flames, and then extinguished them in an instant. Nabarus froze, stunned. Carmilla whispered in awe of the mana that had just been unleashed. Simes and Carmilla tensed, while Marcosius and Furcas only snorted. Phoenix no longer had to worry about protecting his comrades. Now, he could wield that immense mana worthy of the flame hero to its fullest. But, Rem vowed inwardly, in the end they would be the victors. Phoenix stood firm, declaring that Nabarus' hellfire was not enough to incinerate him. Nabarus growled back, questioning if his fangs would suffice instead. Acknowledging that he indeed lacked protection against them, Phoenix abruptly stabbed Nabarus in the front, declaring that he only needed to defeat him before he could bite. Flames consumed Nabarus as Phoenix pulled his sword free. With parting words promising this was not over, Nabarus burst into nothingness. Someone else stepped forward. Before Phoenix, the floor bosses appeared in line. Phoenix asked if they were all in agreement that Sir Marcosius would be next. Suddenly, Glass appeared from behind, but Phoenix reacted swiftly, slashing him down. Glass crashed to the floor, while Phoenix apologized for forgetting his presence. He turned to Simes and Lark, asking their intent, stating that since they had defeated his comrades, he would welcome the chance to fight them. Simes' weapon clinked against the ground as he accepted the challenge. Phoenix dashed forward, his blow barely blocked. Their weapons clashed, but Phoenix's flames melted Simes' sword. With another swing, Phoenix struck Simes' shoulder, dropping him to the ground. Approaching him, Phoenix acknowledged his commendable swordsmanship and why Bella had lost to him, before delivering the finishing strike. Bats swarmed around Phoenix as arrows rained, failing to pierce his barrier. Lark was the source. He knocked another arrow, but Phoenix countered with a swing, unleashing an explosion. Marcosius laughed, praising the hero's firepower and relentless pressure. Phoenix reminded him that he had been kept waiting. Marcosius charged, throwing a punch as Phoenix countered with his sword. Wounded, Marcosius struck with claws toward Phoenix's face. At the last instant, Phoenix leapt back. He wondered why Marcosius was not engulfed in flames after losing an arm to his blade. Marcosius laughed, revealing that he severed the limb himself before the fire could spread. Phoenix thanked him for teaching him something new, while Marcosius warned him not to delude himself into thinking a single strike could end a fight. Phoenix admitted his ignorance with shame, offering gratitude once more. Marcosius dismissed it, declaring that his only purpose was to defeat him. Their battle raged until Phoenix slashed Marcosius down, flames consuming him. With his last words, Marcosius invited Phoenix to fight again. Hearing this, Phoenix realized that all the monsters believed Rem would ultimately prevail, that his defeat was inevitable and that they awaited their next chance at battle. He dodged Furka's sudden attack. In combat, he reflected again. These enemies believed he would fall, only to rise again for another round. But Phoenix struck Furkas down. Furkas apologized to the staff officer before fading. Phoenix pressed forward, determined that there would be no rematch. His eyes locked on Carmilla and Lemagedon. Declaring his desire to fight Lemagedon, he asked Carmilla what she would do. She turned to Lemagedon for orders, for she was one of the big four. He instructed her to force the flame hero into retirement. Carmilla smirked as bloody daggers materialized and flew toward Phoenix, but they clattered harmlessly against his barrier. Phoenix advanced. She unleashed her power again, but Phoenix raised his sword and stabbed her. He acknowledged her mastery of blood manipulation, but declared it ended here. Carmilla, unfazed, asked if he thought burning her body alone would stop her. To his shock, she remained standing. She explained that she had endured this long ago. Phoenix recognized it, vampiric regeneration, faster than his flames could consume her. Her claws and fangs bared, Carmilla growled. Phoenix thought to himself, was she resisting this much power through sheer will alone? He clenched his sword and swiftly cut her in half. Blood splattered, some streaking across his cheek. Touching it, he realized she had scratched him in her final strike. He acknowledged her strength, worthy of both her place among the Big Four and her title of Vampire Queen. Then, as blood soaked the ground, he noticed movement. Carmilla, fading, apologized to Lemagedon. He told her not to worry. With a final prayer for his victory, she disappeared. Lemagedon murmured his thanks. Phoenix declared that he had earned the right to fight Lemagedon. Lemagedon responded, enraged at the loss of all his subordinates. Phoenix asked if Lemagedon had only been spectating. Lemagedon explained it was their wish. When Phoenix asked what his own wish was, Lemagedon stated it clearly, the annihilation of Phoenix's party, in other words, Phoenix's defeat. He added that Phoenix's absurd power would only grow stronger without comrades, would it not? Phoenix admitted that he had once feared exactly that. The four great spirits stood on a level far above anyone else. Could he ever find comrades capable of standing beside him? Would he achieve greater results fighting alone? The thought had terrified him. But his best friend had scolded him, saying there was no fun in seeing Phoenix stand alone at the top. A dungeon raid was more exciting with comrades, and only after losing them could Phoenix reveal his true strength. Lemagedon replied that he looked forward to seeing that true strength of a hero. Phoenix answered that he too wanted to see the true strength of a demon stripped of all his followers. Then Phoenix reached for a tag, pulled it, and caused it to explode, destroying the camera. The broken device fell to the floor. Rem snapped at him, calling him stupid and demanding compensation. Phoenix reasoned that this way he could fight Rem with no restraints, since Rem surely would not want the footage recorded. Phoenix asked how much time they had before another camera arrived. Rem estimated less than a minute. Phoenix declared they should use that time to see which of them was stronger. Rem agreed. Phoenix proclaimed that he, the flame hero Phoenix, would defeat Rem. Rem touched his mask, removed it, and declared that he, the one-horned sorcerer, would prevail. Phoenix retorted that, in the end, heroes were the ones who stood triumphant. Rem agreed, and said that was exactly why he would be the one to win. The lone horn protruded from his head, and a memory flickered. His master had once praised him for enduring over a year of harsh training, remarking on his fortitude. The master asked him again why he wished to become a hero. Rem had answered simply, because heroes were cool. They defeated villains, triumphed with their comrades, and inspired those who watched. That was why he wanted to be one. The master reminded him that even if he mastered black magic, he himself could not directly defeat enemies. Rem had replied that his presence would allow the party to fight at their best. That was the kind of black mage he aspired to be. The master warned that unless he stood at the very top, no one would acknowledge his worth. Rem, stubborn, declared he would persist regardless. The master, understanding, reached out to pat his head. The master told him that while he was not blessed with exceptional talent, he did possess a weapon greater than any other. When asked what it was, Rem had no answer. The master revealed it, Rem's diligence. Even when hopes were dashed, when old friends mocked him, and when his best friend had gained the class he desired, he had never given up. He had gone so far as to beg a suspicious demon for training, enduring all the cruel, spiteful abuse without a word of complaint. The master formally acknowledged him as a disciple, and Rem accepted with unwavering determination. The master explained that the moment he used this power, the bond between them would be revealed. Then he tore one of his horns from his own head and handed it to Rem, forbidding its use except when victory of greater importance than his oath demanded it. If that time came, Rem could do as he wished. But accepting the horn would mean tasting even deeper bitterness. Could Rem endure it? He had shouted his affirmation. Back in the present, Rem revealed to Phoenix that this was the first time he had ever invoked it. Phoenix asked if it was his trump card. Rem slammed his other arm, blood spurting out as another horn burst forth. His body transformed, skeletal wings unfurled, and his figure twisted into something like a demon king. An explosion erupted, shaking the castle. Phoenix slid a foot back, his body shuddering, his face tense and grim. Phoenix smirked, realizing what Rem had been hiding. Rem offered only a small smile in response. Demon horns functioned as vessels that stored and refined mana. The denser and purer the mana, the greater the magnitude of even the same spell. Demons produced mana through their superior mana organ and stored it in the two horns atop their heads. The capacity differed depending on the demon, but the power contained in a demon king's horn was unmatched. The matter Miss Lucy had once intended to explain referred to how demons would pass down a horn to their chosen successor, granting them a portion of the strength that had sustained them. Rem recalled that his master had been forced to rely on a secret ancient technique to make him compatible with such a thing, as humans naturally were not. The horn had been ground down, and Rem consumed it little by little each day. Even with just a pinch, his completely ordinary body cried out in pain. It had taken him over a year to adapt to a single horn. Phoenix pressed him further, and Rem revealed that everything he had absorbed since that day amounted to the mana stored now within him. Each portion of the horn he had taken had built up his strength over time. When Phoenix questioned if he truly intended to use it on him, Rem affirmed that as far as he knew, no one else could defeat Phoenix alone, except him. Phoenix scoffed. Flames erupted, surrounding Phoenix's sword. Rem's eyes narrowed as he noticed their unusual color, white flames. Phoenix raised his weapon, the fire enveloping it, and the spirit's power surged. Those flames were said to be the flame of the gods, capable of reducing anything in existence to ash. Yet even with that destructive force dancing before him, Rem's composure did not waver. Instead, he turned Phoenix's earlier question back on him, doubting that Phoenix could wield such magic so recklessly. He knew there was no hero more formidable than Phoenix, and that was precisely why he sought to defeat him. Though the time they had was limited, Rem believed it would not take long. The towering walls around them began to fracture under the weight of their clashing power. Phoenix prepared himself, remarking that this would be the first time he had ever cut Rem. At the same time, Rem recognized that it would be his first time striking Phoenix with full force. Both grinned at one another before clashing. Without hesitation, Phoenix lunged forward. Rem began to weave a spell, conjuring a massive wall of mana before him. Yet Phoenix shattered it effortlessly and pressed his charge. The sight left Rem astonished. An instant destruction of his mana wall, something he had spent years accumulating. Realizing what he faced, Rem raised his hand. In a swift surge, black energy enveloped Phoenix. This was not mere black magic, Rem noted inwardly, but the true essence of the sorcery feared by the world. It consumed light entirely, imprisoning the victim within their own mind. It dulled every sense, numbed them to the outside world, slowed their movements as if weighed down by stone, and inflicted a sickness that could claim their life in moments. The darkness closed in around Phoenix, halting his advance as it bound him in place. Phoenix's glare hardened, and suddenly a light burst forth beneath his advancing steps. Rem observed with unease. Had Phoenix nullified nearly all of his sorceries through sheer resistance? He had anticipated resistance, but Phoenix's mana extended far beyond the ordinary. Maintaining concentration while unleashing every spell at his disposal would be impossible. Many would have to be abandoned, leaving only the fatal ones worth casting. Yet, curiously, Phoenix seemed to allow certain debuffs to take hold, those that diminished both attack and defense. The lower defense could be dismissed as insignificant, but why tolerate the weakening of attack? Rem quickly realized the answer. So long as Phoenix bore the flame of the gods, attack strength was meaningless. The chamber trembled as Phoenix advanced. With each step, walls split and the ceiling cracked, scattering fragments of stone and rubble from above. The echo of his stride thundered through the space. His pace suddenly quickened, breaking into a sprint. The throne in the distance splintered apart, collapsing along with the walls and ceiling as the sheer force of their gathering powers shook the hall. Phoenix closed in with unyielding momentum. Determination surged through him. He would overcome, he would prove his own conviction true. Rem met his resolve with defiance, his body enveloped in seething darkness. Both hurled themselves forward, neither willing to yield. The black energy radiating from Rem and the white flames surrounding Phoenix clashed in a violent collision of opposites, light and darkness entangling in absolute contrast. Rem's fist met the edge of Phoenix's sword, their bodies straining as the air trembled with the impact. Teeth clenched, both warriors carried the same singular resolve, to defeat the other, no matter the cost. The chamber roared as a massive explosion erupted, the shockwave reverberating violently across the ruined hall. More debris rained down as the battle raged on. Rem skidded backward, his fists throbbing from the impact. Suddenly, something shot into the air, a flame shaped like a bird with wings flapping fiercely. It was Crimson Wings. The blazing wings soaring above belonged to Phoenix. With a burst of speed, Phoenix dove straight toward him. Rem stood unfazed, convinced that when two heroes clash, one is bound to lose, and he was certain his hero was himself from back then. Because he admired Phoenix, he would not allow himself to lose. Phoenix, on the other hand, strove for victory as the flame hero, even if it meant defeating Rem, even if it meant hoping his best friend would fall, for the sake of preserving the dream they once swore to fulfill together. The large crimson wings of both Phoenix and Rem clashed again. Phoenix summoned his great spirit, while Rem charged with a punch. Their voices echoed as they hurled their determination at one another. Rem swung forward with all his strength, refusing to use the horn, not now. At the same time, Phoenix's blade came slashing down. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the ground and scattering debris in all directions. For a moment, both stood frozen, locked in place as if time itself had slowed. The falling rubble hung suspended in the air. Among it was Rem's horn. Phoenix broke the silence, acknowledging that not even one of the four great spirits was capable of incinerating Rem, while Rem's hand pierced through his body. Phoenix closed his eyes, trembling as he tried to lift the hand that held his sword. Then gently, with a faint smile, he reached forward and replaced Rem's mask. He thanked him, promising he would return again. Rem called him a stubborn guest, pointing out the desolation around them. Phoenix's body began to fade away, and with it, Rem's horn also vanished. Phoenix muttered that the one who stands triumphant in the end is the hero, and that was why he would be back for a rematch. Rem grinned, confident he would be the winner again. Phoenix insisted he wanted to fight Rem at his best, telling him not to use his horn against anyone else but him. Rem scoffed at the thought of constantly facing enemies who demanded its use. But Phoenix told him once more that he was a cool hero, just like when they were children. Before the moment could settle, a voice cried out. Both turned toward its owner, a woman who had found them. She shouted their names, the flame hero Phoenix and the one-horned sorcerer, Lemegidon. Directing her camera at them, she froze in shock at the sight before her. Phoenix's sacred sword had cut into Lemegidon's shoulder, while Lemegidon's arm was thrust straight through Phoenix's chest. She stammered, reporting in disbelief at the surreal scene unfolding before her. As Phoenix's body continued to fade, he smiled, calling it a wonderful fight against Sir Lemegidon. Rem responded in kind, acknowledging the flame hero, Phoenix. Their brief exchange ended with Phoenix smiling once more before vanishing completely. The lady nearby gasped in shock, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. She exclaimed that Phoenix had retired, the hero was gone. His entire party had been annihilated, and the flame hero Phoenix had fallen to the Demon King's staff officer. Rem corrected her, telling her she was mistaken about one thing. Startled, she stammered and asked what he meant. As his own body began to fade, Rem explained that while it was true Phoenix had retired and his party had been annihilated, he did not lose. He tried to continue, but his words were cut short as he vanished completely, leaving the woman hanging without an answer. Thick smoke filled the air as Rem was transported back to the link room. He muttered that perhaps it had been a draw, or perhaps just barely his victory. At that moment, Carmilla, Marcosius, and the other werewolves rushed toward him, shouting his name. The room quickly filled with murmurs as they surrounded him. Rem's eyes scanned the crowd until they fell on Lucy and Cashew, standing nearby. Without hesitation, Cashew ran to him, calling out with tears in her eyes. The others watched with warm smiles as Rem embraced her. Then Lucy stepped forward. She and Rem exchanged glances, and she gave him a reassuring thumbs up. Afterward, a brief discussion followed among them. Carmilla smiled, Furcas kept her usual expressionless face, and the rest remained gathered around him. Surrounded by his companions, Rem continued speaking with them as they welcomed him back with warmth. Afterward, he met with Phoenix and fulfilled his promise by telling him about his job. The broadcast of their raid on the 10th floor had yet to be released, but he was certain it would make waves once it aired. Alva would likely push for another raid right away, but those three should have realized their inadequacies from this attempt. Miss Bella, in particular, was the type who would bring such matters up for discussion. Moreover, viewers tended to enjoy stories of growth, especially tales where adventurers used failure as motivation to train harder and then return to the fray. Adding to that, Miss Bella had discovered his true identity. Unlike most adventurers, she seemed to hold a different perspective. Still, he doubted she would want to attempt another raid anytime soon. Besides, Phoenix's mana reserves were not enough to fully unleash the flame of the gods, and the fire spirit needed time to recover the mana it shared with its contractor. He himself was in the same situation. His stockpile of mana, which he had been saving for 9 years, was now depleted. From age 11 until now, he had built up that vast reserve, but with his current abilities, replenishing it would not take as long as before. He had heard that Phoenix's party would soon depart to raid a dungeon in another city. Shifting his gaze, he saw his own party nearby and approached them. He called out to them, catching Alvar's sharp attention. Alvar demanded to know what he wanted. Rem mentioned that he had heard about their plans to head to another city. Alvar, confused at first, quickly realized he meant Phoenix and his group. Rem told them he had something important to say, but before he could continue, Alvar interrupted with a question. Why had he hidden his power? Rem's mind briefly returned to the moment when he first met Phoenix, recalling how Bella had noticed his black magic back then. He thought of Alvar. Could Alvar have ever accepted him if he had spoken the truth? Returning to the present, he answered that if he had revealed his abilities, would they have even let him remain in the party? Alvar admitted bluntly that they would not have. After all, he was a black mage. Smirking, Rem said that was exactly the answer. Lark added his own question, pointing out that if Rem had shown them his strength earlier, he could have had an easier time in the party. Why had he kept quiet all along? Rem replied that perhaps they wanted him to say something along the lines of how they could only realize their full potential because of him. But what was the point of doing that? Lily then admitted that they had been blind and foolish not to recognize his strength, though she trailed off when trying to criticize his methods. Rem acknowledged it himself, saying he knew. That was why he had come, to apologize. But Bella interjected, insisting that not all the blame should be placed on him. None of them had realized there was a problem because they subconsciously looked down on him for being a black mage. If they had been diligent in honing their own skills, she was certain they would have noticed something amiss. At that moment, Phoenix interrupted, asking whether Rem had waited for them simply to apologize. Rem admitted he had, but said he had more to tell them. After a pause and a sigh, he addressed Alvar first. He pointed out that Alvar had a habit of always extending his magic sword. While flashy, it forced him to wait for it to return, which was a weakness. Rem suggested he practice using it in its compact form. The group fell silent, and Alvar scratched his head, unable to argue. Phoenix smiled quietly at the exchange. Rem then turned to Lark. He explained that Lark always aimed for the most optimal position with minimal movement. While precise, this made his actions predictable and easy to read. He advised Lark to occasionally take a step back, breaking his pattern. Next, he addressed Lily. She could achieve better results by focusing more on accuracy rather than fixating solely on speed. Godspeed was an incredible skill, but it needed to be used wisely. Finally, Rem turned to Bella. He acknowledged her as an excellent hero, attentive to her surroundings and capable of quick decisions. Her magic was both beautiful and versatile. Bella thanked him for the praise, but he continued, pointing out her weakness in close-range combat. Slightly stunned, Bella admitted he was correct and vowed to improve. Rem smiled, then turned to Phoenix. His words were brief. Phoenix was fine as he was. But Phoenix pressed him, saying that if he had anything more to say, he should speak it. Rem replied that he had nothing more to say. He had just been thinking that fighting Phoenix would be even more troublesome if Phoenix grew stronger without relying on his spirit. Phoenix acknowledged the point, admitting that he should not always depend on the spirit. Rem countered that since the spirit chose Phoenix, it was also his power. Phoenix agreed, but insisted this was a different matter altogether. Then he extended his hand. Rem hesitated for a moment, wondering if this was a handshake. Was Phoenix trying to bid farewell? Without hesitation, he took Phoenix's hand. At that moment, their hands began to glow. Phoenix declared his vow as the flame hero. He would come to his friend's aid whenever and wherever he was needed. Rem stared at his hand, realizing what had just happened. Had Phoenix noticed that his ring was a summoning magic tool? Phoenix's mana had flowed into it, accidentally activating it and forming a contract between them. Rem muttered to himself, calling him an idiot. When would he even be able to summon Phoenix? Phoenix, smiling, replied that he would make sure to prepare a monster avatar for it. Brushing past him, Rem told him to stop. It made his skin crawl. Before leaving, he told everyone to do their best. But they stopped him, asking if that was it. Was he not going to reveal the truth about his power? Rem weakly confirmed that he was not. Alvar clicked his tongue, irritated. He pressed Rem, asking what kind of job he was even doing. Rem asked if Alvar was interested. Alvar scoffed. Of course not, he was just asking. Rem chuckled at that and said in that case, he could tell him, but only if Alvar promised not to tell anyone else. Alvar assured him he would not spread it. Reaching into his cloak, Rem pulled out his mask. The sight left them all stunned. At that moment, his ring flashed, and powerful winds swirled around him. With a command, his summons appeared in an instant. Lily, Alvar, and Lark were struck speechless. Bella and Phoenix, already aware of the truth, remained composed. Alvar gasped, still in shock, unable to find his words. Rem told them that their battle earlier had been fun, and they were welcome to return anytime. But he promised that next time, he would utterly destroy them all. Parting with a simple, "Let's do our best, see you," he left the three dumbfounded. Turning to his subordinates, he gave instructions before they departed. Phoenix watched him with a small smile. Rem told everyone it was time to head back, and they all answered in unison. 2 weeks later, voices buzzed from the broadcast. Lemmigeton had driven his hand through Phoenix's chest. They said, "Yes, that was exactly what had happened." Reactions poured in. One woman remarked that she had thought he was just like all other sorcerers, but if he could fight hand to hand, she would love to challenge him. Carmilla commented that the responses were astounding. To think that Hervé, the magic sword hero ranked third in the world, wished to fight him. Rem admitted that it would be an honor. Carmilla then added that the Demon King had summoned him. He wondered aloud what she wanted. In the discussion room, Lucy sat alone, waiting. Rem entered, announcing his presence and asking what he could do for her, addressing her as Majesty. Lucy scoffed lightly before declaring that she had his next assignment to give him. Rem's eyes widened in surprise. "His next assignment?" Rem asked. Lucy gave a short, dismissive snort before explaining. He had personally associated with 2 demon kings, her grandfather and herself. Rem confirmed that was true. Lucy pressed further. Was he not curious about what her father, the previous demon king and her master's son, was doing now? Rem admitted he was curious. Lucy said that man had not only abdicated the throne but had also committed the unforgivable. Rem fell silent at her words. Lucy continued, recounting how before leaving her father had declared that dungeon raids were outdated. He had sworn to create a new business model that would put an end to them. Rem asked what that meant. Lucy replied that she did not know exactly, but he had his own beliefs and reasoning. Currently, the audience's sympathy overwhelmingly favored adventurers. Her father wished to change the inherent disadvantage monsters faced. It would be nice if such a lofty dream could come true, but if it meant the abolishment of dungeon raids, her heart ached. Upon hearing this, Rem thought he felt the same. Dungeon raids were the foundation of his childhood dream. He could not support her father if it meant getting rid of them entirely. Lucy added that her father seemed to be preparing a major move, and part of it involved acquiring a certain dungeon. Rem repeated the word, "Acquire?" Lucy explained that since their numbers had continuously been in the red, they had considered letting that dungeon go. She did not know what he intended to do with it, but if he bought it, he would surely make it impossible to raid or defend dungeons anymore. That she could not allow. She then called him by his title, commanding her staff officer, Lemmigeton, to use his power to bring the dungeon's numbers back into the black. She ordered him to transform it into a dungeon where adventurers would flock, only to be utterly wiped out. Rem asked if that was to be his next assignment. Lucy snorted and said it would be his task until the destroyed 10th floor was repaired. Would he accept? Rem nodded. If it was the Demon King's command, he would obey. Lucy responded that she thus ordered it so. She allowed him to use his ring, but he must not use the horn. Rem acknowledged the order. Lucy began to comment on her father's ambition, but her words were cut short. The door suddenly burst open. Carmilla had been listening to everything. She rushed in as Rem turned toward her, while Lucy looked visibly irritated. Lucy demanded to know what it was this time. Carmilla cried out that she would accompany Sir Lemmigeton to the dungeon. Lucy told her she could not. Carmilla shrieked in protest, demanding to know why not. She shouted that she should have enough paid vacation time and wanted to use it all, slamming her hands on the table. Rem tried to calm her, calling her Miss Mila, but Lucy interjected. She knew Carmilla was attached to Lemmigeton, but she needed her here. Besides, the city he was being assigned to was not far. Carmilla could see him on her days off. With tears welling in her eyes, Carmilla turned to Rem and asked if that was all right with him. He told her it was. If the city was close, he would likely return from time to time as well. Lucy added that she worried about Lemmigeton being alone. For now, she would allow him to bring someone. She suggested Cashew. Still crying, Carmilla wobbled, forcing a smile as she agreed. Cashew was his secretary after all, so that was fine. She reassured herself out loud that it was fine. Lucy then suggested adding one more person. But before she could finish, Carmilla quickly shouted, begging the Demon King at least to choose a male. She declared she would even accept Citri. Lucy told her it was unnecessary, she had already asked Furcass. Carmilla shouted in anger that Furcass was a girl. Lucy, a bit flustered, tried to calm her down, explaining that Furcass only cared about strength and food, and there was nothing for Carmilla to worry about. Lucy then added that perhaps she could impose a monitoring mission onto Cashew. Carmilla immediately agreed that it was a great idea. Rem, however, felt uneasy. Later, back in his room, Rem thought to himself that as soon as he had moved into the employee dorms, he was already living on assignment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He muttered that it must be Citri. Sure enough, Citri appeared with a bright smile, greeting him cheerfully. She commented on how tough it must be for him to be sent out on assignment so quickly. Rem asked if she had heard about it from Carmilla. Citri giggled, saying Millie had been very down and that he was certainly well loved. Then she laughed, reminding him of when she had said they would talk later. Rem acknowledged that he remembered. Citri said it was good and that she should talk about it before he left. If he formed a contract with her now, he would be able to summon her during his assignment. Rem nodded, recalling how she had promised to form a contract with him if she was satisfied. Citri removed her boots and declared that if he wasn't disgusted by what she was about to do, then she would form the contract. Rem was confused, asking what she meant. At that moment, Citri suddenly vanished, leaving her clothes behind. Something rustled within them, and soon, a small winged creature emerged. Citri, having transformed, asked what he thought. Rem asked if she was a chimera. Citri lowered her head, disappointed, thinking that he was grossed out. But Rem smiled, reassuring her that he wasn't. He thought her coat and wings were lovely. Citri, surprised, asked if he really meant it. He confirmed he did. Citri muttered that she disliked how unrefined she looked, but noted that she could become whatever self she wished to be. Rem replied that he was envious. Citri lifted her gaze, flapped her wings, and flew above him. Landing on his shoulder, she repeated her earlier question, was he disgusted? Rem told her that, if anything, he was only worried because she felt so light. Citri licked his face and thanked him. Rem told her not to worry about it. Then, Citri flew off him and light filled the room. In an instant, she transformed back into her human form, standing in front of him. Shocked, Rem quickly turned away, but Citri gently held his face and turned it back toward her. With a sweet smile, she said his name. She explained that she could transform into whatever form people most wished to see. As gratitude for his kindness, she wanted to become the most beautiful woman for him. Rem grabbed her wrists and asked if the form she had now was the one she truly wanted to be. Citri admitted it was, and Rem placed his coat around her shoulders, saying he liked this form the best. He told her she didn't need to thank him, that it was fine as it was. Citri fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed, saying she could see why Millie had fallen for him, calling him a flirt. Confused, Rem asked what she meant. Citri apologized, admitting she had done this as a test. She couldn't entrust Millie to someone who might easily fall to temptation. Rem replied that if that was her reason, he wasn't angry at her. As Citri touched his ring, it began to glow. She encouraged him, saying they would both do their best. He agreed. After a pause, Citri told him she would see him later. Rem called out to her, making her stop in her tracks. He asked whether the reason Millie never got angry when he spoke with her had something to do with Citri's true identity. Citri looked surprised for a moment, then said that she transcended gender. She winked at him playfully. Rem was left confused, unsure what that meant. Citri ignored his question, shouted a farewell, and left. Several days later, while traveling by wagon, Furcas dug through her bag, pulled something out, and tossed it into her mouth. Rem smiled as he watched her chewing on her snack. She offered him some, but he politely declined, thanking her for the offer. Before he could even finish speaking, Furcas had already accepted his refusal and continued eating. Rem thought inwardly that it would feel awkward if she were to feed him directly. He told her that she could just call him Rem. Furcas accepted, thanking him and stating that they had won because he was on their side. Rem corrected her, saying it was because everyone had done their best. Furcas remarked that humility had beaten even the flame hero who had once bested her. Rem admitted that was true. Furcas then mentioned that the Demon King seemed happier since his arrival. In his thoughts, Rem reflected that many monsters from before had either retired or chosen to follow the previous Demon King, Lucy's father. Lucy herself seemed to believe it was her own failure to unify them that caused the decline, and the smooth advance of Phoenix's party through the castle had only added to her worries. Furcas went on, saying that while the monsters who had left were indeed strong, even without them the castle had been defended, and that the Demon King was happy. Winning, to her, was the only way she could repay Lucy. But she had lost. Victory had come thanks to him. Rem realized then that Furcas, too, cherished the Demon King, just like the others. He asked if that was why she trained him. Furcas explained that she had assisted because she judged him necessary for victory. Rem thought about how, lately, she had been accompanying him during his sword practice. Even without her armor, she was incredibly strong. He thanked her, saying he looked forward to working with her more. Suddenly, Cashew, who had been asleep, awoke with a start and excitedly pointed out the view, exclaiming in awe that she could see the city. As they finally reached their destination, the wagon stopped at the gates, and they entered inside. Before long, someone approached them. Standing there was a young man dressed in black, alongside an adorable dog-eared demi-human, and a pale, expressionless young girl with striking white hair. The lady who greeted them asked if she could assume that the three of them were members of the Demon King's castle. Rem confirmed it, saying they would be working there starting today. She introduced herself with a smile as Kay, explaining that she was under orders from the monsters to welcome him, and that she would lead him to the master. As they walked, Kay engaged them in light conversation. She asked Cashew how she was enjoying her ride on horseback. Cashew exclaimed in delight that it felt so high. Kay asked if the world looked different from that height. Cashew responded enthusiastically that it was amazing. Their attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Cashew asked Rem what it was she was seeing. On a stage, a battle was taking place as a cheering crowd surrounded it. A lady with a sword declared that it did not matter whether someone was human or demi-human. If they had harmed innocent citizens, they would be punished for their crimes. The men she faced shouted back at her to shut up and mind her own business. Then, a silver substance suddenly appeared around her and swirled violently toward the men. The man in the middle screamed as the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Watching from among the spectators, Rem muttered to himself as he recognized the ability, Silver Liquid. He believed she was the 99th ranked hero. The silver-tipped hero, Nicola, who had contracted with the subordinate spirit of the Earth Spirit, was blessed with the ability to manipulate silver material. Nicola turned to the lady he had just saved and asked if she was all right. She responded with gratitude, saying she was fine. Rem thought to himself that most of Nicola's fans were girls, and because of that, he had been given the nickname Silver Prince. Nicola shifted his gaze and spotted someone in the crowd. Kay explained that the man he saw, the one planning to purchase their dungeon, was the organizer behind these spectacles. Inwardly, Rem realized that the villains used in these stage performances weren't demi-humans, but human bandits. The message being promoted was that evil did not stem from being a monster, but rather from those who committed evil deeds. Additionally, he noticed that the majority of the audience consisted of demi-humans. He admitted to himself that he might have enjoyed such a show under normal circumstances, if not for the looming threat of dungeon raids being abolished. Kay then added that the buyer was planning to turn this format into the new standard of entertainment. Rem muttered that he understood. If spaces were rented out or entirely new ones were constructed for this kind of spectacle, there would be endless possibilities. Kay replied that indeed, the target for this shift was them, Sir Lemegitton and the rest of the Demon King's forces. However, she stressed that one of the man's primary objectives was the dissolution of dungeons altogether. Rem stated firmly that he could not agree with that. Kay asked him, then, to lend them his strength, and hers, as the staff officer of the Demon King's army. Rem agreed, saying they would do their best. The group walked in silence as they made their way through the forest. Finally, they arrived and came to a stop in front of the mouth of a cave. Kay told them this would be their workplace. Cashew exclaimed in awe. Moments later, they all stepped inside. Rem asked if this was the beginner dungeon, the very first dungeon. Kay explained that while this remote forest dungeon couldn't compare in any way to the grandeur of the Demon King's castle, they would still be in his care as honored guests. Rem remarked that even if the difficulty of such a dungeon were increased, it would not directly translate to greater prestige. He thought to himself about how adventurer dungeons were all given fixed recommended levels, and this one was specifically classified as a beginner-level dungeon. But dungeons like these had been disappearing steadily over the years. After adventurers completed their tutorials, they tended to skip directly to intermediate-level dungeons to train. Dungeons, therefore, had to adapt to the times, either increase their difficulty to remain relevant or else risk being bought out entirely. Yet, this dungeon remained stubbornly old-fashioned and continued to stay at beginner level. Kay told them that she would now lead them to the master of the dungeon, but noted that, at present, he was moping by himself. Furcas remarked on the mystery of it. Why waste time moping when one could simply adapt? Kay explained that the master had inherited the dungeon from his grandmother. He claimed he did not want to warp or corrupt the dungeon she had loved. Furcas retorted that the result of such sentimentality was takeover. Kay admitted that was true, which was why they were asking for help to avoid such a fate. Furcas asked if moping would help. Doing nothing was stagnation and meaningless. One had to think of ways to overcome difficulties. And if they could not, then they should simply disappear. Kay agreed that Lady Furcas was correct. It was because of their own lack of foresight that they had not realized they were being deceived by that man. She clenched her hands tightly, almost trembling, and questioned herself aloud, was it truly meaningless to believe that they could overcome this? Rem asked if it was meaningless only if they stubbornly refused to change. Furcas answered that yes, it was meaningless only if they remained stubborn. Kay smiled and said that was true, and that the master surely knew that deep down. Then she asked them to follow her. Kay guided them further until they finally stopped in front of a massive tree. Everyone followed her closely. As they stepped onto the portal and activated it, they instantly vanished and were transported inside. The three of them looked around at the unfamiliar place before silently following Kay. After a while, they stopped in front of a door. Kay knocked, announcing that she had brought guests from the Demon King's castle. However, there was no reply. Clicking her tongue in irritation, Kay called out again, insisting that Master Thor should open the door and greet them properly as the dungeon master. Once more, there was no response, but after a moment, another voice told her to leave him alone. Kay, unimpressed, questioned how long he intended to continue displaying such disgraceful behavior, reminding that staying locked away would not stop the approaching deadline. Thor's voice came from within, saying that he knew that already, and that her constant lecturing only deepened his depression. Kay gave a short response, while Thor added that he would greet the guests from the Demon King's castle tomorrow. Just before he could finish speaking, a loud crash rang out as the door burst open from Kay's powerful kick. Furcass, impressed, commented on the strength of the blow. Kay strode inside toward Thor, warning him that if he did not quickly greet the visitors, she would kick him next. Thor, flustered, begged her not to, saying he didn't wish to die just yet. With a heavy sigh, Thor stood up. Rem, noticing, approached him. Thor apologized for showing them such disgraceful behavior and introduced himself as the current dungeon master, Thor. Stumbling over his words, he gave thanks for their coming. Rem accepted his handshake. Thor explained that he had been struggling to manage the dungeon from the very beginning. At that time, the Demon King's father had offered him financial assistance, claiming to be an acquaintance of his grandmother. Believing his words, Thor had signed the contract without reading it carefully. With tears welling up, Thor lamented his foolishness, calling himself a dumb orc incapable of even reading a contract. Kay immediately agreed, coldly labeling him an idiot and trash. Flinching, Thor clarified that his self-deprecation had been directed at Rem, to which Kay coolly apologized, remarking that she had thought he was the type who enjoyed being ridiculed by a maid. Thor turned away, insisting that he had not simply been isolating himself in shame. He had been thinking deeply, but contracts could not simply be broken. Sniffling, he grew quiet. Then Rem spoke, assuring him with calm certainty. Thor, eyes brimming with tears, turned to look at him. Rem declared that they would think things through together. That was, after all, the reason they had come. The monsters of various kinds gathered in one place, murmuring to one another. Rem and his companions stood at the center of the grand staircase. Thor, visibly nervous, urged Rem to address everyone. Rem drew in a breath and declared himself as Lemmigeton, stating that he had come to save the dungeon. The monsters gathered below looked at him with bewildered expressions. After a brief silence, one of them questioned what a high-ranking officer from the Demon King's castle could possibly do. Rem responded that he possessed nothing remarkable, only the ability to bestow. When pressed to explain what he could bestow, he answered, a way to survive. A goblin objected, claiming that despite exhausting every option, they remained trapped in this situation. But Rem rejected that assumption as wrong. Confused murmurs spread among the monsters. Rem continued, explaining that this dungeon was, in fact, truly wonderful for beginners. The first floor, the Goblin Forest, forced adventurers into immediate combat against monsters shorter than themselves, establishing the custom of battle. The second floor, the Kobold Cave, allowed them to experience the challenge of maneuvering through a dark labyrinth. The third floor, the Orc Village, tested them against opponents wielding raw strength and weapons. Each of these levels had been designed to teach adventurers the fundamentals of combat. There might be those who dismissed it as outdated, but the subordinates under Thor were different. In truth, both the Demon King and the monsters themselves felt the same way. Rem then challenged them, asking if this was truly the end they desired, whether they were willing to be disregarded by all, to stand idle while their beloved dungeon decayed. His words struck deeply, and the crowd fell into silence. He went on, urging that those who wished to save the dungeon should lend him their strength. Together, they would show the world the true worth of the dungeon. Thor silently watched from the side, recalling the words Rem had spoken earlier about thinking things through together, that being the reason they had come in the first place. Still doubtful, Thor pointed out that Rem's specialty lay in defense, not management. Rem acknowledged that while the defenses of the 10th floor were flawless, this was a beginner-level dungeon. He had no intention of drawing in adventurers with a promotional gimmick such as promising a special guest appearance from a staff officer of the Demon King's army. Such tactics, he said, would only distort their purpose. He reasoned further that adventurers rarely returned to tutorials once they had completed them, leaving nothing to entice them back. Thor reluctantly agreed, admitting that the general consensus was that beginner-level training was a waste of time, and that this feeling of being left behind was unbearable. It was for that reason that when Pharaoh had offered help, he had leapt at the chance without thinking. Rem reflected that Pharaoh was indeed the name of the Demon King's father. Then he made clear that the real issue was the borrowed money. Regardless of the contract's terms, they needed to focus on earning enough to repay it before the deadline. Thor, still hesitant, asked whether Rem truly believed they could succeed. Rem confirmed that he did. The Demon King had sent them to assist Thor in preserving the dungeon, but with one condition: Thor must never give up. Thor stepped forward, shouting with newfound resolve that he wanted to accept Lemegidon's help. Returning to the present, Thor addressed the gathered monsters, admitting that all of this had begun with his inadequacy, yet affirming that he would not abandon the dungeon. Kay murmured in agreement, stating she shared his feelings on that matter and would lend him her strength. Cashew too quietly offered his support. The monsters began to stir again, voicing uncertainty but also hope. If the staff officer had a plan, if there truly was a way to save the dungeon, then perhaps they would not have to lose it after all. Seeing Rem nod, the crowd roared together as one, declaring that it was time to begin. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Nicola stood silently, staring into the distance as she released a soft sigh. Behind her, her tent waited, and she soon returned inside. Reaching for something, she was instantly enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, and in the next moment her attire changed. A woman leapt into her arms, congratulating her with playful enthusiasm. Nicola rejected the gesture, but the woman, Layla, teased her about casting her aside the moment her popularity rose. Their exchange was interrupted by a man who entered, his words cold and critical as he remarked that her performance had been acceptable, but her acting still too stiff. Nicola muttered that it was her brother. To her, his tone was always unfeeling. He was the one who had conceived the persona of the Silver Prince, and that man was none other than her elder brother, Philip, the same Philip who was also a hero. Although their progress as adventurers had stagnated, their popularity had increased thanks to the Silver Prince persona. The addition of Layla, the thief, had also boosted their appeal, with some now even calling her the Thief Princess. Their adventuring rank had risen, yet Nicola felt as though they were steadily drifting further away from the heroic image she had once admired in her childhood. As these thoughts consumed her, she wondered why things had turned out this way. Layla called out to Nicola. Nicola, reminded of something, asked if he had been present among the audience at that day's show. Layla, confused, questioned who she meant. Nicola clarified, hesitantly, that she was referring to the one she respected. Layla asked if she meant the Black Mage Rem. Nicola confirmed, explaining that she thought she had seen him in the company of a centaur, a dog demi-human, and a human girl, a grouping she found unusual. She wondered aloud whether they had come for work. Layla, in a flat tone, responded that she did not know, adding that she could never understand why Nicola admired such a gloomy man. Nicola, flustered, insisted that Layla must not call him that. In her eyes, he was very cool, far more so than herself. Although many called him useless, the truth was that after his departure, Phoenix's party had lost much of its brilliance. At that moment, Philip cut her off sharply, warning her not to let anyone else hear her defend an expelled sorcerer, as it would not look good. Nicola fell silent, then softly promised not to speak of him again. Philip approved. He asserted that although Nicola might think that man appeared to have surpassed her abilities in reality, he was nothing more than a deadbeat living off his best friend. He further claimed that Phoenix's party had not lost its shine because of him, but simply because the Demon King's castle was an extraordinarily difficult dungeon. While the party's hero was indeed strong, his companions were lacking. Nicola protested that they were still far superior compared to her own group. Philip disagreed, insisting that they were merely more popular, only because they had a stage to display themselves upon. With the shows as a springboard, he believed they could surpass them. At that moment, another voice interjected, praising Philip's enthusiasm but cautioning him against looking down on those who worked diligently upon the same stage. Philip immediately glanced at the man behind him and offered an apology to Sir Pharaoh, admitting that he often failed to hold back when speaking with family. He explained that his intention had only been to warn his sister to mind her words and tone in public. Bowing, he begged pardon. Pharaoh snorted, remarking that while he could not dictate Philip's thoughts or feelings, he expected respect for others so long as Philip worked under him. He then asked whether they had decided to participate in the upcoming open tag tournament. Philip replied that his younger sister remained undecided. Pharaoh explained that the audience might struggle to adjust if the structure felt too unfamiliar, so for the first tournament he intended to keep most rounds separated between adventurers versus adventurers and demi-humans versus demi-humans. Nicola listened in silence. Philip then declared that he wished to seize the opportunity to participate. Pharaoh observed that a sibling pair of heroes was rare and would certainly draw a crowd. Philip agreed, affirming Pharaoh's words. Nicola, inwardly, thought to herself that her brother was consumed by the desire for popularity. To her, it did not resemble the noble, inspiring heroes she had once admired. What path should she take? Her thoughts turned to Rem. She wondered what he, who walked forward steadfastly no matter what others said, would do in her place. With that thought, Nicola clenched her fist against her chest. The town was abuzz with murmurs. Some dismissed it as nothing more than a beginner dungeon, while others, upon seeing the posted reward, cried out in disbelief. Shock spread quickly through the crowd as the amount was revealed. People shouted that they had to reserve a spot immediately, voices overlapping in urgency as more and more clamored to join. At the same time, within the dungeon, Thor voiced his unease, asking if Rem was certain about offering such a high reward. Rem reassured him it was fine. Thor, still hesitant, pointed out that everyone knew new adventurers were always short on money, and even a beginner dungeon would attract them if a reward was guaranteed. But in doing so, he feared he would owe Rem money. Rem acknowledged that Thor's concern was reasonable, but explained that this was the way he had chosen to help. Besides, every raid spot had already been reserved. Thor's mood lightened, pleased that the plan was working as expected. He added that not only beginners, but even intermediate-level adventurers had signed up, drawn by the reward. Rem nodded in response. As he had anticipated, the dungeon's core concept could not be altered. Beginner dungeons existed to teach fledgling adventurers how to fight monsters, to allow them to earn victories and build experience. Yet he questioned whether Thor was truly comfortable with annihilating all those adventurers who had come purely for money, exploiting the beginner system. Thor admitted hesitantly that he was, and that if he were to be honest, he wished for Kay and the others to win. That Rem understood. Beginner dungeons taught adventurers the joy of victory, the thrill of triumph. But what about the monsters? Was there anything great to be found in losing again and again, every single day? Everyone already knew the dungeon's purpose, but Rem could sense that Thor wanted his cherished subordinates to experience victory as well. From the interviews he had conducted with them earlier, it was clear that they too shared this desire. With a composed air, Rem declared that they would win. Thor, startled, blurted in disbelief, then realized this was the Demon King's army, guided by its staff officer. Meanwhile, Rem himself seemed slightly confused at Thor's odd muttering. Time passed, and their plan advanced smoothly. Yet on this particular day, tension filled the air. The reason was simple. The dungeon would be challenged by the party ranked 99th in the world, led by Nicola. Their members assembled as one. Nicola, the silver-tipped hero, stood at the forefront. Contracted with a subordinate spirit of the Earth Spirit, she possessed the power to manipulate silver itself. Beside her was the diamond hero, Philip, her elder brother. Also bound to a subordinate Earth Spirit, he commanded the front line with his formidable ability to create walls of defense nearly indestructible. The third was the White Knight, Mark, a knight wielding white magic. Though his resistance and immunity were lower than those of a typical paladin, his magic enabled him to serve as a reliable shield in battle. Fourth among them was Layla, the thief, her agility her strongest weapon, excelling in stealth. Last was the magician, Ruri, a fairy who drew upon ambient mana for her spells, ensuring she never ran out of power within a dungeon. The five stood side by side, their formation ready. At Philip's call, Mark invoked his power, and light instantly enveloped them, strengthening their defenses. Layla boasted confidently that no number of goblins would pose a challenge, thanking Mark for the buff. Ruri, for once, remarked that she agreed with her, though she considered the challenge beneath her. Layla bristled at her tone, questioning her meaning, while Ruri calmly repeated herself, only provoking Layla's anger further. She threatened to conceal the tiny fairy within her hands so the cameras could not see her, but Ruri retorted, daring her to try. Philip cut through the commotion, warning them not to lower their guard. He suspected the dungeon had prepared challenges suited for all levels. Yet before he could finish, arrows rained down upon them from above. Philip narrowed his eyes just as an arrow struck him, its tip snapping harmlessly against his hardened body. One after another, more arrows followed, but each shattered on impact. He pressed his foot onto one of the broken shafts, snapping it beneath his heel. From the shadows, Rem observed from behind the trunk of a tree. Philip's ability, hardening, may appear dull at first glance, but the image they crafted was deliberate. The diamond that shields the silver, the brother who protects the sister. It was a persona carefully designed to draw viewers into his highly defensive playstyle. All around them, goblins encircled the party while others positioned themselves in the trees above. Nicola and Layla tightened their grips on their weapons as the goblins growled and launched their assault. Layla swiftly intercepted their blows, noting with some surprise the unusual coordination of their strikes. Ruri, watching, realized there was also someone among the enemies wielding magic, though she could not yet tell whether it was white or black. She dismissed it as nothing threatening, certain they could handle beginner-level spells. Mark raised his shield and absorbed the brunt of the assault with forceful defense, while Nicola manipulated the silver substance to strike back. The material lashed out toward the goblins, but they leapt aside, narrowly avoiding its reach. Ruri hesitated briefly, weighing which spell to unleash, fire, water, or perhaps wind, before she chose. A violent current of wind surged around her, sweeping into the enemies and sending them crashing to the ground. Philip looked on, startled when the goblins, who appeared defeated, began to stir once more. Slowly they stood back up. Ruri gasped in disbelief, insisting that major goblins should never have been able to withstand her magic. But the goblins shouted back, boasting clumsily of the training they had endured under Furka's merciless guidance, far harsher than anything else they had faced. They proclaimed that their movements were now slower than the blade of that person's sword, proudly declaring the results of countless meals sacrificed for their training. Philip snapped an order for Ruri to quickly cast again. Before she could move, an arrow pierced her body. The party cried out in alarm. Philip spun around in shock, demanding to know where the attack had come from. Yet all around, there was only the forest and its trees, concealing the attacker. Somewhere hidden within, leaves rustled. Kay's voice emerged, remarking that the fairy should not judge so hastily. Rem, still concealed, reflected on her words. The centaur maid, Cow, better known as the riderless cavalry, Oroba, was behind the shot. Her arrows were infamous for never missing their mark, regardless of distance. Nicola's party must have realized by now that this dungeon was no longer operating at a beginner's level. Nicola called out to her brother, and Philip responded. Without holding back, Nicola cast her spell. The goblins faltered, suddenly uneasy, as silver spread across their bodies. The substance crept along their skin, solidifying into a metallic shell that locked them in place. One by one, they froze like statues, entirely encased. Nicola watched in silence as her spell completed. Philip, however, reminded her of the unseen foes still at large, the magic user and the hidden archer. His warning was swiftly confirmed when an arrow whistled toward Nicola, but he raised his arm and intercepted it. Another arrow followed instantly, striking his glasses and knocking them away. Gritting his teeth, he caught the gleam of yet another shot before it buried itself in him. Nicola called out in alarm as Philip's body staggered. His knees buckled, and with a heavy thud he collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Shock froze Nicola where she stood, staring at her fallen brother. Kay's voice cut through the moment, remarking that his ability did not extend to hardening his eyeballs. She stood now among the goblins. Nicola turned her gaze sharply upon her. The three of them remained standing, yet Layla froze in shock when she realized Philip had been killed. Rage surged through her, and in one swift motion she struck down 4 goblins nearby. As she pressed forward toward the enemy lines, her thoughts sharpened on her target. She needed to eliminate the magic user hiding in the rear and dispel this black magic. The goblins, wary of her charge, tightened their stance. Their weapons suddenly fell to the ground, shattered cleanly in half by the force of her strikes. Yet, to her surprise, they did not falter. Instead, they rushed toward her with reckless determination. Layla gasped. These were no black mages, but something was terribly wrong. Her body felt unbearably heavy. In desperation, she managed to block the enemy's weapon just in time, but a sudden sharp pain pierced her as a knife struck deep. The goblin who had thrown it precisely panted from the effort. Layla collapsed to her knees. The surrounding goblins immediately lunged to finish her, but Mark screamed her name. Nicola quickly commanded him to focus on his own defense, insisting that she would deal with their enemies. The silver substance slithered into motion around her, its shifting form freezing the goblins in place with shock. From the shimmering mass emerged massive silver hands wielding a great sword. In awe and horror, a goblin cried out, but its voice was cut short as the blade swept through, severing limbs one by one in merciless precision. Mark called out to Nicola in alarm from behind, but she failed to notice the looming threat until too late. A horse rose over her, ready to trample. The sound of a thunderous crash followed. Kay had arrived, pinning Mark beneath her foot as he tried to shield Nicola. With calculated composure, Kay revealed herself, introducing her true identity as Oroba. Nicola, stunned by the revelation, understood this was the one who had defeated her comrades, and she swore to take her revenge. But Kay dismissed her vow, declaring she would not allow it. Kay unleashed a powerful kick, then spun and dashed in the opposite direction. Nicola shouted after her, demanding she stop, but Kay only sprinted deeper into the forest, drawing her along. Determined, Nicola gave chase, her anger driving her steps further into the shadows of the trees. Silently, Rem emerged from the darkness once the chase carried them farther away. Breathless from pursuit, Nicola suddenly halted as realization struck her. It was Lemidgeton. Her eyes widened in shock as she understood, he was the one behind the black magic. Questions swirled in her mind as to why he was here, but Rem did not answer. He simply turned his back on her, calm and detached. Nicola, burning with determination, refused to let him escape and unleashed her silver substance toward him. Yet Rem evaded the attacks effortlessly, his movements sharp and precise. Nicola's eyes widened in disbelief. Those evasions, she recognized them. Shock filled her, but she pressed forward. Standing his ground, Rem remained quiet as she raised her voice in defiance and cast her spell. With commanding force, the silver substance surged and formed a cage around him, a gleaming prison that sealed him inside. Nicola believed she had captured him, and she fixed her gaze on him with sharp intensity. But Rem showed no trace of fear. Calmly, he raised his hand, stating that he had known she would attempt this. Nicola's voice faltered, her words cut short when an arrow pierced her chest. She looked down at it, then lifted her eyes again, her expression hardening into burning anger. Behind Rem, Oroba stood poised with her bow, the one who had delivered the strike. Nicola gave a short, bitter laugh as she understood. This dungeon had gone to extravagant lengths, using the staff officer himself as bait. The silver prison dissolved as her power faded, and Rem reminded her that this was their domain. Nicola, just before her body completely vanished, declared she would not forgive them and would return for certain. Rem, left in the silence after her disappearance, vowed that he would personally destroy any who managed to reach the deepest floor. Back in the bustling town filled with adventurers, Rem walked alongside Cashew. The young attendant's curiosity led her to point out a store, asking about it. He agreed they should investigate, but his mind lingered on the battle just past. Their clash with Nicola's party had proven beyond doubt that they could stand against even intermediate-level adventurers. This dungeon's monsters were no mere fodder simply because it bore the title of a beginner dungeon. On the contrary, they were remarkable. Looking forward, he envisioned them not only teaching beginners how to fight, but also showing intermediate adventurers how to push their limits. He entrusted combat training to Furkas, while he himself guided the black mages despite his lack of proper qualifications. When needed, he summoned additional support from the Demon King's castle, and all of this was made possible through Cashew's tireless efforts in managing schedules. Today, however, he had brought her into the city to give her a rare moment of respite. Yet as they walked, a voice suddenly called out from behind. The woman's tone carried certainty. She had known they would be here. Both Cashew and Rem turned to face her. Cashew stared, recognition dawning, and realized who the woman was. Before them stood Nicola, smiling faintly, the hero herself. Rem realized inwardly that this person was repelling the confusion he had been deploying without pause. Nicola herself appeared startled that he noticed. Cashew, cheerful and bright, admitted her enjoyment of the spectacle, and Nicola's face softened with a smile, glad that it had been worth stepping onto that stage. Standing still, Rem addressed her directly, confirming her name. She accepted and told him he could call her Nicola, Nico, or anything else he wished, as he outranked her. A silence lingered between them until Rem, awkward, suggested that ranks should be set aside and that she did not need to speak so formally to him. He thought to himself how different she felt compared to the presence she carried within her avatar. Nicola thanked him, deciding then to call him Mr. Rem, and apologized as she admitted that though she understood his reasons for hiding his identity, she could not stop herself from seeking him out. In her words came her sudden confession. She was his fan. Rem was taken aback. Nicola explained further, saying that was why she had been so shocked. Lemijitan's movements had mirrored his own. Then her expression sharpened as she recalled something from long ago. She remembered him once declaring in a video that he wanted to be a hero, and she pressed him with serious eyes. What had happened since then? Rem lowered his gaze, but her earnest look held him still. In his thoughts, he admitted that as long as someone stood before him without ill intent, with a seriousness that could not be ignored, he could not turn away. He had to respond with the same sincerity. At last, he explained that someone had once taught him that heroes could take many forms. Monsters, too, could be winners. Nicola softly affirmed what she already believed. He had not changed, he was still the same Rem she admired. Happiness welled up in her, and she confessed she had not been mistaken. She then fumbled through her pocket and produced a handkerchief, holding it out with an earnest request for his signature. Though confused by the request, Rem complied, and a short time later returned the signed handkerchief to her. Nicola accepted it with gratitude, saying she would treasure it dearly. He asked if that was all she wanted from him. She assured him it was and promised to keep his secret, knowing he wished to remain hidden. He thanked her. With that, Rem looked back to Cashew and prepared to leave. He noticed she had been writing something and wondered about it. Just as they were turning away, Nicola's voice stopped them. She invited them to dine at a restaurant she recommended, offering to treat them herself. At that moment, Cashew's stomach betrayed her hunger with a loud growl. Rem had half expected Nicola to stop him from walking away, sensing that she had something pressing on her heart to discuss further. So, the three of them went together to eat. Cashew savored the meal with silent delight, her expression glowing. Rem, curious, asked Cashew what she had been writing down earlier. Cashew remembered the conversation she had once shared with Carmilla. In that memory, Carmilla explained the importance of recording all the women who approached Mr. Rem, even female animals, dismissing them as pests. It was necessary, Carmilla claimed, to protect Mr. Rem from the evil that threatened to destroy his body, and only Cashew could fulfill this duty. Back in the present, Cashew drooped sadly, lamenting that she truly did not want Mr. Rem's body to be destroyed. Rem, stunned, could only take in her words. At that moment, Nicola returned to the table, apologizing as she informed them that the restaurant had run out of the chocolate cake she had wanted them to try. Cashew smiled, assuring that the dessert before her was fine as well. While they ate, Rem recounted the sequence of events that followed his departure from Phoenix's party, including the moment Phoenix recognized him as Lemagitton during their clash on the 10th floor. Nicola, in turn, spoke of her deep admiration for him. When all else had been said, Rem sensed there was still something left unsaid and asked if something weighed on her mind. Nicola turned her gaze aside, realizing her expression had betrayed her thoughts. She set down her cup and, with quiet resolve, asked him what he thought of her, of this silver prince. Rem answered that she was both a powerful and popular hero. Nicola pressed him, questioning if he truly meant that. He assured her it was no lie. Flustered, she rushed to apologize, insisting she hadn't meant to call him dishonest. Instead, she posed another question. If black magic had been as accepted and celebrated as spirit magic, would he have pursued it openly? Rem answered without hesitation that he likely would have. Nicola nodded, having suspected as much. She reflected aloud that society had refused to accept him for who he was, forcing him to change in order to fit in. Until this day, she had not realized he had simply been striving to become the person he wished to be. Rem then asked her whether she too was not striving to become the person she wished to be. Nicola admitted in a weakened voice that she was, but before she could elaborate further, another voice intruded. Philip had been searching for her, concerned by her odd behavior, and demanded to know what was happening. Nicola questioned him calmly, asking why he was there. Philip revealed that he had checked every place she might be. Rem and Cashew sat quietly as the tension grew. Nicola muttered her disgust at his behavior, but Philip brushed it aside and demanded to know who the man beside her was. She raised her voice, declaring Rem her friend and asserting her right to choose her own company. Philip, firm and unyielding, countered that she could not. If her identity were exposed, people would be outraged to find her dining with a man. Nicola objected that it was not a date, pointing out Cashew's presence with them. Philip turned to the child, his tone suddenly soft, and apologized, introducing himself as Nicola's older brother. Cashew formed her lips into an O of recognition and asked for confirmation. Philip confirmed, thanking them for keeping Nicola company and saying he had only been worried. Yet just as quickly his coldness returned. Fixing Rem with a glare, he demanded to know his relationship with Nicola. Rem noted inwardly that his confusion magic was working. Philip saw him only as some unremarkable man. He echoed Nicola's words, calling himself her friend. Philip continued his interrogation, asking where they had met and how they knew each other. Nicola cut in, calling her brother's questioning rude. Philip apologized in form but pressed harder, demanding that Rem stay away from her. When he tried to pull Nicola away, she slapped his hand and declared that she would not allow him to interfere in her private life. Philip rebuked her, saying such words might come from an ordinary younger sister, but she was not ordinary. He pressed her to consider who she was, and what her goals were, and how such matters would be affected by her choices. Rem, silently observing, reflected inwardly. She was Nicola, the silver-tipped hero, an adventurer striving for the top, admired by many female fans for her princely persona. If she were to have a normal romance with someone like him, even the rumors would cause a storm. It would be nothing short of a headache. Nicola cried out that she hated her brother. Philip responded calmly that he loved her. With a smile, he turned to Cashew, asking the girl to continue keeping his sister company. Cashew agreed. But Philip made it clear that this courtesy did not extend to Rem. As Philip turned to leave, Nicola apologized to Rem and Cashew, lamenting that this was simply how her brother was. Rem acknowledged how deeply Philip cared for her, but Nicola denied it, insisting that he only wanted to preserve the Silver Prince persona he had created for her. Suddenly, Nicola dashed toward Rem, whispering shyly if she might see him again, confessing she had yet to tell him everything. His face warmed at her sudden approach, but he agreed. He told her where he stayed, though added a condition, that Cashew be present as well, since he would not abandon his duty as her guardian. It was not, he assured himself, out of fear of what she might write about him. Nicola accepted brightly, asking Cashew if she would join them. Cashew, cheerful as ever, agreed. Later, after Nicola had left, Rem remarked that it seemed they were now friends. Cashew agreed, praising Nicola's kindness, and announced that she would record it in her reports. Rem froze as if struck. Quickly, he tried to distract her by offering his own cake, claiming he was already full and that she had worked hard enough to deserve it. Cashew's eyes shone with joy, and she eagerly accepted, momentarily forgetting her report as she savored the sweet. The sound of clashing metals reverberated through the silent forest. Furcas rushed toward Rem, gripping his sword firmly as he braced himself for her strike. In a swift motion, Furcas's spear cut through the air, knocking the sword cleanly from Rem's grasp. He cursed in frustration, but before the words could even leave his lips, Furcas had already leapt into the air above him. Caught off guard, Rem was unable to react in time. Her kick landed squarely against him, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing backward onto the ground. He muttered weakly in pain, but Furcas pressed the end of her spear against his head, declaring his lack of talent. Sitting gloomily, Rem admitted defeat. Furcas, however, pulled him back to his feet, remarking on the sharpness of his eyes. He asked if she truly thought so, but she bluntly clarified that while his eyes were good, they were not developed enough to amount to an attribute. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged as much. In his thoughts, he recalled how combinations of attributes determined one's job class. Mobility, combat sense, and swordsmanship, for instance, would manifest as the warrior class. This was why chefs sometimes failed to become warriors, because they lacked swordsmanship, even though their attributes might still serve them well in other roles. Furcas insisted that pessimism was unnecessary, since such things could be learned. Rem echoed the word in question, but Furcas explained further, attributes were simply a form of talent, an issue of suitability. He agreed, noting that although progress was possible without them, those who possessed attributes could grow faster and reach greater limits. Attributes, he reflected, were tied to the body. Furcas pointed out that job classes often failed to match an individual's temperament, since they reflected only the physical, not the emotional. Yet, depending on the heart, a person could still grow. Rem was puzzled, but Furcas elaborated, explaining that qualities such as genuine concern were not a matter of talent. True, selfless concern could only exist in those with kind hearts. Slowly, Rem came to understand. When she had praised his good eyes, she had not been referring merely to sight, but to his ability to observe people. Furcas affirmed that he had watched his party for years, ensuring their victories without trouble. This cultivated skill of careful observation was precisely what made him a capable staff officer, one who excelled at watching closely and finding ways to secure victory. She further explained that his eyes were particularly compatible with black magic. By weakening, slowing, and destabilizing enemies, he created opportunities for her to evade attacks while ensuring her own blows landed with precision. Now, she urged he should learn to direct this skill towards single combat, which would allow him to improve even if only slightly. Her words left him stunned. Until then, he had never considered close-quarters combat as a real option. Even Mira, one of his most passionate supporters, had not envisioned him fighting in such a manner. She had believed in his eventual victory over Phoenix, but never through swordsmanship alone. Yet here was Furcas, an expert, telling him that he could still improve, if only by a little. A faint smile lingered on Furcas's lips as she observed him. Rem resolved within himself that if there was even a single step of progress he could take, he would seize it gladly. He requested another rematch, and Furcas silently gave her approval. Once more, the quiet forest was overtaken by the sound of clashing steel. When it ended, Rem collapsed heavily onto the ground, expressing his gratitude. Furcas only hummed in response. Panting hard with exhaustion, he asked if she never grew tired. Furcas replied that everything became tiring when she was hungry. Rem muttered in acknowledgement, then admitted he had missed the chance to ask earlier, her race, what was it? Furcas simply called it a secret. Slightly disappointed, Rem accepted the answer. She added that she would reveal it to him if he guessed correctly. Rem thought about it. Extraordinary strength, remarkable speed, endurance beyond normal, and powerful limbs. He believed he might have an idea. When he asked what would happen if he guessed wrong, Furcas stated the cost would be a year of meals. He quickly decided not to answer, saying as much. Furcas remarked that it was a shame. Elsewhere, inside the dungeon, the dining area was alive with chatter. Thor glanced about the hall until his face lit up. He spotted Kay and called out to her. Kay turned her gaze on him, remarking on his presence while slipping in an insult, calling him a pig before correcting herself with a mocking politeness. Shocked, Thor wondered to himself if she had truly just called him that. He confronted her, saying her words had been somewhat mean, but she coolly apologized and explained that pigs were, in her view, cute creatures. Thor replied that he had nothing against pigs, but Kay pressed him. Was he asking her to change her attitude toward him? Thor fumbled with his words, denying it, admitting it would feel far stranger if she suddenly began treating him kindly. Kay dismissed his complaint, claiming she was always nice and asking what he actually wanted from her. Thor, regaining his focus, asked if she knew about the tag tournament being hosted by Sir Pharaoh, the one in which they could enter with their avatars regardless of species. Kay confirmed, and Thor eagerly continued, saying he had heard there was prize money. He asked if she would join the tournament with him. Her refusal was instant. She flatly rejected him without hesitation, leaving Thor stunned by her lack of consideration. But then she assured him not to worry, she had already thought of the same idea herself. Confused, Thor asked if that meant she had already chosen a partner. Kay confirmed it. Nervously, Thor asked who it was. Kay, smirking with pride, told him to listen and be amazed, combining mockery into her words as she called him Pig Master. Thor inwardly muttered his disbelief at the nickname. Kay leaned forward, looming over him as she announced that she would be participating with none other than Sir Furcas. Thor could only mumble in astonishment. The following day, Thor's voice rang out in shock when he learned more. Rem confirmed that he too would be entering the tournament. The prize money, he explained, could be used to pay down their debt. Their recent encounter with Nicola's party had helped boost their funds, but it was not enough. Thor then admitted he had been meaning to ask about that incident. When Nicola's party arrived to raid, why had Rem revealed himself? He expressed his gratitude, but pointed out that the dungeon's concept had been compromised. What if their raid had been broadcasted? Would it not have drawn adventurers rushing to challenge him? Rem answered with confidence that such a thing would not happen. Thor, still doubtful, pressed him further, asking if he truly believed that and if he would explain. Rem explained that it was because the adventurers had likely already guessed the change in the dungeon's difficulty before they arrived. Thor was startled at the thought. They had known it was adjusted for all levels, and yet still came? Rem confirmed it. The altered dungeon difficulty, along with the presence of the Demon King's army's staff officer, these were enough. Even a video of their failure would gain views if uploaded, but to do so would mean leaking critical information. Thor realized what Rem was implying. They wanted to be the ones to conquer the new challenge, so they would not be foolish enough to increase their competition by exposing it. Rem confirmed that this was precisely the case. Rumors of an all-level dungeon would spread among adventurers. A dungeon that adjusted its difficulty to the adventurer's level, that was the concept. This encounter served as the trial to make that vision a reality. Thor noted that merely changing the difficulty would have been enough, so why had Rem himself appeared? Rem acknowledged that it would have sufficed, if he did not mind waiting patiently for someone else to raid. Thor realized what he meant. They needed to earn money quickly. Was this about his horn? Rem affirmed it. No one truly knew how he had defeated Phoenix, though many surely had their guesses. Perhaps they imagined he possessed an enormous reserve of mana stored within his horn. Thor muttered to himself that this was exactly the case. But such immense mana could not possibly be stored within the horn multiple times. Rem confirmed it, meaning now was their time to strike. His mana was thought to have been depleted after the battle with Phoenix. That was the assumption driving them, making this their chance. Thor acknowledged it as information far too valuable to share with other adventurers, especially those striving for the top. Rem agreed. They would undoubtedly challenge the dungeon again before he returned to the Demon King's castle. Thor added that they would persist, no matter how many times they failed. Even the recreations of top parties' avatars could be monetized for good income. That was the plan. Rem thought to himself that the dungeon's core concept could remain intact while his presence was treated as a limited-time event. They needed money swiftly. Returning to the original topic, Rem mentioned that the upcoming tournament would offer a monetary prize. Thor quickly cut in, saying that Miss K had already declared she would participate. Rem muttered that they had indeed thought the same way. He asked if she intended to partner with Thor. Before Thor could respond, a voice cut in. Rem turned toward it and saw Furcass, chewing her food without pause, declaring that she would not lose. He recalled how he had once invited Furcass to participate but had been rejected. Would she like to join him now? He asked. Furcass, in her usual flat tone, replied that she had already promised. Rem realized that Kay was the one she had promised. With that, he declared that he would win, addressing Furcass respectfully as master. Furcass replied that she approved of his spirit as her disciple, but that the winner would be her. Night soon fell. Cashew endlessly swung her sword, her shouts ringing out into the air. Furcass commented on her swing with approval. Meanwhile, Rem sat quietly on his bed, her voice echoing into his room. He wondered if this was something they always did. Drawing a deep breath, he let out a heavy sigh. He reminded himself of his promise. He was not going out to meet her tonight, but rather would summon her here. Cashew had carefully kept records in her notebook of everyone's schedules at the Demon King's castle so that he could confirm in advance when he required his contractee's aid. He had arranged training for Kay, greatly improving her archery under the dark-strained hunter Lark. He had tasked Marcosius, the chief of the werewolves, with leading the kobolds. He had demonstrated sorcery to the monsters capable of wielding it. When he ordered them to cast black magic upon themselves for an entire day, at first they had looked shaken. Rem swallowed hard. This time was different. He was not summoning for work, but to answer her personal wish to meet. His hand glowed with light, and in an instant, a woman appeared before him. It was Carmilla, clad only in a towel. Rem's face turned crimson as his breath caught in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. Where were her clothes? Rem, in a panic, shut his eyes tightly and apologized, thinking he had arrived at the wrong time. Carmilla laughed softly, assuring him that he was right on time. As she spoke, the towel she had wrapped around herself slipped to the floor. With his eyes still closed, Rem nervously asked if she wasn't naked. Carmilla teasingly suggested he check for himself. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he first saw the towel lying on the floor, and then, as he looked up, saw Carmilla dressed in a nightgown. The room fell into a brief silence as Carmilla asked for his opinion. Rem, still unsettled, told her not to scare him like that. Carmilla replied that she only wanted to surprise him, and he admitted she had succeeded. She laughed, calling it a huge success. Changing the topic, she mentioned she had heard his work had been going well, just as expected of him. Rem replied modestly that it was thanks to everyone's help, especially the serious and hardworking dungeon staff, as well as the great support from their allies in the Demon King's castle. Carmilla said she herself would have been glad to assist him at any time. Rem reminded her that she was responsible for managing the third floor and must have been busy. Carmilla confirmed it, explaining how her workload had recently increased. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, drawing both their attention. Carmilla wondered aloud who could be visiting Rem at such an hour. Rem guessed it might be Furcas or Cashew. Carmilla said that if that was the case, it should be fine for her to answer the door. Rem agreed. When Carmilla opened the door, a woman stood there. She seemed startled and quickly apologized, saying she must have come to the wrong room, but then she recognized Rem. Carmilla turned to Rem, asking if he knew the woman. Later, the three of them sat together, sharing coffee. The two women sat at the table while Rem stood nearby, tense. Carmilla questioned why the woman had come to Rem's room so late at night, asking if she intended to crawl into his bed. The woman, flustered, denied it, explaining that she had only brought late-night snacks as an apology for her brother's earlier rudeness. Carmilla, unconvinced, said she still couldn't approve of a young lady visiting a man's room alone at such an hour. The woman muttered under her breath, questioning Carmilla's own presence there. Carmilla, irritated, insisted that she had been summoned, declaring the situation had nothing to do with her conduct. The woman then asked who Carmilla even was, wondering aloud if she might be Rem's lover. Carmilla firmly stated that they were simply close friends, so close, in fact, that they could spend time together late into the night. The woman hesitated, trying to interpret her words. Rem quickly intervened, saying that Carmilla was only a friend, or rather, a co-worker. The woman repeated the word, co-worker, eyeing Carmilla and noting her beauty and elegance, then suddenly recognized her as the vampire queen, Carmilla. Carmilla appeared startled, and Rem explained that the woman's name was Nicola, a hero. Nicola admitted that she had realized Rem's true identity as Lemageten from the way he moved during her raid on the first dungeon. Carmilla was astonished that Nicola could recognize him from that alone. Nicola nodded, adding that she had always been a fan of his. Carmilla, understanding now, asked which of his live dungeon broadcasts Nicola liked best. Nicola replied that her favorite was the Advanced Hellfire dungeon. Carmilla, impressed by the choice, agreed that it was a good one, but admitted that her personal favorite was the Intermediate Transient dungeon. Nicola immediately agreed, saying that one had shown the most footage of Rem. Their shared enthusiasm made them both smile warmly at each other. Carmilla introduced herself, stating that she worked at the Demon King's castle, though Nicola already knew that much. Nicola then introduced herself politely, expressing that it was nice to meet Carmilla. Carmilla asked how long Nicola had been a fan of Mr. Rem, to which Nicola replied that it was probably since his debut. Carmilla reacted with surprise, remarking that Nicola was a longtime fan. That same night, another knock came at the door. When it opened, Furcas was there, and behind her stood Rem, carrying Carmilla on his back. Rem greeted her with a calm, "Good evening." Furcas eyed the scene curiously, teasingly asking if he was sneaking into bed with Carmilla. Rem quickly denied it, but Furcas mischievously commented that Cashew was in the room too, calling it bold of him. When Rem reacted, she laughed and said she was only joking. Rem explained that Carmilla had wanted to talk with him and apologized for disturbing her so late. Furcas told him she didn't mind and instructed him to lay Carmilla on the bed. When Rem hesitated, Furcas glanced at him and remarked that she didn't approve of cheating. Before Rem could defend himself, she once again laughed and said she was joking. Rem muttered that he hoped she was serious about that. Furcas took hold of Carmilla and, with ease, tossed her onto the bed. Rem was shocked by the sudden motion. As Carmilla landed, half asleep, she murmured in a dreamy voice about how rough Rem was, but that she didn't dislike it. Embarrassed, Rem left the room soon after, walking outside with Nicola. Nicola was cheerful, saying the evening had been so much fun. Remembering her earlier exchange with Carmilla, she admitted she never thought she would find someone she could talk to about her favorite things. Rem then brought up what she had mentioned before, asking her to tell him more. Nicola agreed and said that she admired both Rem and Miss Herve. Rem commented that he also enjoyed watching Miss Herve's raids. They always excited him. Miss Herve, known as the Magic Sword Hero, was famous for fighting barehanded despite her title, leading many to say she possessed superhuman strength. Nicola said she wished she could leap into enemy lines like Miss Herve, to be a hero as cool as her. Her brother, meanwhile, idolized the Iron Wall hero. Together, they had formed their own parties and challenged dungeons, but their efforts never took them very far. Rem quietly thought to himself that it was unfortunate, but also a common story. Hard work did not always yield results. That was the harsh reality of their world. As they continued walking, they came across a bench, and Rem suggested they take a seat for a while. Nicola spoke again, saying she wanted to stay true to what she loved. However, her brother was different. He believed that failure meant something needed to change. His new plan was to form a group called the Silver Prince and Companions. To fit into this concept, Nicola had even changed her avatar's appearance and adjusted her way of speaking and behaving. Rem asked if she still couldn't let go of her own dream. Nicola replied that she couldn't. Rem asked whether she had discussed it with her teammates. She said she had, many times, but all of them had experienced failure before, and her brother strongly opposed trying again. That, she said, was why she admired Rem so much. Despite others saying his path was impossible, he still pursued what he wanted. The sight of him declaring his challenge so boldly had been dazzling to her. She clenched her fist and called his name, then asked what he thought she should do. Rem replied that only she could decide that. Confused, she asked what he meant. Rem continued, saying that if there was something she truly wanted to do, she should do it, no matter what. There was nothing wrong with that. While her brother's reasoning wasn't wrong, it also wasn't the only way. Even without following current trends, she could still attract fans. He pointed out that her situation was already different from before. When she asked what he meant, Rem explained that back then, no one was watching her. But now, many fans were paying attention to her raids. The audience size had changed completely. Nicola stammered that if they lost, they might lose those fans again. Rem noted that the Silver Prince could fight so spectacularly because Mr. Mark and her brother acted as her shields. Nicola confirmed this. Rem went on, saying that her team's formation was beautiful, so well balanced that no one wanted to see it broken. If they were to suddenly change it, the viewers would feel unsettled. Nicola agreed. Rem then suggested that she try fighting somewhere that such things wouldn't matter. Without tanks protecting her, she would have to handle defense and evasion on her own. She would also need to take over the support roles of Miss Layla and Miss Ruri. If she created a situation different from the usual, her distinct movements would stand out more clearly on screen. Nicola thought deeply about his suggestion. Rem added that hero shows, being scripted, wouldn't allow such experimentation, but if she wanted to test it in a serious battle, she could try it in the tag tournament. The idea intrigued her. She mentioned that the tournament sponsor had already asked her to join her brother's team, but she hadn't yet given an answer. Rem understood that the sponsor she referred to was Mr. Pharaoh, the man behind both the hero show and the tournament itself. Then, Nicola suddenly called out to Rem and took his hand. With determination, she asked if he would compete in the tag tournament with her. Rem was caught completely off guard by the request. Inside Nicola's residence, the space was wide and elegantly arranged. Rem and Nicola sat facing each other in the quiet room, both at a loss for words. The air between them was tense, and across from them, Philip watched the two seriously. After a moment, he spoke, saying it was a pleasure to meet them, but reminded Rem that they had already met once before. Rem politely replied that it was nice to see Philip again. Philip took a sip of his drink, then remarked frankly that he was surprised. He admitted that Rem was a far more capable black mage than the world gave him credit for. After swallowing another gulp, Philip suddenly asked whether Rem was the same person his younger sister had met the other day while looking for work in the city. Nicola's glare immediately cut him off. Realizing her irritation, Philip muttered that he would stop, saying he wasn't interested anyway. Rem began to discuss the tag tournament, but Philip interrupted sharply, refusing to give his approval. He declared that he would not allow his sister's brilliance as the Silver Prince to be tarnished by the filth of black magic. Nicola raised her voice in protest against her brother's words. Philip, undeterred, accused Rem of trying to use Nicola's admiration and worries to secure a closer position to her. He demanded to know if Rem truly thought he would allow that. Rem answered calmly, saying that he only believed it proper to first discuss things with him, or rather, with Miss Nicola's entire party. He then added with certainty that they would participate in the tournament. Philip stammered in disbelief, but Rem continued, stating firmly that if they entered, they would win. At that, Philip slammed his fist down onto the table, his expression turning sharp. He demanded if Rem was going to spout nonsense again. Philip admitted that he, too, had watched Rem on television in the past. He asked sarcastically whether Rem had since become a hero, or perhaps even ranked first in the world. Rem said nothing. Philip pressed on. Rem hadn't reached the top. In fact, he had been expelled from his party. So how could he possibly win now? Philip's voice grew more heated as he said that even if Rem were an exceptional black mage, it made no difference. The problem was that he was a black mage. Why could he not understand that? Rem finally replied that he did not see that as a problem this time. Philip, taken aback, asked what he meant. Rem explained that he fully understood how the world viewed him, and he intended to use that perception to his advantage. He told Philip that he should already know what worried Nicholas so deeply, and that this problem would not disappear by itself. Philip's anger faded into contemplation, and he told Rem to continue. Rem explained that many people would believe that anyone paired with him had no chance of winning. As a result, the public would see the Silver Prince as a noble figure, someone courageously fighting alongside the powerless. With him as her partner, Nicola would have to bear the brunt of combat herself, forced to change her fighting style. Even if she lost in the first round, the audience would not judge her harshly. Philip murmured that the crowd's voices would fill the stands, praises for his sister's gallant struggle mixed with scorn directed at Rem. He began to understand the logic. His sister, unable to let go of her childhood dream, could face one last challenge. And if she failed, Rem would take all the blame. Rem confirmed that was indeed the essence of his plan. Philip sat in thought for a moment, then called for Nicola. He told her that this was Sir Rem's proposal, but he wanted to hear it directly from her. If she partnered with Rem and failed, would she finally give up? Nicola replied with determination that she would not lose. Philip clarified that it wasn't the question he was asking. Nicola said she understood. If she lost while paired with Mr. Rem, she would accept the outcome. And if the audience found their performance lacking, she would acknowledge that they truly were not a good match. Philip fell silent, then let out a deep sigh. He admitted honestly that he thought the audience would prefer to see him and Nicola paired together. There was, in his eyes, no real advantage in teaming up with Rem. However, if it helped Nicola sort out her feelings, then it was a small price to pay. Nicola called to her brother softly. Philip said that he had simply thought that if he fought alongside her, they could stand together once more. Then he turned to Rem and asked how partnering with his sister would benefit him. Philip said he had conditions, but if they were met, he would allow the two to participate in the tag tournament. After that meeting, Rem and Nicola went together to the Adventurers Guild. The building was crowded with people bustling about, voices filling the hall. Once inside, Rem told Nicola that they would stop there for the day. Nicola agreed to the plan. To synchronize their coordination and learn each other's strengths and weaknesses, she and Rem began training together at a facility managed by the Adventurers Guild. From that point on, they created strategies, tested them through repeated simulations, and assessed their compatibility until the day of the tournament drew near. Their practice included real combat exercises and analysis of recorded battles. They spent one session reviewing Nicola's old videos. In her earlier days, she had fought as a vanguard, but her recent style placed her as a middle guard. Rem watched closely before remarking with a note of caution that he didn't mean to offend, but audiences these days tended to dislike seeing female fighters take heavy hits. He noted that Nicola's battles often devolved into slugfests. Nicola admitted that was true. Rem continued, mentioning that there were still exceptions, fighters like Miss Herva. At the mention of her name, Nicola's face lit up. Rem, however, added that imitation alone wasn't enough. She couldn't just be a copy of someone else, she had to find her own distinctive way of fighting, something that would express her individuality. Nicola thought quietly for a moment. Rem went on to say that, honestly, he believed the title Silver Prince was one of her greatest assets. It was a strong weapon in her identity and appeal. Rather than discarding it in an attempt to become like Miss Herva, she should instead embrace it and shape her ideal fighting style around it. Nicola was silent for a while, then suddenly leapt up with excitement, saying she had just come up with an idea. Rem said that was good and suggested they test her new idea the next day since it was already late. Nicola agreed. Rem then explained that the strategy he had in mind could not be used repeatedly, it was a plan that would work best on its first execution. He intended to use it against Philip and his partner. Philip, too, was joining the tournament with another teammate, likely because he decided the best way to witness his sister's determination was by standing as her opponent. Nicola mentioned that Furcas, one of the Big Four, would also be competing. She looked at Rem, asking if he was confident about facing such an opponent. Rem replied that he already had a plan to defeat Furcas, though it would involve a risky gamble that required her cooperation. Nicola smiled brightly, saying she would gladly take the chance to bring down one of the Demon King's elite. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Phoenix was calling out to the spirit who had once granted him her power. Every hero, after being assigned their class, was required to visit the spirit cave. If a spirit found them worthy, it would form a contract with them, granting the ability to use spirit magic. Spirits possessed minds of their own. They could think, feel, and judge human nature, but rarely spoke directly to mortals. Usually, they only appeared to those who piqued their interest, bestowed their blessings, and then vanished from mortal affairs. To communicate with them willingly, one needed to refine their senses and call to them with clear intent. Phoenix's voice echoed through the cave as he called for Sarah, the spirit of flame. Sarah's voice answered, teasingly referring to him as her defeated bird. Confused, Phoenix repeated the words, but admitted that she wasn't wrong. After all, he had lost to Rem. Sarah expressed her disappointment. She reminded him that she had lent him the flame of the gods, not a mere spark of power, and she hadn't named it that just to sound impressive. Phoenix reasoned that his opponent had simply been that strong and admitted he was frustrated by his own weakness. Sarah acknowledged that Rem possessed the Demon King's horn, a power that should never be underestimated. Still, She scolded Phoenix for misusing her flames, calling him a clumsy bird. She reminded him that he was her chosen contractor, and yet he had still lost. Phoenix apologized sincerely, praising the magnificence of her flames and admitting the loss was his fault alone for lacking strength. Sarah accepted his humility and asked what it was he wanted from her this time. Phoenix explained that when she had first taught him spirit magic, there had been one spell she hadn't shown him. Sarah said it was because he hadn't been capable of handling it back then. Phoenix asked if he could learn it now. Sarah warned him that failure to master the spell would result in his body turning to ash. Phoenix replied that he planned to test the spell using his avatar instead. Sarah sighed and commented on how reckless modern heroes had become, though she conceded it didn't matter much if the avatar burned away. Phoenix thought to himself that it did matter. The avatars cost a great deal to create. Sarah laughed and pointed out that even if his body survived, his mind might not. The spell required altering one's bodily structure on a fundamental level. She questioned whether the human mind could withstand such strain. Phoenix countered that the ancient contractors had endured it, leaving behind the great legends of old. Sarah said that mastering it would be as grueling as inheriting the Demon King's horn itself. Phoenix's eyes lit up, calling it wonderful. He said that if Rem could endure such power, then he too needed to reach that same level in order to surpass him. Sarah laughed again, saying she didn't quite understand his logic, but that it was very much in character for him. Sarah asked if Phoenix truly liked that boy so much. Phoenix admitted that he had admired Rem ever since they were children. Sarah found the situation amusing. Humans, she said, strive toward their ideals and sometimes even manage to surpass them. So why not aim for the highest peak? Phoenix answered that he didn't know about others, but for the two of them, they were friends who wished to stand as equals. He then asked Sarah if she would help him. After thinking about it, Sarah agreed, calling him her good birdie. She added that by the time he mastered this magic, he would be known as the immortal bird. In his mind, Phoenix resolved to become stronger before his inevitable rematch with Rem. He needed to train to fight without depending on spirit magic while also deepening his understanding of it. Later, at the guild, Phoenix entered the building. Someone he passed by greeted him, telling him to take care, to which he responded with thanks and continued walking. Suddenly, he spotted Rem. Rem had just told Nicola that he would leave a bit later, just in case. Phoenix was caught off guard. Nicola, still somewhat frustrated, muttered about how one of Philip's conditions involved moving separately. But Rem explained gently that this was only because of how deeply Philip cared for her. Phoenix then called out to Rem, surprising him. The two exchanged questions about why the other was there. Phoenix explained that he was participating in a dungeon raid. The mission was already finished, and they were just waiting for the editor, but Alvar had wanted to stay to watch the tournament. When Phoenix noticed Nicola, he apologized for the delayed introduction and introduced himself as the hero Phoenix. Nicola, flustered, introduced herself in return. Phoenix smiled and told her not to be so nervous. They were both adventurers, not that different from one another. Curious, Phoenix asked what they were doing in the practice room. Nicola, embarrassed, said it was nothing improper, then explained their situation. Phoenix listened and understood. He was surprised to learn that Rem had come to the city and said he would cheer for the two of them in the tournament. He also mentioned that he looked forward to hearing how they would explain this later. Rem was puzzled. Explain to who? While Nicola fidgeted nervously. Seeing that, Rem told Nicola she could go home first, and she agreed. Phoenix bid her farewell, saying he looked forward to seeing her performance in the tournament. As Rem watched her leave, he thought to himself that of course the flame hero would make the 99th ranked hero nervous. Phoenix then told Rem that he approved of his current decision and had no complaints about it. However, next time Rem decided to participate in an event like this, Phoenix insisted that he should invite him. Together, the two of them would be unbeatable. Rem replied that he would, but questioned whether Phoenix could handle it right now, given that both his spirit and mana seemed drained. Phoenix admitted that Rem had noticed correctly. He was currently in the midst of training. Rem said he understood and would not ask further. Phoenix thanked him, saying that helped. Then Rem asked if he wanted to grab something to eat, to which Phoenix agreed. Several days later, the preliminary day of the tournament arrived. The two of them walked together through the corridor toward the tournament grounds. Nicola remarked that it was finally time, and Rem agreed, assuring her that they could win this. Nicola admitted quietly that something about it frightened her. Rem thought to himself that if Nicola were ignored, that would be a true hell for any adventurer. Being invisible to the world was worse than failure itself. He told her gently that even if she stumbled, she would still be fine. If she made a mistake, she could simply blame it on him, say she lost because she had been partnered with a talentless black mage. But Nicola shook her head, saying she could never do that. There was no way she would lose because of Rem. Rem smiled faintly and said that was good. They would win then, win and capture everyone's attention. Nicola added that didn't mean she wouldn't be the one responsible if they lost, and Rem countered that they couldn't win without her. Nicola thanked him, declaring that she would win, to prove that she could be a hero worthy of admiration, and to show the world that there existed an amazing black mage beside her. The blinding light of the entrance illuminated their faces as they stepped forward. Inside, the arena was packed with adventurers, the air buzzing with anticipation. Murmurs spread through the crowd as people recognized Rem, the black mage who once fell from grace. Some whispered in disbelief, wondering if he was still working as an adventurer. Others recognized Nicola beside him, the Silver Prince. The comments turned mocking. What was the rank 99 hero doing with him? Had Rem used black magic to trick her into registering as his partner? Laughter rippled among them. Nicola whispered that being ignored was painful, but this kind of attention, mockery and suspicion, was even worse. Then the host's voice boomed across the arena, testing the microphone. The sound echoed as he announced himself. He was a man with horns, Pharaoh, the sponsor of the tournament. A demon, though he tried to reassure the crowd that he wasn't frightening and that they shouldn't hate him. Rem recognized him immediately. That was Pharaoh, the father of the Demon King. Pharaoh continued his announcement. A total of 49 teams would compete, divided into 3 blocks of 16 teams each for the preliminary rounds. From each block, 5 winning teams would advance, along with 1 seeded team, making 16 in the main tournament. Rem thought about that structure. The seeded team was likely Philip's, given that he was the highest ranked among them, and his partner was equally skilled. Nicola's rank matched Philip's, but Rem himself was unranked. Pharaoh went on to explain that all 16 teams would fight at once. A free-for-all. The last 5 teams standing would advance. Then, with an enthusiastic cry, he declared the match begun. The crowd erupted into chatter, confused and excited. Had the battle started already? Pharaoh added one more detail, that the organizers would personally interview whichever pair managed to defeat Rem. The comment electrified the adventurers. They cheered, realizing that defeating him would bring extra screen time. Some wondered why this was such a big deal. Another adventurer replied mockingly, reminding them that Rem was once ranked 4th before his downfall. Now, several teams had already surrounded Rem and Nicola, weapons drawn. 2 of them rushed in first. Rem quickly assessed the situation. 6 teams had taken Pharaoh's bait and were targeting him directly. Charging toward him were a hero-warrior pair and a hero-paladin pair. He decided to cast slow on the 4 teams behind them, then deal with these 2 first. Nicola reminded everyone that this was a tag tournament and stepped forward, her magic bursting forth. A thunderous explosion erupted in front of Rem, forming a thick wall. The 2 attackers' swords slammed into it with a metallic ring, getting lodged deep within. Realization dawned on them. They had forgotten that the Silver Prince was present. The 2 men grunted and strained, trying to pull their weapons free. One of them shouted for the other to calm down and use magic instead. Nicola glanced at Rem, asking if he was ready. He answered affirmatively. One of the trapped adventurers slammed his fist against the wall, but it held firm. He turned to speak to his partner, only to freeze in shock. His partner was already on the ground, defeated and retiring from the match. Confused, he barely had time to process what had happened before the wall cracked, and a weapon pierced through it. A staff. Rem stood on the opposite side, holding the staff that had struck him down. The remaining adventurers, still stuck in place, cursed in frustration. One attempted to slice through the wall with magic, but before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed beneath him. His body gave way, and he fell with a groan of pain. Those watching from a distance gasped in disbelief. 2 enemies defeated in an instant? How strong were they? The surviving adventurer cursed and shouted at the others, demanding why they were hesitating. He urged them all to attack together. The rest agreed, rallying around him. Nicola asked Rem if she could handle the remaining enemies herself. Rem nodded, telling her to be as flashy as she wanted. Nicola smirked and answered that, of course, she would make them exit boldly and elegantly. The remaining adventurers stared ahead in confusion, trying to comprehend what had just appeared before them. Nicola flicked her wrist, and in a glimmer of magic, a snowfall gauntlet materialized around her hand, gleaming faintly under the arena lights. One of the adventurers, trying to sound confident, rushed toward her, scoffing that she planned to punch him with that thing. There was no way she could land a hit on him, he thought. But as he charged, he suddenly froze mid-stride. Rem had raised his hand slightly, his expression calm. The adventurer's body went cold. He felt something crawling beneath his skin. Black magic? Impossible. How could the magic of a washed-up black mage, one expelled from his own party, affect him? It made no sense. He didn't have time to finish the thought. Nicola closed the distance in a blink and struck him full force with her fist. The blow exploded with power, sending him flying through the air before he slammed into the ground, defeated instantly. The other adventurers' confidence crumbled. They tensed as Nicola turned her gaze toward them, stepping forward with measured, deliberate grace. Their legs wouldn't move. Panic set in. Whatever Rem had done made their bodies heavy, sluggish. All they could do was scream before Nicola reached them one by one, delivering blows that sent each of them crashing to the floor. When the dust settled, Nicola stood amidst the fallen adventurers, breathing steadily. She turned and asked Rem how that was. Weren't those the ones planning to defeat her partner? She declared that she wouldn't let anyone lay a single finger on him. Rem looked at her and thought how dependable she had become. That night, the guild was alive with noise and laughter. Glasses clinked and music filled the air as someone raised a mug of ale, shouting that this was to celebrate Rem's team and Fufu's team for passing the qualifiers. Citri shouted cheers. And the rest of the Demon King's castle members joined in, filling the hall with excitement. Nicola sat among them, feeling a little out of place. She quietly asked if she should even be there. It felt like she was intruding. Citri waved it off, saying it was fine. Nicola was Rem's partner, after all. Citri grinned mischievously, teasing that she never imagined the famous Silver Prince would be such a cute girl in private. She glanced at Rem with mock envy, saying she was jealous. Nicola smiled shyly, thanking them for inviting her despite her being an adventurer. Citri brushed it off again. It didn't bother them. But then, with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, Citri asked if Nicola wanted to become a demi-human. Nicola blinked, confused, and asked what she meant. Citri reached into her bag and produced a headband with soft animal ears attached. She explained that she'd had a feeling this might happen, so she'd prepared a demi-human disguise accessory. If Nicola added meow to the end of her sentences, Citri said the transformation would be complete. Nicola laughed awkwardly, saying she'd only seen cute demi-humans in stories. Citri insisted that wasn't true. Even their little Cashew occasionally ended her sentences with a woof, right? Cashew choked on her drink, eyes wide. Citri glared playfully at her. Cashew froze, then said nervously, "It's delicious, woof." Carmilla stared at Citri with a flat expression. Rem frowned slightly, thinking that while Cashew's reaction was adorable, Citri really shouldn't force people into these things. Citri laughed nervously under the group stares and said that Cashew did her best, so how about Nicola trying next? Nicola replied that Citri didn't have to go through all that trouble just to end sentences that way. Citri leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially that she'd let Nicola in on a secret. Rem had a weakness for girls with dog ears or horns. Something about them made him instinctively want to pet them. Nicola froze as the word sank in. Rem immediately told her she didn't need to do anything like that, but to everyone's surprise, Nicola grabbed the headband. Her face flushed pink, and the room went silent for a moment as everyone stared. Nicola looked down, flustered, her hands trembling slightly before she blurted out that she couldn't do it. Her cheeks burned red. Rem chuckled softly, amused. Carmilla, a little tipsy, leaned against Rem, murmuring that she'd wanted to enter the tag tournament with him. Rem replied gently that it couldn't be helped. She had work. Carmilla said that in that case, she'd come cheer him on for every match she could attend. Rem smiled and thanked her. Cashew added that she'd cheer for him too. Rem said that made him happy. Their support always lifted his spirits. Cashew laughed quietly. Nearby, Thor congratulated Kay, saying he'd heard she breezed through her qualifiers. Kay humbly credited her success to Sir Furka's strength. Then she narrowed her eyes and asked Thor what he had been doing in the meantime. Thor grimaced, saying the dungeon was getting busier by the day, and he did try to find a partner, didn't he? Kay jabbed 2 fingers into his forehead, teasing him with mock pity, asking if there had been any unfortunate soul willing to team up with him. Thor protested, reminding her that he was technically a dungeon boss. The group burst into laughter. The lively chatter and laughter carried on through the night. The next day, the sound of a roaring crowd filled the air. The main tournament had begun. In the stands sat Phoenix's party, the Demon King, and the Big Four. Pharaoh was there too, watching with keen interest. Meanwhile, behind the entrance gate, Nicola turned to Rem and told him it was almost time. Rem rose to his feet, his expression calm and steady. He nodded once and said, "Let's go." The sound of galloping hooves echoed across the arena as the crowd erupted into cheers. All eyes were fixed on Furkas. One of the adventurers muttered that he knew what was coming, but before he could react, Furkas had already dashed forward. His spear struck with precision, and the adventurer fell in an instant. The second opponent barely had time to move when Oroba released a volley of arrows. Her shots landed true, and the battle ended before it could even begin. The host announced the victory, a flawless win for Furkas and Oroba in the first match of the main tournament. The crowd roared at the demonstration of overwhelming power. The host praised the incredible spear technique, remarking that it was just what one would expect from a member of the Demon King's Big Four. He then turned to the guest commentator, the world's top-ranked adventurer, the storm hero Ariel, for his opinion. Ariel spoke of the pair's remarkable coordination and weapon mastery. Furkas's spear work was unmatched, and his centaur partner's fluid movements complemented him perfectly. He noted that archers usually struggle when the enemy closes in, yet Oroba's speed and precision allowed her to move freely and keep firing even at close range. The host asked whether Ariel found their lack of apparent teamwork curious. Ariel explained that though they seemed to fight independently, their movements were in perfect harmony. Oroba circled the battlefield, forcing opponents to divide their attention. It became impossible to track both her and Furcas at once. Anyone facing a member of the Big Four would naturally focus on Furcas, which gave Oroba the opening to strike. The host laughed, realizing it was a perfect combination, the centaur's speed paired with the overwhelming presence of one of the Demon King's generals. It was indeed a one-sided fight. He then teased the audience about the next match, calling it a surprising team-up, Rem and the silver-tipped hero. The host asked Ariel if he knew Rem personally and how he would rate his strength. Ariel replied by comparing Rem to Panacea, the white mage who had recently retired, a magician of extraordinary caliber. He explained that Rem, as a black mage, stood at the same level of excellence. The host was stunned by such high praise. Ariel went on, revealing that he had once invited Rem to join his own party. The crowd gasped when he added that Rem had refused the offer. The entire arena fell silent. Nicola turned to Rem, quietly asking if that was true. Rem admitted that it was. At the time, he had been with the Demon King's castle, and he didn't want to reach the top by relying on another's fame. Nicola was impressed. Those who truly knew his worth would understand. Rem only smiled, telling her to focus on the match ahead. Then, an opposing adventurer approached them, admitting that Rem was indeed skilled, but claiming that no amount of competence could change his mediocrity. He accused Rem of being desperate for attention, partnering with the rank 99 hero just to stand out. The audience laughed and cheered for the boastful man. The announcer declared the next match, the first round of the main tag tournament, the pair of Hero Guy and Mage Gwen versus Rem and Nicola. The two teams took their positions as the crowd's anticipation reached its peak. Gwen sneered, saying he already knew everything about Rem's partner's powers and that he would have to defeat him. Suddenly, Nicola appeared before him, and with a single motion, the ground cracked. A massive wall rose, cutting Gwen off from his partner. At that instant, Rem charged. Gwen laughed at the sight of a black mage rushing in head-on, assuming he was being underestimated. But Hero Guy staggered, realizing his body was growing heavy, dark magic was at work. Gwen adjusted his stance, convinced no black mage could evade his spells. Yet before he could act, Rem appeared right before him, eyes burning with focus. Gwen released his magic, but Rem dodged effortlessly and closed the distance in a blink. A metallic click sounded. Rem discarded the lower half of his staff, revealing a hidden blade. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief as the blade sliced across his shoulder. Rem spoke firmly, acknowledging that Gwen had been right about one thing. Rem was desperate. But then he asked in return, wasn't Gwen the same? Gwen glanced at Rem, and then vanished from sight. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. The hero turned, attempting to circle around, but his movement halted as he caught sight of something approaching fast. Nicola was sprinting straight toward him, her speed cutting through the air like a blade. He struggled to move, realizing too late that chains had wrapped tightly around his body. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw their glimmering hue, silver chains. Nicola closed the distance in a flash and drove her weapon into him. The hero coughed violently from the impact. Nicola stood firm before him, declaring that if he truly believed they had already revealed all their strength during the preliminaries, then she pitied him. Her words cut through the noise, and the audience roared even louder, overwhelmed by the sudden, decisive finish. The host, still taken aback by the sheer speed of the match, raised his voice over the cheers and announced the result: victory for Rem and Nicola. They had cleared the first round of the main tournament with astonishing quickness. Nicola turned toward the stands, addressing the crowd. She promised that they still had much more to show, urging everyone to keep cheering for them until the very end. She waved gracefully, the audience's excitement rising to a fever pitch. Moments later, their next opponents stepped forward. The atmosphere shifted as both sides took their positions once again. The host's voice echoed through the arena, announcing the start of the second round. Which pair would seize victory and advance to the semifinals? The match began. One of the opposing adventurers raised his hand slightly, saying he wanted to offer an apology before the fight began. Rem turned his gaze toward him in silence. The man admitted that he had misjudged Rem, at least, until he had seen the first round match. He explained that, in his eyes, being a black mage must have been a difficult path, especially in a tag team battle that often favored those with overwhelming personal strength. But after watching Rem's performance, he realized how wrong he had been. Rem's fighting style, he said, was nothing like what he had shown when he was part of his previous party. Perhaps it was because he had fewer comrades to protect now, or fewer enemies to debilitate with curses. Whatever the reason, Rem had become a fighter who moved with complete freedom. A black mage who fought as if he were a frontliner. The man grinned, saying that Rem's creativity and relentless will to win were truly inspiring. Seeing how his efforts and skill had been honed to perfection made his own blood stir with excitement. He drew his sword, promising that he would give his all, unwilling to insult Rem's strength by holding back. Rem smiled quietly and raised his weapon in response. The man's partner looked toward Nicola and muttered that he supposed he was up against the Silver Prince. The first adventurer lowered his stance, whispering an incantation under his breath. "Come wind." A violent gale swirled to life around him, whirling like a small storm. The air crackled with magic as Rem observed carefully, studying every motion, every shift in the current, preparing for what was to come next. In the second round of the tag team main tournament, Rem and Nicola stood across from their next opponents, the Gale hero Hiram and the Burst hero Aldous. The tension in the arena thickened as Hiram's aura began to stir. The air around him shifted violently, and the wind grew sharper with each passing second. Hiram raised his sword, its edge glowing faintly with magic. With a powerful swing, he released his spell. Two massive tornadoes roared to life, twisting forward toward Rem and Nicola with overwhelming force. The host shouted over the wind, exclaiming that the Gale hero Hiram had unleashed his most powerful magic. The audience watched in suspense, wondering how Rem and Nicola would counter such a devastating attack. Rem glanced at Nicola and gave a subtle signal. She nodded once, without hesitation. The tornadoes consumed the arena floor in a deafening gale, the two of them vanishing within the storm. But in the next instant, something began to shimmer between the raging winds, a gleaming wall of silver. The host cried out in astonishment. Nicola had erected a massive barrier of silver, intercepting the twin tornadoes head-on. Hiram grinned, unshaken. That was fine by him. This was what a tag team battle was supposed to look like, partners working together, countering blow for blow. If that was the case, then all he needed to do was crush Rem and the Silver Prince together. He lowered his stance and sprinted forward, cutting through the howling wind. But as he ran, something caught his eye. He looked up. Above the barrier, Rem was already there. Hiram's eyes narrowed. So the wall wasn't just for defense. Nicola had angled the surface into a slope, creating an incline on their side. It was a clever move, a ramp. But he had already seen through it. He adjusted his footing and swung, cutting toward the figure above. His blade connected, and the body shattered. It wasn't Rem. It was a silver mannequin. Hiram cursed under his breath, taking another step forward, but the wall cracked behind him, and before he could react, the real Rem burst through. Wind magic surged around Hiram as he tried to regain control of the field. The currents bent and swirled, but Rem didn't slow. Each stride was deliberate, his speed building rapidly. Then, Rem's foot landed on something, a silvery surface embedded in the ground. With one push he launched himself forward, propelled by a springboard made of Nicola's magic. Hiram barely had time to widen his eyes. In a flash, Rem's weapon pierced through him. Hiram managed a faint grin. He admitted that Rem wasn't the only one he had misjudged. The crowd erupted into noise. A black mage, defeating a hero, was nearly unheard of. Gasps and shouts filled the air. One spectator exclaimed that it was just like when Rem had been with Phoenix. His partners were always incredible. Another disagreed, pointing out that this time was different. Rem wasn't just supporting from the back, he was fighting head-on. Someone else scoffed, saying that black magic was boring no matter what. Another countered, saying that they liked how active Rem was now, moving around the battlefield far more than he ever did in dungeons. On the field, Rem stood calmly, his breathing steady. He remarked that perhaps he hadn't quite understood what people meant when they said to fight together. Aldous stepped forward, his expression serious. He admitted that he had a favor to ask, though he didn't care whether they accepted or not. He wanted to pour everything into one final strike. And if Rem would allow it, he wished to test his magic against Nicolas, to see whose was stronger. Rem and Nicola exchanged a brief look. Nicola stepped forward without hesitation, her stance firm. The commentators fell silent in anticipation. The two unleashed their powers, light and fire clashing with silver brilliance. The confrontation was brief but fierce. When the energy subsided, Aldous collapsed to one knee. Nicola stood victorious. The crowd exploded into cheers once again. Watching the live broadcast elsewhere, Alvar's jaw dropped. Rem had actually won. The commentator declared the result, victory for Rem and Nicola. They would advance to the semifinals. Bella commented that while Rem's individual performance was impressive, what stood out most was the synergy between him and Nicola. Their seamless teamwork was on another level. One mistake could have cost them everything, yet Rem remained calm and made every decision with precision. Lark added that walls and decoys might seem simple on their own, but Rem knew exactly how to use them for maximum effect, and that made him dangerous. Alvar scowled, asking bitterly why Rem never used any of those tactics when he had been with their team. Lark chuckled, replying that even if Rem had done all that, did Alvar really think an active, black mage could ever be accepted? It was far too rare, almost unheard of. Bella remarked that if Rem had pursued that path earlier, Alvar would never have achieved rank 4, Achieving such agility would require sacrificing much of his magical power, since magic demands concentration and it was impossible to sustain both feats mentally at the same level. Alver scoffed, prompting Bella to apologize with a pointed retort that implied she had forgotten Alver's limits, which only made Alver bristle and accuse her of getting cocky. Lark defended Bella's bluntness as the kind of eccentricity heroes needed to survive, and the banter drifted into talk of how viewers' comments joked about wanting Bella to beat him to a pulp with logic. Bella asked what their leader thought about his best friend teaming up with someone other than him. Phoenix admitted he enjoyed watching them support each other and win, but privately wished Rem had been given a chance to overcome an opponent alone. Such a feat might change public opinion about him. The commentator invited viewers to return the next day. The following day, the tag tournament entered its semifinals. Rem and Nicola arrived to face their next opponents, and Philip confessed that he had not expected them to advance so far. He acknowledged that Rem had changed, but warned that easy victories did not make a career in dungeon raids. One had to fight properly, and Rem should know that. Rem quietly agreed, stating that both sides would give everything to see who emerged victorious. Philip, still wary, observed that surviving in that world required careful choices about how one won, and he intended Rem to learn a harsh lesson in reality. The semi-final match began, Rem and Nicola versus the White Knight Mark and Diamond Hero Philip. Philip signaled Mark and surged forward while Rem inclined toward Nicola with a nod. The commentators noted that Rem and Nicola had split up and speculated on Rem's tragedy this round. Nicola rapidly erected several large silver walls. Philip struck those defenses with brute force and broke through, then charged onward. Mark moved in a different direction, closing in on Rem. Observers realized Mark intended to confront Rem directly. Philip argued that if Rem and Nicola's teamwork was so effective, separating them would suffice. Nicola and Mark began to calculate each other's moves. The host admitted uncertainty about Rem's plan. Had he anticipated this separation? Mark closed his eyes, and the arena tensed. Rem and Nicola paused, revealing a constraint to their teamwork. When Rem was actively engaged in physical combat, he could not concentrate as fully on casting spells, and if Nicola diverted power to aid him, their magic would both lose potency and speed. Helping one another thus siphoned part of each fighter's strength and straightforward counters. Breaking their link or defeating Nicola when freed from Rem's influence were practical, effective strategies. Despite those vulnerabilities, Rem and Nicola had prepared counters. They positioned themselves back-to-back, an arrangement that surprised the commentators and drew Phoenix's focused gaze. Mark, approaching, muttered that Rem had no common sense, which the crowd echoed by calling Rem an idiot and urging Mark to strike the Black Mage down. Rem, however, interpreted Mark's anger as the right reaction, proof that Rem was challenging the conventional wisdom that a Black Mage could not stand at the front. He decided it was time to confront that common sense directly. Mark, accepting the challenge, resolved to cut Rem down with everything he possessed. Mark lunged forward with speed, but Rem immediately cast a speed reduction spell. Mark's movement faltered for an instant, yet Rem quickly realized that Mark had resisted the debuff. It was clear that Mark had instinctively cloaked himself in mana to counteract Rem's black magic. However, since Mark had been continuously channeling white magic for himself and for Philip since the start of the match, the mana he could allocate to resist Rem's curse was limited. Even so, Mark had precisely calculated the minimal amount needed to nullify the slowing effect, a testament to his control and skill. But Rem wasn't finished. Rem amplified the intensity of his black magic, forcing more pressure into the field. Mark pressed through regardless, managing to swing his sword and deliver a strike. Rem dodged, but Mark drew his weapon fully, causing Rem's instincts to flare in alarm. Mark swung again, his blade cutting through the air with force that drove Rem backward, sliding across the ground. The audience erupted into cheers, shouting for Mark to finish the fight and mocking Rem for standing alone without his partner. Comment after comment declared that no black mage could win solo, that training wouldn't change anything, and that Rem was delusional for thinking otherwise. The host narrated that Rem had narrowly avoided the first hit, but Mark's follow-up attack left no time for recovery, sending him flying. Ariel, however, noted that Mark hadn't lost composure. He had swiftly turned his blade upward, displaying remarkable control. Normally, such precision would have left a black mage in shambles. But Rem knew differently. He hadn't been struck nearly as hard as the audience believed. Rather than being thrown, he had leapt back deliberately to avoid taking damage. Both Mark and Ariel likely noticed this, but the crowd remained unaware, continuing to cheer for what they thought was Mark's dominance. Rem sensed that Mark himself wasn't enjoying the situation. After all, Rem had parried Mark's initial cut and even predicted his follow-up movement, nullifying it entirely. Inwardly, Rem reflected that white knights were often seen as inferior to paladins, less divine, more mortal, and that Mark's role as a contributor in a rank 99 party was likely the greatest recognition he could attain. That also meant Mark couldn't afford to lose. A white knight defeated by a black mage would have his pride, and possibly his position, shattered. Both men carried stakes heavier than the audience could imagine. Mark stepped forward and dashed again, this time leading with his shield. Ariel analyzed the movement, noting that Mark was charging head-on with his shield raised, likely to block an attack. To everyone's surprise, however, Rem began to retreat, pulling further and further away from his opponent. Laughter rippled through the stands as the crowd jeered, calling Rem a coward, shouting that he should fight like a man or just forfeit if he was afraid. The host, puzzled, asked Ariel for his interpretation. Ariel chuckled, suggesting that this was part of Rem's plan. When pressed, he explained that carrying a heavy shield inevitably reduced one's speed, and Rem was exploiting that fact to create distance. The host began to grasp the point, and Ariel turned to the audience, asking if any adventurers had realized it yet. Rem was retreating in order to gather mana, channeling it into his staff. This was not running away, it was repositioning for tactical advantage. The host acknowledged the logic, though he commented that it was rare, even shameful by some standards, for an adventurer to turn his back on an opponent. Ariel countered that Rem's strength lay in his refusal to be confined by such preconceptions. Besides, he reminded, this isn't a dungeon raid. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Mark resumed pursuit, relentlessly closing the gap. Rem swung his staff, and Mark hesitated. A flicker of unease passed through him. Had he been poisoned? The host noted that Mark had stopped moving, questioning if Rem had cast another spell. Ariel dismissed that assumption, observing instead that Mark was calm, carefully analyzing Rem's movements and intentions. Rather than rushing in, he was trying to read the true nature of Rem's strategy. Ariel concluded that those with the composure to observe amid battle, those like Mark, were the ones who could truly become strong. Mark muttered an apology to Philip as he swiftly cast detoxification magic on himself. Rem, observing this, realized that Mark had purged his own poison. A thought crossed Rem's mind. Had Mark stopped casting attack boosts on Philip to conserve his dwindling mana? Then, to Rem's surprise, Mark hurled his shield aside, declaring that he had no time to spare. The audience gasped as the White Knight discarded his defense, signaling that he was going all in. Ariel's excitement rose as he announced that Mark had finally begun his counterattack. Mark charged at full force, his sword slashing through the air toward Rem. Rem dodged, but the impact cracked his weapon. He slid backward, but before he could regain his footing, Mark closed the distance and kicked him hard in the chest. The blow sent Rem crashing into the wall, his body crumpling from the impact. Pain shot through him, his left arm hung limp and broken. Before he could even finish that thought, something tore through his right side. He looked down just in time to see Mark's thrown sword tearing into him, severing his right arm. When Rem looked up, Mark was already upon him, swinging his fist. Rem barely evaded the blow, staggering as Mark retrieved his sword and pressed the assault. The next strike sent Rem sprawling onto the ground, gasping for breath. Rem's thoughts raced. There existed white magic capable of perfectly counteracting black magic. Without his staff and with his strength fading, he could no longer dodge effectively. If this continued, Mark would win. Mark raised his sword and brought it down with finality, only for a sudden pull to jerk Rem backward. Silver chains had latched onto him, yanking him out of harm's way. It was Nicola's magic. Mark instantly recognized it. Nicola moved her hand, her expression focused and calm. Rem, barely standing, swayed before his opponent. Mark stared in disbelief, noting that Rem had nothing left to fight with. But Rem reminded him, it was still a tag tournament. At that moment, Nicola's silver chains morphed, reshaping themselves into a gleaming prosthetic that replaced Rem's lost right arm. Mark muttered the title once whispered by many, Silver Prince. Rem understood then. Just as Mark had inherited the will of the hero he admired, Nicola had slain the black mage she once depended on, her brother, and now fought alongside him. Mark roared, ready for the final exchange. Rem dashed forward. His thoughts sharpened. He would activate his spell at the exact moment the blow connected, reducing Mark's defense. The moment their fists collided, Mark's movement faltered in shock as the debuff struck. His swing wavered. Rem stepped in, using the opening to drive his fist directly into Mark's face. The arena fell silent. The entire audience froze, stunned by the sight of the Black Mage's decisive strike. Then, from the Demon King's side, jubilant cheers erupted. Across the venue, Phoenix's party sat in stunned disbelief. The host, his voice trembling with excitement, declared the outcome. Rem's breathtaking display of offense and defense had secured victory. The winner was Rem. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The host continued, noting that while Rem's performance was incredible, his body had suffered severe damage. The match was not yet over. Philip and Nicola would now face each other alone to determine the final winner of the semifinals. Back with Phoenix's party, Alvar broke the silence, remarking that Rem had won that fight entirely on his own. Bella agreed, noting that the White Knight he defeated was by no means weak. Lark added that Mark's resistance to magic and his natural aptitude for white magic made him especially suited to counter black magic. It was no small feat to defeat someone like him. Lily, though proud, looked saddened. She admitted that something about Rem's fight felt off. Even if he had reasons not to reveal his full power, the same strength he once displayed defending the Demon King's castle, he still appeared far too weak in this match. Belle agreed, and even Lark nodded in concern. Lily seemed lost in thought. Alvar then asked if anyone had seen Phoenix around. Back in the arena, Rem was still catching his breath. His body trembled, but his spirit burned bright. He told himself it wasn't over, he still had something left to do. Just as Mark had continued to fight for Philip, Rem wanted to win with his partner, not alone. He wanted Nicola's help, not out of weakness, but out of the desire to fight together. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out to him. Rem turned, startled. It was someone he recognized. What was that man doing here? If he made a scene, it could cause trouble. But more pressing was the fact that the match wasn't finished yet. Then he heard the voice clearly, Phoenix. Phoenix shouted to him, telling him to go ahead, that he had already won. The people around Phoenix turned, surprised to see him there. Rem hesitated. He knew he should be celebrating. He felt like he could explode with joy, but he was suppressing it, focusing on the match instead. Phoenix, however, gestured for him to go on, insisting that he should express his feelings openly, that this moment was worth showing the world. Rem asked if that meant he was officially off duty. He thought to himself, did Phoenix really come all the way here just to tell him that? What an idiot. But fine. He would take him up on it. Rem took a deep breath, then shouted with all his might, a triumphant roar that echoed through the arena. Phoenix beamed with pride. Inside, Rem's heart swelled. He had won. Truly won. Using the black magic his master had trained him in, the swordsmanship taught by Furcas, and the knowledge and experience he had accumulated through countless battles, he had fought alongside his partner to defeat one of the strongest adventurers of their rank, the White Knight of the rank 99 party, as the Black Mage, Rem. It hadn't been meaningless. None of it had. The past 10 years of hardship, the ridicule, the struggle, all of it had led to this moment, this victory born of his childhood dream. Rem steadied his breath, stood tall, and looked ahead. Nicola was still fighting, and now, he prepared himself to support her with everything he had left.